The force of the spirit. There is a spiritual solution to every problem. Wayne Dyer. He was an American spiritual growth book writer and psychologist. The force of the spirit. For Sommer Wayne Dyer loves you unconditionally. Your Father on earth. And your Father in heaven. You have no problems, even if you think you have them. A Course in Miracles. Introduction. The subtitle of this book contains a very broad statement. Yes, you can literally get rid of all problems by seeking and practicing spiritual solutions. In the first chapter I explain what I mean by the words spiritual, problems, and solutions, so you don't need to do so in this short introduction. The essential message of the book is contained in the following 10 points. 1. Everything in our universe is nothing but energy. That is, in essence, everything vibrates at a certain frequency. 2. The slower frequencies are more solid, and that is where our problems appear. 3. The faster frequencies are less visible, like light and thought. 4. The faster frequencies are what I call spirit. 5. When you go from the slower and lower frequencies to the higher and faster frequencies of the spirit, these cancel out and dissipate what we call problems. 6. You have the capacity and power to increase your energy and access the highest and fastest energies in order to eradicate any problem in your life. 7. To find spiritual solutions to the problems you are experiencing, you need to understand and practice some basic fundamentals and principles. 8. Once you understand these principles, you have to decide whether you want to be in a high energy field or a low energy field. 9. When you finally know and understand deeply the world of the spirit, you will see clearly that all problems are illusions created by our mind because we believe that we are separated from our origin, which we call God, although you can call it something else if you prefer. 10. These illusions are nothing more than errors of our thinking and, like any error, they disappear when they come face to face with the truth. I have divided this book into 2 sections. The first consists of 6 chapters that explain in detail the basic fundamentals to understand that there is a spiritual solution to all problems. I have studied the sacred texts of many spiritual traditions, as well as the so-called scientific or pragmatic areas. I do not claim that one tradition or practice is superior to another. I have examined my knowledge of these concepts with an open to everything and attached to nothing mindset. I have searched ancient and modern spiritual books from the East, from the West, everywhere in between, and I present them because I know they are truthful and useful. The second section of this book consists of chapters 7 through 13, the titles of which correspond to one of the best known and most accepted prayers ever written. This prayer is from Saint Francis of Assisi and represents the fundamental message of this book. The problems will disappear when you go from the lower frequencies of problems to the higher frequencies of spirit. I have tried to give very specific ideas for using these higher energies in a practical and useful way, and starting today. As I reread the book, I have found that I repeat frequently that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. In some cases I have eliminated it, but in others I deliberately repeat it to emphasize this principle in each individual case. I have found that this is instantly reaffirmed and the concept is much more likely to stick with you. Writing this book has been an exercise in self-awareness for me. I have found that I am now much better able to deviate from lower and slower energy patterns and access spirit guidance, and I can do it in seconds. I feel lighter, more loving, compassionate, and literally free of problems when, at times when I previously believed I had a problem that needed to be solved, I tap into my higher energies. Now I limit myself to mentally disconnecting myself from that world of problems and connecting with the spirit. Writing this book has brought me closer to God and has made me understand that I am never alone, that would be impossible. I hope that when you read these words, you will find the same peace that I have found. And may all your problems dissolve when you withdraw from the lower energies and learn that there is a spiritual solution to all problems, just one step away. God bless you. Wayne Dyer. Section 1. Essential foundations for the spiritual solution of problems. There is nothing wrong with God's creation. Mystery and suffering only exist in the mind. Ramana Maharishi. 1. Spiritual solutions to problems. The solution to the problem of the day is waking up from the consciousness of humanity to divinity. What's inside? Has rotten a yat jan? Can you make a flower grow? Probably at first your answer is, it's very simple. You plant a seed, provide it with light and water, and in time the flower will appear. The proof is that millions of flowers are blooming right now. It is certainly true. However, I invite you to reread the question and think about who or what generates the life that makes the flower grow, because it is in that who or that what where we can find the source of the solution to all our problems. Who or what makes the flower seed turn into a bud and the tiny embryo turn into a human being? Who or what makes our nails grow and our hearts beat even when we sleep? Who or what is behind the movement of the winds, that we feel but never touch? What force holds the planets in place and propels our world at breakneck speed? Man has asked himself these questions since he had the ability to think about their existence. Spirit is the word that I use to refer to the formless and invisible energy that constitutes the origin and sustenance of life on this planet. This force, whatever we name it, can solve all the problems we encounter. There is a spiritual solution for every problem, we just have to learn to access it. In this book I will explain the different ways I have discovered to do this. I'll start by explaining the 3 basic steps to finding your spiritual solutions to problems. I learned about these steps when I immersed myself in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra *, written between the 4th century BC and the 4th century AD. These spiritual techniques and disciplines were written so that the person reaches the ultimate knowledge of God and the union with Him. I will refer to this collection of writings frequently and share with you how you can apply this knowledge to your life. I trust that you will discover for yourself that what you call problems has an easy solution, and that you can access it right now, in this moment, in that world we call spirit. First step to access spiritual direction. Recognize. It may seem obvious that something needs to be recognized before applying it, but, in reality, it is the hardest step. To achieve spiritual enlightenment. To recognize that there is an invisible force that can be used to solve problems, we must overcome a series of conditions that have been instilled in us throughout our lives. Have you ever thought about the limitations we experience when we identify ourselves only as a physical body of material existence? For example, do you think that to deal with our problems we can only refer to our sensory or intellectual faculties? Most of us have been taught that this is the case and that all the information we have acquired constitutes the total inventory of the options available to us. This conditioned attitude does not recognize our divine connection, which offers us the possibility of finding a spiritual solution to problems. In this state of unrecognition, we believe that medicines, herbs, surgery, and doctors are responsible for all cures, or that improving one's financial picture only means hard work, studying, interviewing, and submitting resumes. In essence, this non-recognition leads us to believe that we only know the phenomena that can be explained through sensory functions. Patanjali described a type of knowledge or power that is not accessed solely through the material or sensory world. The first step in activating it is to recognize that this power exists and is always available. However, it is not accessed only through the teachings of others, or through ancient writings, just as we do not dream because someone teaches or writes about dreams. Recognizing, like dreaming, is something we will access if we commit ourselves internally and externally to our ability to recognize. For example, in this first step, when you are faced with a problem, I advise you to create a personal statement such as, I may not know exactly how to find the spiritual solution, but I recognize that it exists. Acknowledging its existence, we invite power to make it known to us. As physical beings, we can grow a flower in the sense referred to in the answer to the question above. But if we think a bit, we realize that we are unable to unravel the mystery of the invisible force that gives rise to life. However, the solution to our problems is there, in that omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent spiritual world. This spiritual force is everywhere, in everything and in each one of us. When we take the first step, acknowledging, we begin the process of accessing this all-knowing power. Second step to access spiritual direction. Perception. We discovered that the knowledge achieved by perception it is of a much higher order than intellectual reasoning. This is not an exercise in intellectual reasoning. In this step we go beyond the recognition of a spiritual presence and enter the perception phase, where we do not trust anything other than our own experience. We become explorers of a virgin territory in which there can be no one but ourselves. Here, only you can validate your experience. Our desire to perceive the spiritual presence is part of the inexplicable dynamic that gives rise to life. When we actively meditate on a spiritual ideal, or even on a given personality, we express our desire by inviting that presence to be accessible. I suggest that you begin this process of perception by visualizing the presence you seek. Create within yourself the image of your person receiving divine guidance and erase all doubts you have about its validity. Be aware that when you enter yourself, you do not have to explain or defend anything. The silent desire to perceive your spirit will suffice for you to discover it. You will discover that your image dissolves and becomes the reality of an accessible presence within you. This is perception. It is a personal experience that goes beyond any intellectual exercise. With practice and desire, through meditation alone, you will be able to experience presence. Sometimes the intellect will persist, trying to fit your experience into the reality of the material world. One way to think about this process of approaching perception is to imagine a magnet. Imagine that you are the magnet and you attract to yourself everything that you have recognized as true. Then, little by little, become aware of a greater magnetic force, pushing you towards higher truths. The effort is no longer exclusively yours. You are in a kind of metaphysical magnetic field, which drives you towards your perception. I have personally experienced this perception for years. When I enter a state of deep meditation, I am aware of a force that is moving me towards God. The revelations that I experience in those moments help me to renew my mind, since I connect with an energy that drives me towards the solution of any difficulty. For example, something as mundane as buying a property where I could settle in with my wife when our children have left the nest caused me great concern. I entered that invisible magnetic field of energy and was guided towards a solution. At the right moment, a friend called me and said a phrase that got me out of my dilemma. Done. This is what I call perception in action. We can all use this perception of the availability of the Spirit to solve problems. When you learn to take the first step, the recognition of spiritual solutions, you will move into a state of perception in which you will experience power. You will realize that with the spiritual energy in you, you can control any disharmony, discord, or illness. Third step to access spiritual direction. Reverence, serene communion with spiritual force. It is our way of being one with it. Some people get to the third step, bowing quickly, while others take a long time to get there. Serenely communing with the spiritual force and being one with it means that there is no sense of separation. We are aware of our divinity and we commune with that part of ourselves. In other words, we see ourselves as a part of God, we are in a state of reverence for all that we are. We do not doubt our divinity. In that state, we fully experience this quote from the Bible, "On that day, you will know that I am in my Father, you in me and I in you," John 14:20. When we seek guidance, serene communion with God is a way of disconnecting our mind from self for a few moments. Instead of thinking in terms of "I can fix this," we are willing to dive into our higher selves. Like a drop of water separated from its source, the small mind is unable to create and maintain life. When the drop joins the ocean, it shares all the powers of its source. The drop of water separated from its source symbolizes ourself when we are separated from our source of omnipotent power. Communicating serenely allows us to enjoy the experience of finding a spiritual solution to each problem. Problems persist when we do not recognize them, we do not perceive them and, finally, we do not serenely commune with our origin, our power, our spirit, God. I often think of Abraham Lincoln when he watched his beloved Union crumble under the weight of hatred that gripped his country. He wrote, "Many times I have dropped to my knees with the overwhelming conviction that I had nowhere to go. Kneeling on my knees is a way of saying, I surrender to my source and hand this enormous problem over to the same power that moves the stars. You can do the same in times of difficulty. Let go and leave it in the hands of God. When you serenely commune with the Spirit, you will feel the presence of a sacred companion. You can hand over your problems to this older partner and move into a state of peace. The Indian saint Sri Ramakrishna used the following parable to teach his devotees how to achieve the state of direct union with God. A disciple once approached a teacher to learn how to meditate. The teacher gave him instructions, but the disciple soon returned and said that he could not put them into practice. Every time he tried to meditate, he found himself thinking of his domestic buffalo. Then said the professor, meditate on that buffalo that you are so fond of. The disciple locked himself in a room and concentrated on the buffalo. After a few days, the master knocked on his door and the disciple replied, "Sir, I'm sorry I can't come out to greet you. This door is too small. My horns will not pass." Then the master smiled and said, "Splendid! You have identified with the object of your concentration. Now, focus on God and it will not cost you to get it." The message is clear. Be one with the Spirit and do not doubt or fear your divinity. Go from your ego to your higher self. I am not going to explain here the way to transcend the ego. I have dedicated an entire book to this subject. The title is, Your Sacred Zones, Grijalbo Mondadori, latest edition, 2001. There is a spiritual solution to every problem. The 3 basic steps to connect with spiritual solutions to problems are, acknowledgement, perception, and reverence. The remainder of this chapter deals with the meaning I give to the keywords in the title of this book. I believe that my definition of the words spiritual, problem and solution can form the basis of a unique way to bring peace and satisfaction to your daily life. I also hope that, once you have internalized these 3 concepts, you will not feel again that you are facing insurmountable problems. In time, you will learn that whatever we call a problem can be dissolved by saturating it with the higher energy of spirit. What I want to say by spiritual. It is written in the Bhagavad Gita, the ancient Eastern holy book, we are born into a world of nature, our second birth is in a spirit world. This spiritual world is often presented as separate or distinct from our physical world. I think it is important to see the spiritual as a part of the physical and not separate these 2 dimensions from our reality. Together they form a whole. The spirit represents what we cannot validate with our senses. Something like the wind, which we can feel but not touch. 2 great saints from different parts of the world, as well as from different religious beliefs, have described the spirit thus, the spirit is the life of God within us. Saint Teresa of Avila, what draws the mind outward is unspiritual, and what draws the mind inward is spiritual. Ramana Maharishi. The key to understanding the spiritual is in this idea of the inner world and the outer world, a single world, but 2 unique aspects of the human being. I have a friend who compares the physical to a light bulb and the spiritual to electricity. He insists that electricity has been around for as long as spirituality, but when it was discovered we did not make a religion of it. Likewise, the spirituality to which I refer has nothing to do with religion. Religion assumes the presence of an orthodoxy, rules, and sacred texts by which people are guided for long periods of time. In general, people are born into a religion and are educated to follow the customs and practices of that religion without asking. These are customs and expectations external to the person and do not fall within my definition of the spiritual. I prefer the definition of spirituality described in the observations of Saint Teresa and Maharishi. Spirituality comes from within us and is the result of recognition, perception, and reverence. For me, spiritual practice is a way to make my life work at a higher level and to be guided towards solving problems. The way I personally do it involves some simple but basic practices. I have listed them in order of importance to me. 1. Surrender. It is the first because it is the most important and often the most difficult. It is difficult for those who believe that life is a do-it-yourself project to admit that we need the help of others just to survive one day. To surrender, you must be able to admit that you are helpless. That's right, helpless. In surrender, my thoughts are something like this: I just don't know how to solve this situation, and I give it up to the same force that I give my physical body to every night when I fall asleep. I trust that thanks to this force I will continue to digest my food, my blood will continue to circulate, and so on. The force is there, within my grasp, and I am going to treat this force, which I will call God, as an older companion. I will take the words of Scripture at face value: all I have is yours. I am willing to hand over any problem to this invisible force that is my origin, while I will continue to keep in mind that I am connected at all times with that origin. In other words, the spiritual life is a way of walking with God instead of walking alone. 2. Love. Activating spiritual solutions means transforming thoughts and feelings of discord and disharmony into love. In the spirit of surrender and love, I find it helpful to sing to myself, I invite the highest good for all concerned to be here now. I try to see anger, hatred, and disharmony as invitations to surrender and love. They can be the door that leads us to take responsibility for our thoughts and feelings, that allows us to access the inner world of spirituality. By being aware of this, I have the option to let the Spirit manifest and work for me. I use the metaphor of a long cord hanging from my hip and have the option of connecting it to 2 plugs. When I plug it into that of the material world, I receive the illusion of disharmony, and that manifests within me. I feel unwell, hurt, upset, anguished and desperate, and I am not able to solve or correct my problem. When I am wired in this way, I struggle to gain false powers, closing the door on mystical or spiritual power. Defining power only in material terms is a clear indication that we are spiritually disconnected. When I imagine this cable being unplugged from the material world and plugged into the spiritual one, I immediately experience a sense of peace and relief. This metaphor for the spiritual plug instantly reminds me to substitute love for heartbreak or frustration. I relax and remember that the Spirit is God, which is synonymous with love. Emanuel Swedenborg expressed this idea when he reminded his students, the divine essence itself is love. This feeling of love is the substance that holds all the cells of our universe together. It is about cooperating with and not fighting against. It's about trusting, not doubting. Simple? Yes. But there is something else: it is profoundly effective in solving problems. Love, and only love, dissolves all negativity, but it does not do so by attacking it, but by bathing it in higher frequencies, just as light dissolves darkness by its mere presence. 3. Infinite. Carl Jung reminds us that, the most revealing aspect of a person's life is his relationship with infinity. My concept of infinity encompasses the acceptance, without a doubt, that life is indestructible. Life can change shape, but it cannot be destroyed. I believe that our spirit is inseparable from infinity. This knowledge of our infinite nature is very helpful in putting everything in perspective. Trusting the part of ourselves that has always been and will always be relieves the tension produced by any given situation. The Spirit gives life, the flesh counts for nothing, the Scriptures tell us. All these things that we perceive as ourselves belong to the flesh. In terms of infinity, they count for nothing. When I disconnect from the material and reconnect with the spiritual, I immediately let go of fear, prejudice, and negativity. I know that I must apply the energy of the spiritual to my immediate life circumstances. I receive infinite love from that new source of energy. It has always been there, but now I recognize this infinite power and see that all my circuits work from this single source. 4. Empty mind. My spiritual method of problem solving is to be silent and let my ideas flow about how something should be solved. In this space, I listen and allow myself to have absolute faith that I will be led in the right direction. Call it meditation, or prayer if you prefer. I have the firm conviction that it is necessary to meditate to nourish the soul and access divine help. Behind the very act of meditation there is the will to empty my mind of what I have to do and to be open to what will inevitably come to me. I send a message to my ego, which says, I am going to trust the same power that moves the galaxies and gives life to a baby and not my selfish judgments about how I would like things to be now. I abandon my thoughts to the power of the Spirit to make things work, and I let go of everything that interferes with the perfect expression of God within me. Completely emptying the mind of the things we have to do leads to forgiveness, which is a vital component of this practice. Reaching a state of emptiness means getting rid of all thoughts of anger and guilt about what has happened in the past. Empty means that, empty. There is no room to cling to who did what and when, and how wrong they were. We simply let it go, and what we want is to follow God's standards, which work, and throw our own standards, which obviously do not work, overboard. Thus, when we empty our minds of our ego-directed thoughts, we invite forgiveness to dwell in our hearts, and by freeing ourselves from the lower energies of hatred, shame, and revenge, we create a predisposition to problem solving. 5. Generosity and gratitude. Sometimes I feel the need to remind myself that we have come to this world with nothing and that we will leave the same way. So finding a spiritual solution to every problem means doing the only thing we can do in life, which is to give it up and, at the same time, be grateful for the opportunity to do so. This is a formula that works for me. I receive from the world exactly what I have given to the world, which is a way of expressing the proverb, as you sow, you will reap. If the message I give to the universe is, give me, give me, give me, the universe will send me the same message, give me, give me, give me. The result is that I will never feel at peace and I will be condemned to spend my life trying to satisfy all the demands that are placed on me. If my message to the universe is, what can I give? Or in what way can I serve? The message I will receive from the universe will be, how can I serve you? Or what can I give you? Therefore, I experience the magic of sending generous thoughts and energy wherever I go. I recommend that in your spiritual practice you be generous and grateful with your thoughts. The more how can I serve thoughts you have instead of what's in it for me, the more you will hear answered, how can I serve you? 6. Connection. The Sufi poet Rumi once explained that the terms I, you, me, he, she, and they are distinctions that have no place in the garden of mystics. In spiritual awareness you see yourself as a flower in this garden and you see others connected to you in an invisible way. That lets you see how much help you have at your disposal. At the level of spiritual awareness, we know that we are connected to the whole world. We realize that we share our concerns and difficulties with everyone else. Problems do not affect our body, our mind, or our personality, because we have stopped identifying only with our body, with our personality and all its achievements. Instead, we begin to see ourselves as the loved one. Feed your sense of connection with the whole world and also with God. This allows you to remove your ego from conflict. Do not see anyone as an enemy, and do not look at anyone as an obstacle to realization. This knowledge, this awareness that you are part of the whole world allows you to eliminate anger and frustration with respect to others and see them as partners in solving problems. There are people who can help you find the job you need, solve a complicated problem that seems irreconcilable, put your feet on the ground and solve financial difficulties. Everybody becomes a compatriot instead of being a competitor. This is the spiritual awareness that I practice. We are not alone. We are not what we have, what we do, what others think of us. We are connected to God and to all of God's creations, and consequently each of us has an unlimited number of resources to enjoy a state of peace and to solve problems. Being connected means, literally, that at any moment in your life you can ask that the love that surrounds you and unites you with the whole world and everything else guide you. Then you drop your negative images and focus on others and everything you see as helpful. In those moments, the person or event you need will materialize and help you. In moments of despair, I try to remind myself of the beautiful statement made in A Course in Miracles, I can choose peace, and not this. It works. Or I often use this statement, I don't see anything. I hear nothing. There is nothing separate from me. 7. Joy. When it comes to appearances, there is something noticeable about people who have reached a heightened level of spiritual awareness, and that is that they give the impression of being in a constant state of happiness. In my life, the degree of joy I feel helps me determine the level of spiritual enlightenment that I enjoy at all times. The more joyful, happy, content, and satisfied I feel, the more aware I am of my deep connection to Spirit. Ask yourself this question: how do I usually feel? If your answer is that you feel anxious, anguished, hurt, depressed, frustrated, etc., then you are spiritually disconnected. This could mean that you have allowed your personal energy field to become contaminated with the debilitating forces of those in your immediate living space. In the 5th chapter I will talk about this topic and how to prevent your energy field from becoming contaminated. When you are spiritually connected, you don't take offense and you don't judge or label others. You are in a state of grace, free from the influence that any person or thing outside of you may have. I often ask myself the question, how do I really feel inside? If my answer is, not very well, or worried, I meditate and go to a quiet place to connect to the spiritual socket. The state of joy returns immediately. All the teachers who have been of real importance in my life had this wonderful ability to laugh, to take life lightly, to be childish and cheerful. In this way test your level of spiritual consciousness and, if you are not happy, remember that you will never be fully satisfied except in God. I really like Erich Fromm's vision: man is the only animal that can get bored, that can be unhappy, that can feel expelled from paradise. Only you can expel yourself from the Garden of Eden. So I define the spiritual with these 7 words: surrender, love, infinity, emptiness, generosity, connection, joy. As you can see, in my interpretation the spiritual is not limited to any religion. Keep this in mind as you continue reading. What I mean by problem. In a sense, deep down I believe that we all have a single problem, and that is when we allow ourselves to be separated from God. But in reality, we can never be separated from God, since there is no place where God is not. This is the paradox. When we are united to God, we have no problems. We are always united to God. However, we think we have problems. Much of this book is dedicated to unraveling this enigma. Problems such as illness, disharmony, disagreement, fear, anxiety, scarcity, disappointment with others, etc. are on our minds. When we have these problems we feel lonely, alienated, isolated, hungry, hurt, depressed, fearful, and increasingly distressed. However, when we truly reconnect with our origin, these feelings disappear. That is why I use the word problem as if it really exists, even though I know it is an illusion. So every time you see this word throughout this book, know that I perceive it as an illusion created by ourselves because, at that moment, we have separated from God. In A Course in Miracles there is a very incisive phrase that reminds me of this lesson: you have to know a lot to understand that all things, events, encounters and circumstances are helpful. Not only do you have to know a lot, but it takes great faith and courage to begin to see your life this way. To what extent do you truly want to know, beyond all doubt, that whatever problem you experience, no matter how bad, actually contains the seeds of the best? We can learn to see every crisis as an opportunity, which will not necessarily make life easier, but it will make life more satisfying. There would never be negative things in your life, because you would see everything as a valuable source of information. This may seem oversimplified if you find yourself facing insoluble problems every day. Please keep an open mind and also a bit of logic based on the religious constraints of your past, as illustrated in the Problems or Illusions section below. Logic will create a space in which to use your spiritual connection to solve your problems. It will also provide you with a foundation for the tools that I offer you in the last 7 chapters of the book. The Problems or Illusions. Reflect a little on the following scripture quotes. God is too pure to tolerate iniquity. God made everything that is made, and everything that God made is good. Your eyes are too pure to look at evil, you cannot tolerate evil. Almost identical observations have been made in all religions. The Holy Quran expresses it this way: all the good that you have received from God, all evil, from yourself. If God is good and God created everything, then everything is good. God does not tolerate iniquity. So where does all that stuff that we put in the category of problems come from? The answer is obvious. When we believe that we are separated from God, in our mind we experience that feeling of separation and our mind tells us that we have a problem. And that makes us feel the absence of peace or love. Our beliefs can manifest as a disease of the body. And that's when we start looking for a solution. But in reality, since God is good and is everywhere, what we have done has been to separate ourselves in our mind from God. Although we suffer with these problems, they are nothing more than an illusion. It is important that you understand that all problems are things that we create in our mind. If we can create the not good or not God in our mind, we can also not create it even though we have no idea how to do it. We are so conditioned that we often have more faith in our problems than in our ability to not have them. We often show much more faith in the power of cancer or AIDS than in the power to cure it. We do it in endless ways. We fall in love with the problem and its damaging effect. We live the illusion while ignoring the fact that nothing wicked can come from God and that God created everything. Evil, pain, anguish are our creation and give us the opportunity to reach that greater knowledge that is described in A Course in Miracles. I know that some of these ideas seem impossible to you to put into practice. I ask you to keep an open mind as we travel the path of healing to restore peace to your life permanently. Eastern gurus use the term Maya, illusion, to describe the existence of problems that do not really exist. The universe is good. God is good. God is everywhere. God is invisible spirit. Everything that is not good cannot exist. But it seems to us that it is, so we have to find a solution, and for this reason I felt compelled to write this book. There is a solution, and it is in front of you. The last 7 chapters of the book provide you with easy-to-apply solutions to this puzzle. However, for now, let's take a look at the word solution in the title of this book. What I want to say by solution. I once participated in an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting where 10 people, who had drunk most of their lives, gathered in a rehabilitation center where they had to live, away from their family and loved ones. On the wall there was a poster with some words that hammered at me throughout the meeting. It said, "Your best thought brought you here." I thought how true that is, and it is something that can be applied to all circumstances of life. Our best thought brought us here. Everything we call problems exists in our best thinking. If we couldn't think of them, they wouldn't exist. We can change our best thinking and start to see how wrong it is. We have to change our way of thinking to realize that what cures or eradicates our problems is the union with the divine good, spirit or God. The power we call God, which makes flowers grow and planets move in perfect orbits, considers us one of His creations. I encourage you, in times of crisis, to learn to trust that power. Fix errors. In math, 2 and 2 are always 4. This little problem that 2 and 2 equals 4 is said to have substance because it is true. Now, if you affirm that 2 and 2 are 7, you are in error, and it is not said that 2 and 2 are 7 has substance. Try to balance your expenses by calculating that 2 and 2 are 7. How do we get rid of that mistake? It is very simple, we correct it and it disappears. That is, we put the truth in the presence of error and it disappears. You cannot eliminate problems from your life by attacking them or understanding them more deeply. What you do is correct the thinking error that is causing the problem. Once you correct the problem, it no longer has substance or validity and disappears completely from your life. The solution, outlined here in a general way and later in detail, is to give a spiritual essence to the problem of illness, disharmony, or disagreement. Then the error or illusion will vanish. In a sense, problems represent a deficit of spirit. The error is permanently corrected when you apply the 7 components of spirituality. The mistake is that those problems, which we are experiencing in our minds, do not really exist. Correcting those mistakes is equivalent to dissolving our fears. And when you turn around and look directly at your fears, they dissolve in the light of awareness. In this context, each of us has the ability to eliminate the illusion of problems, to correct these errors with the creation of a new system of spiritual delivery. This is the key to understanding the healing of the body as well as our relationships. This is the basic introduction to this somewhat radical idea that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. I have always liked Shakespeare's phrase, "Go within yourself, call there and ask your heart what you don't know." The heart symbolizes the part of us that does not rely exclusively on thought. Thought is the source of problems. When I ask an audience to point to themselves, 90% of people point directly to their hearts, not their heads. Your heart contains the answer to solve any problem you have in life. I will end this chapter with an invitation written in the 13th century by the Sufi poet Rumi. Come, come, whoever you are. Wayfarer, devotee, game lover, never mind. Ours is not a caravan of despair. Come, even if you have broken your vows 100 times, 1,000 times. Come, come again, come. Be welcome to this caravan that will take you out of the world of illusion and take you to a place where spiritual solutions await you in every encounter, in every moment of your life. 2. Old radical ideas. The common man who does not know what to do with this life, he wants to have another that lasts forever. Anatole France. We are capable of reaching a state of consciousness in which we can work miracles. As I mentioned in Chapter 1, as I prepared to write this book, I was happily interested in the teachings of a saint named Patanjali, who, they say, lived several thousand years ago. None of the sources I have consulted has been able to tell me precisely who Patanjali was, if in fact it is more than one person, or in what century he lived. As with Shakespeare, Jesus, and many other important figures, the influence of Patanjali's ideas and teachings has endured despite the absence of details about his existence. In the previous chapter I have referred to his work, the Yoga Sutra. Very few books have given me the deep sense of anticipation that I experienced when reading the Yoga Sutra. Patanjali teaches that we can reach a state of consciousness that allows us to work miracles. He explains that, to begin with, we are transcendent beings, and advises us not to be afraid of overcoming the limitations imposed by the material world. Patanjali's words made me think that I could live at a much higher level than I had ever imagined. The ideas he presents change your life. I myself felt the need to go beyond the traditional ideas that were an obstacle to my union with God. I encourage you to let go of your disbelief as you read this chapter, although I am aware that some of this material may clash dramatically with the religious teachings you have received. The title of this book implies a general statement: there is a spiritual solution to all problems. To apply this idea, you have to be aware of so-called radical ideas, because they can open you up to your ability to implement spiritual solutions to your problems. It may help to consider the difference between spiritual development and formal religious teachings. Patanjali offered hundreds of specific and practical directions to achieve union with God, which he called yoga. Some of Patanjali's aphorisms will no doubt seem too out of date to apply to the problems we have in today's world. I have selected 5 aphorisms that helped me recognize that we have spiritual solutions at hand. I present each of them with a comment on their value in solving problems in today's world. In this materially oriented world, we are often faced with seemingly intractable problems. We need to change the way we think, because only in this way will we discover that we have something of incalculable value, a power that we can draw on to find spiritual solutions. There is no need to consult an expert in theology or leaf through ancient manuscripts to find answers. All we have to do is become aware that these spiritual solutions are there, within our reach. Some time ago, during a break from a half-day seminar I was conducting, someone placed this note on the table on the podium. Ask God, why did you let all those people die at the Denver school? God's response, they no longer allow me to enter schools. In the 21st century, many people identify God with religion and religious teachings and insist that they be separated from what is taught in schools. But the Constitution of the United States does not specify that we must separate God and the state. It clearly says that there will be a separation of church and state. To separate God and state we should withdraw all the coins issued by the United States and erase, "We trust in God." We should modify the oath of allegiance and all references to God that appear in our government documents. Trying to eliminate God from our daily lives contributes to the growing spiritual deficit America is experiencing. The ideas that Patanjali wrote thousands of years ago are of great value today. These ideas are not part of any religion or church. They are a recipe to reach union with God, yoga, and, consequently, recover all the power and majesty of our origin. Enough of denials and warnings. Here are 5 aphorisms from at least 20 centuries ago that can help you find your spiritual answers. I have arranged these 5 important themes in a way that is useful to me, and I trust that it will be useful to you as well. Old radical ideas. First aphorism: the central act of ignorance is false identification. Patanjali describes ignorance as the wrong interpretation of our true nature. According to this ancient teacher, when we identify with our name or title, with our body, our possessions, achievements, or reputation, we are denying our true identity. According to him, this is ignorance. This act of ignorance forces us to misinterpret nature and, consequently, to stay on the outside of things. When the world is seen as a collection of separate things and beings, it is impossible to have total consciousness. This ancient teacher made it clear that when we deny God within us, we deny God everywhere. Finding a spiritual solution to every problem begins with a commitment to end this kind of ignorance. To eliminate ignorance as defined by Patanjali, you don't have to go back to school. Ignorance is not the absence of knowledge. He does not say to be ignorant if you do not know spelling or solving equations of the second degree or reciting the capitals of the countries by heart. Each person has a vast store of data and knowledge at their disposal. For some this means reading blueprints, for others repairing bicycles. For some it is preparing a sumptuous meal, and for others it is driving an 18-wheeler across the country. Who can say that one or the other skill is more important than the others? If a set of skills allows you to earn more money and that is important to you, you must learn and apply, by all means, those skills to earn money. But the person who chooses a different set of skills or actions, which bring him less income, need not be ignorant, although our culture often tends to identify low income with ignorance. What we are examining here is ignorance defined as identification only with the ego-based material world. To eliminate this type of ignorance, you will have to rethink your image of God and of yourself. Try to forget God's misidentification with the 5 senses and the intellect and replace it with the image that you are eternally connected to a divine source. This new identification has to be accompanied by the inner decision to reorient yourself when faced with a problem. Instead of asking an external God to solve your problem for you, identify yourself as part of the beloved divine creation that you are. Dedicate your actions to God and, little by little, you will see the error of false identification disappear. For example, if you want to end the habit of compulsive overeating, start by no longer identifying with a body full of craving, ignorance. Instead, imagine yourself filled with a pure and eternal peace and joy, always in union with God. Ignorance prevents you from truly experiencing pleasure or fulfillment through your senses because you cling to what you think provides them instead of seeking purity or true happiness. The wrong identification will always betray you. The senses will not cease to tempt you with objects of desire. Stop identifying your thoughts with the feelings of your ego and feel part of the infinite. When you do, you will continue to act on your thoughts, but you will do so as a perfectly balanced divine eternal being. I like the idea of the eternal soul presented in this excerpt from the Bhagavad Gita. The enlightened soul. You always think, I'm not doing anything. No matter what I see, hear, touch, smell, eat. This you always know. I am not seeing, I am not hearing. It is the senses that see and hear. And they touch the things of the senses. To become an enlightened soul, we must not form an image of ourselves based on our senses and what they seek. That is ignorance. We are not the objects of the experience, but the experiencer himself. Seeing ourselves in this way provides us with a new problem-solving tool. Try it the next time you feel the urge to overeat or take a toxic substance or even grieve and suffer from a loss. The following letter and poem I received from Mary Lou Van Atta of Newark, Ohio, is an impressive example of this. She speaks directly about this idea of false identification as she describes her suffering and how she finally found a spiritual solution by remembering who she is instead of who she had falsely believed herself to be. Distinguished Dr. Dyer. My son was murdered 2 years ago in an attempted robbery. Frankly, I believed that I would never recover from his loss. Despite the shadows that clouded my life and my mind, somehow I was led to his books and tapes. She had read and listened to many before, and while she had enjoyed them, she was too busy to really pay attention to them. As I went back to them, I realized that they all contained one truth: we are spirit in a body, not a body with spirit. I am once again a happy and healthy woman, full of life. I will always feel the loss of Ross, but I know the story doesn't end here. I can wait. No problem. I include a little poem that I hope you will like. I wrote it, but you taught it to me. Thanks again. Sincerely. Mary Lou Van Atta. In truth, as Patanjali reminds us, we are spirit in one body. Believing otherwise is ignorance caused by misidentification. In this state of ignorance we cannot find solutions. When we experience what St. Paul called a renewal of the mind, we are able to see ourselves as we truly are. With Mary Lou's permission, I include the poem she wrote that summarizes this first ancient radical idea. The central act of ignorance is not being misinformed, but misidentifying oneself with one's form. I am. The I that is me, you cannot see. You only see the way you think I am. This form that you see will not always be. But the I that is I will live forever. The next time you are faced with a problem that you cannot solve, try to redefine yourself in the way Mary Lou proposes in the poem and identify with the eternal experiencer and not with the object of that experiencer. Ask yourself these key questions taken from the ancient Upanishads: in whose order does the mind think? Who orders the body to live? Who makes the ear hear and the tongue speak? Your true identity is the mind of the mind, the eye of the eye and the breath of the breath. Go there and you will find the beginning of a spiritual solution to whatever problem you think you have. Meher Baba describes the process of overcoming our own ignorance as we define it here. So even though you start out looking for something completely new, you actually come to a new understanding of something old. The spiritual journey is not about reaching a new destination in which a person obtains what he did not have or becomes what he was not. It consists in the dissipation of this ignorance of oneself and life and the gradual growth of that understanding that begins with spiritual awakening. The discovery of God means reaching our true self. Your goal is to apply this ancient wisdom to dispel your ignorance about yourself and life. Second aphorism: the mind of the truly enlightened one is serene because he knows that the peace of God is in all things, even in misery and sickness. This second aphorism brings to mind the saying that the 3 truly difficult things in life are: returning love for hate, including the excluded, and acknowledging that we are wrong. Here I want to examine the first and most difficult: returning love for hate. When I was studying the ancient words of Patanjali, I came across a reference that expressed the following: when you are not at peace, God cannot manifest himself in you. As I reflected on these words, I deeply understood that God is love. And this happened to me at a time when I was in a state of stillness. If stillness is required to know God, then we need to find ourselves in a place of loving tranquility to receive God's help and solve a problem. Thus, the most difficult thing, returning love for hate, becomes much easier when we are able to be at peace because, in reality, it is God who manifests himself through us. When we return love for hate, we express the peace of God that is in us. Our response has a calm and loving quality. This calm is a vital aspect of consciousness that makes spiritual solutions possible. I have chosen 2 passages from the Bible to highlight the relationship between stillness or calm and God. By taking the scriptural affirmation and inverting it, we can clearly recognize what happens when we are unable or unwilling to choose stillness. So, if you are anxious or fearful, you will not know God is the same as, "Be silent and you will know that I am God," Psalm 46:10. Instead of, "God is love, and he who abides in love abides in God and God in him," John 4:16, we would have God is fear and he who abides in fear cannot abide in God nor God in him. You are probably thinking that this is logical. God is stillness. God is love. When I am neither, I have no chance that a spiritual solution will present itself to me. But how do I get that stillness? You can access it if you voluntarily choose to be calm in moments of anxiety or fear. Yes, you can choose to remain calm at all times, reminding yourself that you no longer choose to live by your past conditioning. When we leave the calm, we leave God behind, in large part due to our conditioning. We have learned to be afraid and anxious when faced with a problem. If we want to, we can learn to be calm and let God manifest in us again. As I said in Chapter 1, problems undoubtedly begin in our minds, and we may need to remind ourselves that if they exist, it is only there, in our minds, nothing else. Hence the illusion I mentioned earlier. If you correct the mistake, the illusion disappears. Our conditioning has led us to the error of thinking that we are finite beings. James Carse, in his book Finite and Infinite Games, describes a world of finite games in which winners and losers, rules, limits, and time are extremely important. In the world of finite games, titles, acquisitions, and prestige are paramount. Planning, strategy, and secrecy are crucial. To become a master in the world of finite games, you have an audience that knows the rules and that will give you a reputation. In the finite game, being identified with the losers is terrible and dangerous. The finite game values bodies, things, and reputations. The ultimate loss is death. In this book, Carse explains that the end result of the finite game is self-annihilation because the machines we invented to help us in this game of winners and losers will destroy those who trust them. Technology, marketing, productivity are terms to encourage players to buy more machines, and the value of one depends on how many machines the player owns and how well he makes them work. There is also the infinite game, which you can start playing if you want. In this game there are no limits. The forces that allow flowers to grow are infinite, and those forces cannot be mastered or controlled. The purpose of the infinite game is to get more people to play, laugh, love, dance and sing. Life itself is infinitely incomprehensible. These forces existed before us and will continue to exist beyond the limits of death and time. While the finite player has to struggle and learn the language and rules to run all the machines, the infinite player speaks from the heart and knows that the answers are beyond words and explanations. That does not mean that infinite game players cannot play finite games as well. But they don't know how to take them seriously. It is an option. We are in a world where secrecy, competition, fear, and weapons are part of the equipment used to play the finite game of life. We know that winners and losers are highly valued. Players who prefer to spend more time playing the infinite game also play the finite game. I think the following excerpt from the book A Course in Miracles puts it in a delightful way. There is a way of living in the world that is not here, although it seems that it is. You don't change your appearance, although you smile more often. Your forehead is serene, your eyes are calm. And those who go around the world like you recognize themselves in you. However, those who have not yet perceived the path will also recognize you and believe that you are like them, as you were before. It is a recipe for knowing the peace of God even when the aspect is one of misery and illness. The option is to play mainly the infinite games, but even if you also play finite games, refuse to take them seriously. Others may think you are serious, but you know you are not. You know how to see your world in terms of an infinite game. You will smile more often, you will feel serene, and you will find spiritual solutions. I will end this section with a story that Gary, a friend who lives in New York but was raised in India, told me. Every year at the end of the school year, in June, Gary's father would send him to live with a teacher, guru, in an ashram with other boys. There he stayed for a couple of months in order to increase his spiritual awareness. In this particular ashram there were 2 large huts, and on the first day of summer all the boys received the following instructions. You have to remain in absolute silence during the first 4 weeks. You cannot speak at any time. If you break the silence only once, you will leave the silent cabin and go to live in the second cabin, where you can talk as much as you like for the rest of the summer. There was no threat or punishment. The only consequence of breaking the silence was simply that you had to leave the silent cabin. Gary told me that the first year he couldn't go 4 days without talking, and had to go to the second cabin. The second year lasted about 10 days, and the third year he was able to endure 2 weeks without breaking the silence. When he was turning 15, he knew that he would go to the ashram and he made an inward commitment to observe the prescribed time of silence, no matter what. He covered his mouth with tape and used other tricks to make sure he wouldn't break the silence once. He observed that each year, at the end of the month of silence, only 2 or 3 boys remained in the first cabin. Naturally, after many years of effort, Gary made it through the month without breaking the silence. On the last day, the guru entered the first hut and sat at the kitchen table with Gary and the other 2 boys who had been totally silent for the entire designated period of 1 month. He told me that the 4 of them had the most remarkable communication experience he had ever known. They told stories, laughed, cried, and asked each other questions. For several hours, they conversed with an intensity new to him. During all that time, in which they communicated intensely and intimately on a deep level of feeling, not a single sound was emitted or a single word was uttered. You may find it hard to believe that communication is possible without words or sounds. However, I know that Gary is a truthful man, of integrity, and even more so. I let you draw your own conclusions. I am convinced that when we achieve true enlightenment, our inner calm, when taken to the extreme, allows us to transcend reliance on symbols and noise and to know the peace of God. My conclusion is that we can communicate through our own inner calm in an infinite way. Or, as Patanjali put it, one can only enter the perfect yoga state when the waves of thought have become still. Each one must find a way to access their inner stillness. One of the ways that I do it every day is to examine a poster that I have hanging on the wall. Beneath a beautiful and serene landscape of blue sky and mountains are the words taken from Paramahansa Yogananda, "Calm is the breath of the immortality of God in you." I contemplate this wisdom every day of my life. It would be an honor for me if you would write to tell me about the way that you have discovered to find your stillness. Third aphorism: sin does not exist, there are only obstacles to ultimate union with God. Most of us grow up believing that a sin is an act of disobedience or ingratitude towards God, who is separated from us and imposes his punishment. This aphorism tells us that behaviors and thoughts that break a commandment are offenses to our own true nature, which is God. Thus, what we perceive as sinful can be considered an obstacle to our personal development. Patanjali argues that what we call sin is misdirected energy, which could have been used to find union with God if ignorance had not misled us. The word sin has a literal translation, deviant. In this sense, the behavior that religion has pointed out to us as sinful is a deviant or estranged behavior from God. And, according to Patanjali, this is no reason to sink into guilt and drain our vital energy trying to make amends. What we have to do is consider it as an obstacle that we still have to overcome. When we see sinful behaviors as obstacles, we envision what we must do to find the spiritual solution we seek. When we consider them sin, we place the responsibility for correcting behavior on a God alien to us. Thus, we wait for this external God to forgive us and we feel weighed down by the weight of guilt and the uncertainty of not knowing whether or not we deserve to be freed from the problem. I like these powerful words from Mahatma Gandhi on how to deal with our flaws. My imperfections and failures are a blessing from God, as are my successes and talents, and I lay both at His feet. Viewing failure as an invitation to turn to God is a much more helpful way of handling the problem. Wallowing in shame, convinced that we have sinned and do not deserve forgiveness, is not the best way to find solutions. Instead, try to carry out this inner dialogue, I have not sinned against God. My behavior has inhibited my complete union with God. This is an obstacle to finding a spiritual solution. I will begin right now to remove this obstacle from my life. The concept of a sinner implies an image of self-loathing and guilt, while the concept of encountering an obstacle is empowering. I like the healing parable of Jesus and the blind man. On the way, he saw a man blind from birth, and his disciples asked him, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" "Neither he nor his parents sinned," Jesus said. "This happened to him so that the work of God could be manifested in his life." They have taught us to think in terms of sin and punishment. These ideas take away our power because they emphasize the idea that we are weak and wrong. In order to gain power, we must see the trials before us as a lesson, as an opportunity to choose something different. We can overcome the hateful notion that we are sinners steeped in guilt, waiting for punishment. To find a spiritual solution to a problem, you have to focus on the idea of a solution. The sinner overwhelmed by guilt becomes immobilized and passive inertia. When we view sinful behavior as an obstacle to accessing a higher level of consciousness, we can take responsibility by asking ourselves, what is the lesson? And what can I do to avoid it next time? The disciples in the parable assumed that the man's blindness must have been caused by a sin committed by someone related to the blind man. But Jesus taught them that misfortunes in the physical world are not due to humans having sinned. Misfortunes are obstacles on the path that unites us to the infinite that is within us. Jesus reminds them that no sin has been committed. We are all blind in many ways. Through our blindness, God can manifest Himself in our life. Mahatma Gandhi, among others, preached the value of the dark side. Our dark side and our dark spots are, as Gandhi said, a blessing from God, not a hindrance for which we deserve punishment. The concept of sin is something that has come down to us through our conditioned belief system. This radical idea teaches the concept of obstacles that prevent us from reaching the unified consciousness of the God within us. If you have broken any of the commandments that are law for you, if you have stolen, cheated, or lied, or coveted, or even physically harmed another, try to see these actions as obstacles to a spiritual union with all that you truly are and can be. Remember that this is what you want most. Then you will have the strength to start the process of eliminating these obstacles. It is a liberating concept. Say to yourself, I still have obstacles that I have imposed on myself that prevent me from reaching a spiritual solution, instead of saying, I am a sinner and there is no hope for me unless God wants to forgive me. One thought gives you strength, while the other reduces it. A thought leads to a solution, the other keeps you immobile. In short, you will not sin again, because sin does not exist. Even if you have done irreparable harm to someone through uncontrolled ambition or anger, you can consider this action as an obstacle to your union with God. You will undoubtedly feel remorse and do your best to make amends for your wrongdoing. In the future, you will only be able to correct these defects if you consider that you have imposed barriers on your higher self and you forgive yourself. Sincere repentance is not about perpetuating grief over what you've done wrong, but about deciding that in the future you will avoid those acts that produce regret. Fourth aphorism: the person who firmly refrains from falsehood has the power to obtain, for himself and for others, the fruits of good actions without having to perform the action itself. Normally, when we use the word truthful, we deduce that the words of a person correspond to the facts of which he speaks. However, in this Yoga Sutra, Patanjali's expression steadfastly refrain from falsehood means something else. What it refers to is identifying yourself completely and absolutely with a spiritual being, united with God at all times and never confusing one's identity with the selfish world of possessions, achievements, and fame. Reaching this state means being in the company of those rare saints that we all revere and frequently cite, as well as the possibility of allowing ourselves absolute abstention and obtaining those fruits of good deeds. This will allow us to solve not only our problems but those of others. Carefully examine the words used in this sutra: obtain for yourself and others the fruits of good deeds without having to perform them. What does that mean for you? Patanjali indicates that steadfastly refraining from falsehood means that when someone is told, "May God bless you," the person is truly blessed because we are no longer able to even dream of untruth. Similarly, the person who refrains from falsehood can work miracle cures by simply telling a sick person that they are fine. Thus, Patanjali suggests that when a person becomes perfect in the truth, he literally gains control of the truth. The being of that person, together with his words and actions, allows him to obtain the fruits of good actions without necessarily performing the actions with his physical body. I am not offering you holiness in exchange for always telling the truth. What I do is propose that you open yourself to an idea that allows you to remember, firmly and gradually, your identity as a divine spiritual entity united with God. In times that you previously described as stressful or problematic, you will begin to see the fruits of good actions appear, another way of saying that you will solve the problems, without having to fight to solve the difficulty. Remembering that you are united with God in this moment of struggle will make your thoughts and affirmations become your reality. As this awareness sets in, you will begin to have the same effect on others. In other words, you will bring spirit, which is what you are in your consciousness, to everyone and everything you encounter, and you will regularly reap the fruits of good deeds. Whenever you feel frustrated or angry, remember not to identify with the material world and you will regain your true essence. Then you will notice that the anger and frustration have dissipated. Bless yourself and bless the situation and you will begin to understand what Patanjali meant by this radical aphorism. When you refrain from falsehood, as I define it here, you will communicate to those around you a sense of peace, a serenity united with God. The more assertive you are in this regard, the more you will hear others say, I feel better when she is around, I feel calm when he appears, I really felt that my discomfort and pain disappeared when he spoke to me. Literally, when you abstain from falsehood you raise the consciousness of those around you. You become a healer without the need to study. You become a blessing without having the title of divinity. You get the results of good deeds without having to break a sweat and work to do the right thing. Spirituality is very similar to health. Everyone is healthy. Some have it excellent and others bad, however, you cannot stop having it. The same thing happens with spirituality. Every human being is a spiritual being. We all possess spirit. Some are highly spiritual and therefore have an intense life, full of love and peace, and are at the top of the scale, as I defined it in Chapter 1. The more firmly we refrain from false identity, the less we are attached to anything related to it. As detachment increases, spirituality climbs the ladder from which you can never fully descend, just as you cannot get off the ladder of health. We begin to see that the fruits of good actions appear without us having to do them. In the end, we are near the top and we see that there are other people there who want to bathe a little in our aura, so to speak. I think of the story of Martin Luther, who made a great impact on the lives of millions of people with his firm rejection of falsehood. Luther never wanted to start a reformation. He simply wanted the authorities of the Catholic Church to study about 95 questions. Pope Leo X, who was in dire need of money to build the new Vatican Basilica and Palace, promoted the sale of indulgences, with which ordinary people believed they could win heaven. Although in the popular imagination it was that the effect of indulgences and the Church acted ambiguously on the subject, what grants an indulgence is the total or partial remission of the penalties attached to the confession and absolution of sins. N of E. This immoral policy scandalized many believers, including Luther. Luther wanted the Church, corrupted by many centuries of conformity and alliance with the powerful, to return to the original evangelical message. For this reason, he put forward a series of theses for which he was excommunicated. On one occasion, when asked to recant, he said, I am bound by my conscience and by the word of God. Therefore, I cannot and will not take back anything, because acting against conscience is not safe or healthy. I stand firm. God help me. Firmly rejecting the falsehood, Martin Luther influenced those around him and became the main promoter of the Protestant Reformation, which in turn forced the Catholic Church to introduce reforms that limited many abuses. You don't have to become a Martin Luther overnight. But think that you can access divine spiritual power and alleviate your problems first, and then those of others by moving away from false identification. He thinks that all those who have this power that Patanjali spoke of begin their journey by remembering, in moments of struggle, that in the beginning, and without any doubt, they were divine spiritual beings, united with their origin and not separated from it. Fifth aphorism: when a person firmly refrains from hurting others, all living beings cease to feel enmity in his presence. The expression refraining from harming others includes not only the act of causing harm in itself but also any thought that implies jealousy, prejudice, or anger towards others. Firmly renouncing violence in thought and in dealing with others creates an environment in which all violence and enmity cease to exist because there will be no reciprocity. Here is an important piece of knowledge that you can start incorporating into your life right away. Any situation in which you experience anger or even mild discomfort gives rise to thoughts of enmity towards the other person or persons. Patanjali explains that other people will not feel enmity or anguish if you firmly refrain from having bad thoughts regarding them. Amazing! If you try hard not to make judgments or have bad thoughts, those around you will also be free from distress. Being aware that we firmly refrain from bad thoughts is a powerful tool for finding a spiritual solution to problems arising from relationships. When a person talks to you and you start to feel angry about what they are saying, remember not to have bad thoughts or get angry. These two words are particularly useful to me, first inwardly and then out loud: "You're right." Not with sarcasm, or spite. I just let the other person be right, which is what their ego really wants. With this tool, you do not agree with the other person, you only allow them to believe that they have it, while remaining firm in your intention to refrain from bad thoughts. When you put it into practice, you will be starting to live from your highest self and not from your ego. And in the long run, that is how you will react spontaneously, even when they insult you. There is a story about Buddha, in which he is in the company of another traveler, who tests him by reacting insultingly to everything he says. Each day during the 3 days that Buddha spoke, the traveler responded by calling him a fool and ridiculing him arrogantly. Finally, at the end of the 3rd day, the traveler couldn't take it anymore. He asked, "How can you be so kind and loving when I have done nothing but offend and dishonor you? Every time I say something unpleasant, you respond with love. How is it possible?" The Buddha responded with another question: "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, who owns the gift?" This question provided the traveler with a new perspective on what happened. When someone offers you the gift of their insults and you refuse to accept them, it is clear that they still belong to the giver. And why are you going to worry or be angry about something that belongs to someone else? In this aphorism, Patanjali points out that all living creatures will cease to feel enmity in the presence of someone who does not think or act violently. This is a way of saying that we can influence the animal kingdom when we are steadfast in this attribute. You already know the story of Saint Francis of Assisi, who only with his presence domesticated the wolves that were decimating the cattle. In addition, the pigeons flew into his hands and all kinds of wild creatures perceived the love that emanated from him and stopped feeling enmity. I have personally experienced this on many occasions. Once I was jogging in Egypt at 4:30 in the morning, then a pack of dogs appeared and ran towards me barking furiously. I stopped running and stopped having thoughts of fear or violence. The animals calmed down and did me no harm. When you contemplate this idea of refraining from harmful thoughts or intentions, keep in mind that the areas of your life that you call problems would not exist if you stick with this idea every day. The reason you are not experiencing joy right now is because you focus on what is wrong or what is missing. Begin the process of filling your mind with love, gratitude, and forgiveness. Ernest Holmes wrote, "What a burden is lifted from us when we realize that the eternal mind has nothing against anyone." What you have to do when looking for spiritual solutions in your life is to be in the space of the eternal mind. Have nothing against anyone and, by the way, take into account the helpful words of Albert Einstein regarding the importance of changing the way you analyze everything about what you call problems. Einstein said, "Important problems cannot be solved at the same level of thought that created them. Problems are illusions of the material world. Solutions are attributes of your immersion in the spirit world." Yes, there is a spiritual solution to every problem. But to find it you will have to go to a higher level of thinking. These are the 5 basic aphorisms of Patanjali that will guide you to change the mind that created the problem. 1. Give up your misidentification. 2. Calm is the peace of God within you. 3. You don't sin, you create obstacles. 4. Firmly refrain from falsehood. 5. Firmly refrain from harmful thoughts and actions. You can apply them every time you have a problem. They are extremely helpful in discovering and applying spiritual solutions. When faced with a problem, remember that you created it with one mind and you will solve it with another. There is a spiritual solution and you can create the energy necessary to access it whenever you want. These 5 aphorisms of Patanjali represent the highest degree that you can attain in the spirit world. They symbolize how those we call teachers and saints lived, breathed, and helped others overcome their problems. It is evident that you will not be able to apply all of them 100% every time, but little by little you will remember the need to seek a spiritual solution in difficult moments or when you have a problem. Little by little you will discover that harmony and peace appear where there was struggle before. You are literally creating a new energy field for yourself, which is the subject of the next chapter in this book and of your life as well. 3. Everything is energy. Nothing happens until something moves. Albert Einstein. Finding a spiritual solution to problems ultimately means reconsidering the concept of energy in a different way. In general, we associate highly energetic and vigorous people with the qualities of enthusiasm and indefatigability. I suggest that you think of energy in a context of vibration and movement. In this formulation, energy is the speed of an individual's energy field. The idea is that a higher frequency will help solve a problem, while a lower frequency will intensify problems and inhibit solutions. This is a crucial point in the simplified paradigm that I present here and in Chapter 4. You have within yourself the absolute ability to increase your frequency and intensify the energy field of your daily life. By increasing the speed at which you vibrate, you enter the frequencies that I call spirit and move away from those that are rooted in the material world of problems. Stephen Hawking, who is perhaps the most scientifically enlightened mind on this planet today, has said, "It seems common sense notions are helpful when it comes to material things like apples and or things of relatively slow motion like planets, but they are useless in the case of things moving at the speed of light. Consequently, if you want to use energy that vibrates at frequencies faster than ordinary levels of consciousness, you have to learn to discover your old-fashioned common sense energy at the appropriate time." Valerie Hunt, in her interesting and well-documented book Infinite Mind, Science of the Human Vibrations of Consciousness, concludes that as a consequence of my work, I cannot consider the body to be a collection of organ systems or tissues. The healthy body is an interactive and moving electrodynamic energy field. In life, movement is more natural than non-movement. Things that move incessantly are good in themselves. Anything that interferes with movement will have detrimental effects. I don't expect you to become an expert in electrodynamic energy fields or to explore the ever-expanding field of quantum physics. All I want at this point is to bring you into the fundamental consciousness necessary to activate your higher frequency. There are 5 verifiable facts that I have simplified and I hope they start you off in your innate ability to do so. 1. Everything vibrates, everything moves. 2. The faster vibrations mean that you get closer to spirit. 3. Slower vibrations keep us in the world of problems. 4. You can eliminate whatever is preventing you from increasing your vibrational frequency. 5. You can ask for the presence of factors in your life that increase the frequency of vibrations. This is in synthesis. The spiritual solution to all your problems involves a change in your energy field so that you can access the fastest frequency and put it into practice at will in your daily life. Now, let's take a look at these 5 basics and see how they can help you put spiritual solutions into practice. 1. Everything vibrates, everything moves. If you look at a page in this book under a very powerful microscope, you will see a dance taking place. Molecules, atoms, electrons, and subatomic particles move non-stop. The book seems solid because at this frequency your senses, which also vibrate, perceive solidity. So this book is energy that moves so slowly that it looks like a solid mass. This also happens with your body and everything that is in the material world. Everything is energy that moves so slowly that it does not seem to vibrate. But a look under the microscope gives us that amazing view of motion. Likewise, everything is in a state of motion. We have the impression that we are sitting motionless, but we know that our planet circles itself every 24 hours, makes a complete orbit around the Sun every 365 days, and moves through space at breakneck speeds. Spin, orbit, and move are verbs that describe motion. The same can be said for your body. It is a field of vibration and movement that appears solid and immobile. All the information you receive comes to you through the senses. For example, your eyes perceive light, which is actually a very rapid vibration of air and electromagnetic particles. Your ears perceive sound, which is a lower frequency of air vibrations. If you had to examine the information perceived by the eyes and ears before your senses took it in, you would see that there is nothing wrong with these vibrations or lack of harmony. They are simply trouble-free vibrations. But when you receive them, you suddenly say, "What I hear is a problem for me, what I see is bad and terrible," and so on. In other words, you have taken those faster energies free of problems and processed them in a way that poses a problem, however much in themselves they are totally devoid of anything remotely resembling a problem or an evil. Try to remember this as you read. Now, the big jump. Every problem you are faced with has a vibrational frequency and a movement. When you live exclusively in the world of what seems solid, you encounter circumstances that seem solid, which we define as problems. Everything, even what we call a problem, has its own energy field. When problems collide with our slower solid world, we feel conflict as an imbalance in our energy field, as a problem that we do not understand or cannot solve. Thus, diseases of all kinds represent a frequency and movement exactly the same as everything else in the universe. Addictions also have a frequency or movement. Fear, stress, and anxiety are frequencies. I believe that we all possess the ability to explore beyond the world of the solid and the immobile and to learn to increase the speed of our vibrations. This is the key to successfully tackling problems. Maybe thinking in terms of frequencies and vibrations is a new idea for you, but scientists always do. They study matter at the subatomic level and claim that the essence of creation is energy. Apparently, the particles coming from the energy stop and give the impression of being solid. It is not my intention to entertain myself in the world of quantum physics and give you complicated scientific evidence. Others much more prepared than me have already done it. My purpose is to make you consider that the solution you are looking for to what you call a problem may lie in your willingness to change your vibrational energy patterns. I'm going to give you an example that will help you understand what this different energy field is. In the slower vibrations we have disease and disharmony. In a faster but still slow field of vibration we have ordinary human consciousness. Thought and spirit are among the fastest vibrations. Think about your physical health. You spend most of your time trying to get to point B, where you will feel good because you will have no symptoms. Between point A and point B is where you take medicines, medical consultations, and generally strive to reach a point of ordinary human consciousness where you just feel good. Point C represents super health, where you feel great. You can do 500 push-ups, run a marathon, and be toxin and cholesterol free. Hypothetically, the disease materializes at a very low energy frequency. Ordinary human consciousness is what we call a normal frequency, and super health represents a balanced rapid vibration that has the ability to counteract the frequencies of disease. For explanatory purposes only, I have assigned an arbitrary figure to represent the speed of the frequency. A equals 10,000 cycles per second, B equals 20,000 cycles per second, and C equals 100,000 cycles per second. When you continuously live at 20,000 cycles per second or less, you live in an extremely slow energy field and everything that you call a problem, which also vibrates at this frequency, becomes perceptible to you. Your goal will be to reach the level at which you feel normal. This example can also be applied to your emotional state. In A we find fear, anxiety, stress, anger, and mental illness. At point B, your emotional well-being is stable and you are doing well, but any sudden change in circumstances or the behaviors of others can send you back to that frenetic world of worry, fear, guilt, and depression. Still, at this point you seem to have life under control. Point C symbolizes perfect emotional health. Here you know that no one can interfere with your happiness or obstruct it. External circumstances do not torment you. The actions and opinions of others do not have any unpleasant effect on your emotional state. In the real plane, the movement from A to C supposes a change in the frequencies of the energy that you can cultivate and choose. In theory and in practice, you have within you the power to access the frequency of light and spirit. When you deviate from the 20,000 cycles per second level and accelerate your energy, what you consider to be accidents and misfortune disappear. At the faster vibrational frequencies you can easily access intuition and other qualities that are in a latent state in a normal state of consciousness. There is another fundamental element when it comes to accessing the spiritual guide to end the problems. We have looked at the physical and emotional states from the perspective of frequencies. The slower the frequency, the further you move away from the spirit. The higher the vibration of your energy field, the less problems you will have in your life. You can use the qualities of the spirit to eliminate the wrong thinking that causes problems. Consequently, your problems, which are illusions, are nullified when you appeal to the spirit. I will call the third element in this example consciousness. At point A, the lowest level is ego consciousness. When you are on this frequency you have the inner vision of being separate from others and in competition with the rest of the world. You believe yourself important and judge yourself based on what you own, what you do, and what others believe about you. Ego consciousness is a very low frequency where you feel clearly separated from spirit, which is the fastest vibration in the universe. In reality, in ego consciousness you are as far removed from God's energy as possible, and basically missing from your life all 7 characteristics expressed in the word spiritual as I define it in Chapter 1. When you move towards average or normal consciousness you get to point B. I call this point group consciousness. Here you identify yourself according to the groups you have chosen or have been assigned as a consequence of your place of birth, your ethnic identity or your cultural level. In group consciousness you have the frequency of normal human knowledge, which establishes categories expressed with phrases such as, I am a man, you are a woman, I am old, you are young, I am Italian, you are Chinese, I am a Christian, you are a Muslim, I am white, you are black, I am a conservative, you are a liberal. And so each one is placed on a frequency in which conflicts are resolved by determining who is right, stronger, more powerful, better, or whatever. Wars are the consequence of group conscience. Group members think in terms of, I was born on this side of the river and you on the other. So it was also with our ancestors, therefore we will have to fight to see who can access the river and who is right. Today the same old disputes occur over border boundaries, traditions, cultural practices, etc., and are justified by alluding to the need to preserve the identity and historical traditions of my people. Group conscience is normal, I understand it perfectly. The 20,000 cycles per second frequency encourages us to join our assigned groups and take pride in defeating anyone who is not our own. Every time you label someone or yourself you are creating a potential problem, pitting you against whoever is in the other group. Relationships cause problems when you are in conflict with the other. Disease becomes a battlefield when you must fight the one who is invading the territory you call my body. Lack of prosperity is because others have more than you. So the one at the level of group consciousness has to compete with them for prosperity. Point B, group consciousness, is one step beyond point A, ego consciousness. However, it implies an existence that is not peaceful and calm and in which problems cannot be undone. At this frequency, having problems is considered a normal life function. When you get to point C on the scale of consciousness, you come to a place that I call unity or God consciousness, where separation is not known. As I have pointed out, there is only one problem, which is the belief that we are separated from God. When you increase the frequency at which you live, your energy field moves to a level that allows you to participate in the qualities of holiness. You become pure spirit. You do not see divisions and you know that you are united to all living beings. You become a part of God, so to speak, and the mystical sense of union no longer allows you to feel separate. You literally see God in every flower, creature, and person. At this level of consciousness of unity, the critical discourse that had placed you as a victim or an enemy in the lower frequencies has disappeared. You use this rapid vibrational frequency in all situations and you no longer see the world as you did when you had an ego or group consciousness. The message you send to the world is no longer, give me, give me, give me, but how can I give? And the answer of the universe, like a mirror, is, how can I give you? In this state of unity consciousness you no longer see the circumstances of your life as problems. You understand the magic of Rumi's famous poem, The Guest House, which poetically illustrates what I am saying. Problems cannot exist when we view life from the fastest spiritual vibrations. The guest house. The human being is a guest house. Every morning someone new arrives. A joy, a depression, a pettiness. Some momentary awareness arrives. Like an unexpected visitor. Welcome him. Although it is a multitude of penalties that violently sweep your house, and they strip her of all furniture. Still, treat every guest with honor. I may be preparing you for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice. Receive them at the door laughing. And invite them in. Thanks everyone's arrival. Because each one has been sent to you as a guide from beyond. The essential Rumi. In unity consciousness you see yourself connected and not separate. You know there are no accidents and you see every event in your life with perspective. Energy influences us at all times, and the frequency at which that energy moves determines our physical, mental, and spiritual health. Remember this, everything vibrates, everything moves. 2. The fastest vibrations mean you close to the spirit. Valerie Hunt, writing about spiritual enlightenment in her fascinating book Infinite Mind, observes, in my laboratory we discovered that when a person's energy field reached the highest, most complex vibrations, through imagination or meditation, that person had spiritual experiences regardless of their beliefs. To create spiritual solutions, at the very least, you must try to accept the idea that you have the power to increase the vibrations of your energy. The faster and more complex the frequency, the closer you get to the invisible spirit world and you can cancel out slower vibrational situations. Dr. Valerie Hunt is a scientist and psychological researcher of human energy fields. His conclusions are almost identical to those of a man who is considered by many to be a spiritual master. His name is Sathya Sai Baba. He is a divine teacher who possesses the gift of loaves and fishes and has devotees all over the world. Sai Baba was born in 1926 and has spent his entire life teaching and spreading unconditional love and peace from his ashram located in South India. To his many followers he says, human energy is low and divine energy has no limit. You are God. You are the divine energy when you do divine work. Your energy grows. Hunt's scientific philosophy and Sai Baba's spiritual philosophy offer us a grandiose insight into invisible energy as a fast frequency that, when embraced, propels us toward the confines of the divine. His interpretations emphasize the value of freeing ourselves from the negative impact of the slower, more mundane vibrations. This capacity of the higher mind seems to be beyond the parameters by which we guide ourselves when it comes to quantifying material or physical reality. The mind differs from the brain in that its vibration cannot be measured by material devices. The higher mind is like a field that transcends the physical reality of the brain. As you explore the presence of spirit in your life as a faster and more complex energy frequency, consider that the higher levels of the mind contain the capacities of interpretation, imagination, creativity, and spiritual awareness. The mind is a higher construction and can be considered infinite and omnipresent. I want you to imagine that your mind, perhaps separated from your brain, is like an invisible, rapidly vibrating energy field that is not located anywhere and that has the capacity to become an unlimited experience. The mind experiences and the brain registers, is how Wilder Penfield describes it in his great book The Mystery of the Mind. Consequently, when I speak of energy and vibrational frequencies, I am speaking of the mind, the infinite experience, not simply the brain. It is your mind that you are going to exercise to move to a faster frequency and find spiritual solutions to your problems. I have no intention of starting a scientific debate. All I want to do is introduce you to the idea that the faster frequencies represent the rise from solid to light, to spirit, and that it is in spirit that you will find peace. Think of how it feels to be around someone who seems to have these higher capacities of the mind. When we observe someone who has deep insight, we are stunned. The person of deep perception who reaches your soul with his words and awakens feelings of love and appreciation is vibrating at a faster energy frequency. This quality of perception is an ingredient of the higher, and therefore faster, mind. These insights do not have to focus on esoteric fields like quantum physics or nuclear science. I remember talking to a professional footballer who had great insight into how to build defenses against different formations. I knew that he was speaking and experiencing the field in which his life was centered from a high frequency. People who know how to be peaceful and loving despite external circumstances seem to have a greater insight into how to live everyday life and can profoundly influence those they meet. The higher frequencies of energy in your mind contain the seeds of imagination and creativity. The more creative you are, the faster the frequency of your energy field and the more easily you can access the invisible world of spirit to nullify the lower energy that produces what we call problems. If we use the word problem frequently, it is only because we have not learned that imagination and creativity can take over. Several years ago I received a letter from a woman in Oregon facing what most of us would consider a major problem. I reproduce the letter so you can see how creativity and spirit allowed him to transform a painful situation into a blessing. Dear Wayne, I don't even know how to start this letter. I wrote to him in 1996 because my son had disappeared. He got into the world of drugs and got lost. At the time I wrote to you, I was distraught and scared. He was also trying to set up an organization to help others find their grown children who had fallen into drug addiction. Very kindly you answered me and your first sentence said, "You will be led to Jeff. Do not hesitate." I put that letter away and mentally went over those words over and over again, as I saw in my imagination Jeff and me hugging each other when I found him. Everyone I talked to told me that Jeff probably wouldn't want to see me, or that he would get mad at me, or run away from me. I never believed it. I knew that when we met we would talk and at least understand each other. Now for the good news, I found Jeff. When we were face to face, the vision that I had came true. He hugged me, told me he loved me, told me about his pain, his desire to lead a different life, and then he left the world of drugs with me. We have now set up an association together, called Third Option, to help other parents to reunite with their children. I wrote an article in the Newsweek My Turn column that appeared in the August 18, 1997 issue, and as a result we were asked to speak on CNBC's Primetime Live, Good Morning America, and many others. Afterwards, we signed a contract to take our story to the cinema. I have also written a book that I hope will be published, titled To Jeff, Love, Mom. With the income I get, I will have money to run our organization as we wish. We have already helped a couple of parents find their children and have mentored a dozen more. Jeff just solved a case in San Francisco. Now I am beginning to reach out to federal legislators to see what we can do to give more rights to parents who have lost their adult children to the world of addiction. I wanted to write to you to give you the good news and to thank you for that simple phrase you wrote to me in your letter. We can all bring the light to other people's lives, and those words she told me that I would be led to Jeff lit my path on more than one occasion, when the fear and desolation of not having my son with me overwhelmed me. Many thanks. Okay, this is all. Receive a hug with all the gratitude of my heart. Oh, by the way, there might be a big increase in your real magic book sales. It is my favorite and I tell all parents to buy it. Take care. Very cordially, Mikhail Moore. With this example you can see the great potential of creativity and imagination to clear the illusion of a problem. The problem not only disappeared, but from that energy of insight and creativity came a spiritual solution for Mikhail and many others. Researchers in the science of energy vibrations remind us that the qualities referred to by the words insight, imagination, and creativity are the components of higher states of mind. Obviously, when we think of the mind of God, we think of the Creator who, starting from his consciousness, imagined a physical universe that he displayed, as we are told in Genesis, with deep perception. Your mind is an individualized expression of the mind of God and, at the same time, it is the universal mind. These words of Dr. Valerie Hunt fill me with agitation, because they make me think about the creative potential of our mind. In my experience in deciphering and emitting thoughts from a field, I believe that all the great and deep ideas ever exposed, the principles from advanced cultures, the deep and significant spiritual events around which religions are organized, all of these are available to us in their original vibrational form. The open-minded field concept indicates that every important thought is there for us to grasp. These original vibrational forms that I call energy are at the fastest or highest level. When you master the 7 ingredients of spirit that I talk about in the first chapter of this book, you will be in a position to nullify all problems. Then your mental frequency will increase and you will access the higher faculties of perception, imagination, and creativity, which form the basis for being in the mind of God. In the long run, your focused mental field, moving to the faster frequencies of spirit, will spread to everything that happens in the world. When you begin to consider this idea of faster vibrations as synonymous with spirit, remember that we live in a world of invisible energy that we take for granted. Electromagnetic forces operate at vibrational frequencies that we do not see, smell, or touch. Think of electricity, radio, and television signals, microwaves, faxes, cell phones. We know that we can send radio waves into the atmosphere, have them travel back and forth to satellites, encode and decode them, and receive information from them. When we increase the frequency of these waves of energy we can send them to distant planets and solar systems, and perhaps even to God and back to us. Isn't this what you do when you pray? Send an invisible energy signal from your mental field to the universal mental field to which you must be connected. If not, what purpose would the prayer have? Research has shown that people who pray and for whom people pray have a higher rate of recovery. Prayer is an invisible energetic vibration that approaches the faster frequencies of the spirit. And it works, as research has shown. Reflect on this idea of the faster vibrations associated with spirit and that spirit is the source of the solution to all problems. This insight will provide you with the tools you need in life to reach the ultimate conclusion that you are the manifestation of God's vibrations. I encourage you to find your way to get rid of the illusion that you are separated from God. The observation with which I am going to close this section is taken from Hunt's book. We discovered that when a person's field reached higher vibrational states he no longer experienced material things such as bodies and ego states or the world physical. He experienced higher information, transcendental ideas, perception of the ultimate sources of reality, and creativity in its pure form. The thoughts were grander, more penetrating, and global. Higher vibrational states will take you out of the physical world of the ego where the illusion of problems sits. The next thing to know is that slower vibrations keep you in the world of trouble. 3. The slowest vibrations keep us in the world of trouble. When you live permanently in the lower frequencies of material consciousness, you have no capacity to participate in the domains of higher interpretation, transcendent ideas, perception, knowledge, and pure creativity. This is what Valerie Hunt's research on the science of human vibrations of consciousness reveals. There is another fascinating book on this subject called Power versus Force, written by Dr. David R. Hawkins. The author spent 29 years conducting a comprehensive study to measure the vibrations of behavior and thinking and to help us see how we move from the lower and slower frequencies of shame, guilt, apathy, fear, and anger to vibrations. highest of goodwill, acceptance, reason, love, joy, peace, and enlightenment. The book is priceless, and I quote part of its preface here. The individual human mind is like a computer terminal connected to a gigantic database. The database is human consciousness itself, of which our consciousness is only an individual expression, but with its roots in the common consciousness of all humanity. This database constitutes what we know as genius. Since being human means participating in the database, everyone, by virtue of being born, has access to genius. But what does this mean to you, that you would like to be able to free yourself from the burden of the struggles and problems of the material world? The answer lies in the Einstein quote, "Nothing happens until something moves," which I have placed as the heading for this chapter. You must be determined to get rid of those slower vibrational states of the material world, because that is where your problems lie. I have a friend whom I consider to be a spiritual, wise, and insightful man. He told me that he had gone to visit an Arizona woman whose body was so corroded with cancer that she was expected to die soon. She was surrounded by her family and closest friends, who were meditating and praying for her, when suddenly everyone present heard a voice saying, "Go away." My friend immediately asked, "Who are you?" And the voice replied, "I am cancer." "What right do you have to claim this woman?" asked my friend. The cancer responded, "She invited me." When anger, rage, fear, hatred, jealousy, fury, worry, and envy invade a person's energy field, negative energy blooms and breaks through. And there is an opening large enough for me to enter. You may find it hard to believe in the presence of a disembodied voice, but my friend, who I know is sincere, insists that everyone heard it. Think of this dialogue with cancer from the point of view of energy frequencies. Cancer, like everything that exists in the physical world, has a vibrational frequency. That frequency is incompatible with the body and will begin to eat up neighboring cells. The frequencies of illness can invade your body when you live in a continuous unspiritual state of anger, fear, envy, criticism, and worry. These lower vibrations are inherent in practically every circumstance in life that we call problems. So how do you reconcile the message in Chapter 1 that God is good, God is creator, God is omnipresent, and everything that is not God cannot exist except when we allow it to enter our thinking? The not good is an illusion that disappears when the spirit is present. Conversely, when we don't stay in spirit, our energy field slows down and becomes stagnant in the elements of the material world like anger, hatred, envy, guilt, and the like. Then there is a hole in our energy field, large enough for other slow vibrating frequencies to penetrate and dominate our body. We are unconsciously inviting them to come. So to speak, by allowing our energy field to leave the spiritual domain. And that means that there is no high-frequency vibration available to counteract the action of these slower vibrations. Thus, when we abandon our spiritual consciousness, we are opening the door to slow-moving frequencies. The only possible antidote is to eliminate them from our body completely, first by identifying the frequency, and then by counteracting it with the faster vibrations of spiritual energy. The emotional states of fear, worry, anger, envy, greed, jealousy, guilt, and hatred are the lower frequency reactions that we use in response to circumstances and events in our life. And the presence of these lower states of mind allows holes in our energy field large enough for other lower, incompatible frequencies to enter our body in the form of disease. But apart from illness, these lower-level vibrational reactions can also create large holes in almost every area of our life. Holes that allow lower frequencies of problems to enter and cause as much damage to our relationships, our families, and our jobs as they do by destroying our bodies. Once we take responsibility for the presence of these lower frequencies without any guilt, we will be in a position to eliminate them. The material world appears solid, and we experience it exclusively through the senses, which are the dominant motivating forces in our lives. We want to indulge the senses with wealth, flattery, alcohol, or drugs and possessions of all kinds, bigger and better toys and jewelry. When we do not satisfy these demands of the senses, we say that we have a problem. They do not pay me enough, my children disobey me, they did not consider me for a promotion, I cannot buy the car I want, I am a drug user, I am overweight, I suffer from anxiety, they gave me a fine for excess speed and they can withdraw my license. I could go on and on with the list and we would never finish. All this, in addition to health problems, is because you allow your senses, which are very low and slow vibrations, to dominate your life. However, they are only problems in your mind. Remember, any relationship you have with anyone only exists in your mind. That is where you experience others. If you process others with your senses, you will experience them with the same lower frequency of your daily life and you will always have problems to solve. Only when you decide to go beyond the senses and the slower and lower energy vibrations do you eliminate the problems associated with the material world of the senses. In the Talmud there is a phrase that says, "Do not throw stones into the well that provides you with water." Relying on the frequencies of the material world is like throwing stones into that well. The water is the spirit, which is an inexhaustible source, and the stones that vibrate more slowly pollute that source and create all kinds of problems. In old Western movies there is often a scene where a lady appears on a stagecoach who has lost control. The coachman is mortally wounded with an arrow stuck in the chest and the four horses pull savagely at the stage while the lady from Philadelphia begs the coachman uselessly to stop. Hold this scene in mind and think that the coach represents your body and the coachman your intellect, which has been silenced. The reins represent your emotions, which are uselessly linked to the horses, which symbolize your senses. The senses are completely unbridled and drag you through the different vicissitudes of life, and the lady, who symbolizes your higher self, your conscience, begs you to take control, to please stop that madness and put order. But alas, the intellect is dead and the emotions are uselessly connected to the runaway senses. This image clearly expresses why you have so many problems. Your senses, of slow frequency, drag you through life, your intellect is unresponsive and your fast vibrating higher self, spirit, yells at you from your mind to do what needs to be done. I have seen a taste bud weighing 3 grams shoving a man weighing more than 100 kilos into a pastry shop while the lady begged him to do what he knew to be the right thing to do so as not to gain weight. He will say, "I have a weight problem," and thereby justify his problem. But actually, he has a problem with horses, and if he heard that insistent little voice of the lady who begs him to invoke the spirit to control her horses, they would immediately stop running rampant. You would give a higher vibration to your problem and the illusion of that problem would completely disappear from your life. Somehow, you can and should intervene to stop those horses from running mad and dragging you into the world of trouble, which brings us to the fourth point. 4. You can eliminate what is preventing you from increasing your vibrational frequencies. Let's take a look at the slower frequencies that prevent you from increasing your vibrational state of consciousness. They are the obstacles that you want to change, and for this you have to be constantly alert. Remember that the frequencies of the consciousness of the soul, or spirit, as I have pointed out in Chapter 1, include the faster vibrations of surrender, love, relationship with the infinite, serene emptiness, generosity and gratitude, feeling connected and not separate, and, finally, the feeling of joy. This is how I define them, although they could include many sub-areas such as faith, hope, patience, understanding, kindness, forgiveness, and non-interference. These faster frequencies are what you will carry into your life, until there is no room for the slower vibrations that filled your house with problems. Slower frequencies are obstacles. They will go away when you bring the vibrational world of spirit into their presence. In order to remove these slow vibrating obstacles, you must view them as part of an energy field that you have become accustomed to and that will, at first, resist leaving your home. If you persistently remember that you are not fighting these lower frequency energies, they will succumb to the awareness of the presence of love. Removing obstacles means filling the space they occupy with faster and higher vibrations until the lower energies have no choice but to leave. In the long run they will leave your house because there will no longer be room for them. I have always liked the way a great Indian saint of the 19th and early 20th centuries responded to his devotees when they asked him how they could get rid of their lower energies. In spring Vivekananda answered, look at the buds of fruit trees. The buds disappear when the fruit grows. In the same way, when the divine grows in you, the lower self will disappear. The apples do not have great conflicts with the buds that occupy the space destined for them in the branches of the tree. There is no anger, no fear, and no struggle between the fruit and its buds. As the fruit grows, the bud disappears. This is also so when you fill the rooms of life with the 7 highest vibrating spirit energies. As the American Indians would say, no tree has branches so silly that they fight each other. The obstacles of the lower self have no choice but to leave. What disappears when the spirit takes its place is an illusion, and it is at that moment that you understand that it was not real. Thus, as St. Teresa of Avila advises, let nothing disturb you. Let nothing afflict you. All things happen. God never changes. The one who has God. Discover that nothing is missing. God alone is enough. The most important point of the observation of Santa Teresa is, all things pass, God never changes. Everything in this material world is in a constant state of change and will eventually disappear. But there is also the world of the immutable, what we call God, an unchanging spirit that will transform the things you call problems. As Saint Teresa wisely said, God alone is enough. It's comforting to know that you don't have to gear up for a big fight when preparing to eliminate problems from your life. You are simply going to put something in your living space that moves a little faster than usual. The faster energy will quietly replace that slower and lower energy that resided in you. The lower vibrational states are responsible for the problems that inhibit your perfect state of health. By eliminating these incompatible energies, and replacing them with faster, more spiritual energies that are compatible with higher states of physical well-being, you can eliminate the illusion of illness, discomfort, fatigue, stress, and the like. In addition, by applying the faster vibrating energies of the spirit to these illusory problems of the mind, you replace the lower energies that you have installed in you with higher spiritual energies. The last section of this book explains why and how to replace these lower frequencies with higher ones. For now, just recognize the lower frequency energy vibrations and stay alert to how to use spiritual solutions to eradicate them. Among the protagonists that appear in illusory problems we find fear, worry, guilt, vanity, anger, envy, greed, slander, hypocrisy, hatred, shame, jealousy and self-centeredness. Many books have been written about these low energy vibrations and the self-destructive effect they can have on your life. Some of these books have been written by me and, therefore, I have chosen not to go into detail here. If you've gotten this far, I think you have an idea of how these low energy vibrations of the mind work. You know when they are present and you know how you feel when you allow them to settle into your everyday life. For now, just be aware that not only do they interfere with your happiness and fulfillment as a person, but that they are inferior energies that you can eliminate. How? Accessing a higher, faster energy pattern, which I call a spiritual solution. This brings us to the fifth and final point. You can ask for the presence of factors in your life that increase the frequency of vibrations. 5. You can ask for the presence of factors in your life that increase the frequency of vibrations. The essence of this fifth point is that you have the ability and power to raise your energy level to a spiritual plane where problems disappear. You can ask for the presence of factors that accelerate your energy and make you spiritually aware. The rest of the book focuses on how to bring this faster and higher spiritual energy into your life. For now, I would like you to remember that your main task is not to ask how but to say, yes. The fear of divinity is what most often prevents us from having spiritual energies. The fear of spiritual power seems to be universal. Perhaps this is because we focus most of our energy on material power in the form of money, leadership, social position, and prestige. If you seek material power, you will see practically all problems appear in your life, including illness. If you intend to request spiritual guidance, you have to accept and put into practice that help, even if it does not exactly correspond to the image you have of how life should be. Otherwise, you will be looking for spiritual energy to remain the same, which means that the problems will follow at the lower energy frequencies. Do not reject as impossible spiritual answers that do not coincide with the way you want your life to be structured. To commune with the divine, you must be tuned into that frequency. You cannot tune into an FM radio station if you have the device set to AM. Undoubtedly, the highest frequencies of the FM are there, but if you do not tune them, you will conclude that they cannot be reached. Therefore, to access spiritual energy and use it to nullify and eliminate your problems, you must be more divine and less materialistic. Our institutions are organized around the idea of facilitating, regulating, and guiding human behavior. You cannot go to schools, companies, governments, or even churches, synagogues, or mosques to ask for the presence of this energy. These institutions are there to deal with the material world and keep human beings at bay. They vibrate to the lower energies of the material world and are often the source of your problems, not the solution. In the long run, there will be enough people who reach a higher state of spiritual vibration and they will form a critical mass. Then you will see institutions emerge that are not created to regulate, facilitate, and guide human behavior but to find, put into practice and teach a spiritual way of life. In short, the end of our institutions will no longer be to control, but to promote happiness. But you don't have to wait for that critical mass to exist. In reality, you most likely won't live long enough to see it. Instead, you can contribute to the emergence of that new critical mass by living with your divine energy field each day. Poets express it perfectly with great economy of words. Here is one of my favorite poems, which talks about how to bring this higher energy into your life. I ask for a moment of indulgence to sit by your side. The works that I have in hand, I'll finish them later. Far from the sight of your face, my heart knows no rest or breath, and my work becomes an endless burden in an infinite sea of effort. Today summer has come to my window, with their sighs and murmurs, and the bees emit their song. To his courtship in the flowery grove, time to sit quietly, face to face with you, and to sing the delivery of life. In this quiet and overflowing leisure. Rabindranath Tagore. Tagore suggests that these works at hand can be put aside. It refers to the material concerns that bring up your problems. The poet describes the presence of problems by saying, "Far from the sight of your face, my heart knows no rest or respite." When you put these 5 simplified ways of living into practice, you start the process of shifting from one form of energy to another and stop wasting energy on things you don't really want or believe in. Examine this idea carefully as you move towards a faster, higher consciousness. Truly, there is a spiritual solution waiting for everything that you consider to be a problem. 4. Stop spending energy on things you don't believe in. I began to understand that the promises of world are, for the most part, are ghosts. And that the best and safest thing to have faith in yourself and become something of value. Miguel Angel. In this chapter I would like you to imagine your thoughts and feelings as flowing energy that you can control because you are the source of those thoughts and feelings. You can use that source to get what you want in life, as well as what you don't want. Let's start with the energy to get what you want, which I will briefly summarize before moving on to the central point of this chapter, which is the elimination of the energy you spend getting what you don't want. Get what you want. Keep in mind the central principle that guides your life in this material universe: you will be what you think, 4 words that form the basis for transforming your life. It all starts with a thought. Thoughts are invisible, so the origin of your material world is in the invisible realm of energy, which, as you already know, can be a very fast vibration or just the opposite. Once you fully understand that what you think is what expands, you will be more careful about what you think. Look around. Notice that everything you observe has its origins in the invisible world of energy. I have heard it said that a pile of rocks ceases to be a pile of rocks the moment a person looks at it, associating with them the image of a cathedral. Similarly, a block of marble ceases to be a block of marble the moment a visionary sees it as David. The way you see the world and the images you have within you will determine what you will get out of life. And make no mistake, all your thoughts form a bastion of energy that you can radiate to create the circumstances of your life. The people we consider happy or who we believe are successful are those who have the ability to attract into their lives what they would like to have. And this is also true in reverse. People who are unsuccessful, unhappy, or troubled are basically unable to attract into their lives what they would like to have. We will deal with the two groups in order. For me, it is all a matter of how you use your energy and how often you are energizing your inner world. Successful people, I speak in very general terms here, I will be more specific in later chapters, have a tendency to do the following. 1. Express their ideas. Successful and smooth people do not hesitate to express out loud what they would like to see manifested in their life. In the first place, they are able to desire the solution as an initial state to eradicate the so-called problems. I wish I could stop drinking, I would love to have my salary increased, I would very much like to lose weight, I really want to get along better with my children. This is the initial phase, which I call the desire phase. By expressing a wish, successful people reach the second phase. 2. They are willing to ask. This implies the awareness that they are not alone, that there is a divine origin to which they are attached at all times, that this origin will provide the sustenance and answers that they ask for. Ask and it will be given to you is not an empty phrase, it is a recommendation from the scriptures to request divine help in order to remove obstacles to reach the highest good. Personally, when I find myself stuck in a trouble zone, I go to a quiet place, away from all distractions, and ask God to guide me to a solution. I am not asking you to do it for me, for I know that I am never separated from my divine origin. The act of asking is a way of forgetting about the ego and accessing that higher spiritual guide. I've found that asking out loud has even more power. I came across this little poem by chance when I was lecturing in South Africa. I include it so that you remember that you will receive what you ask for, even a poor life. I bargained a penny for life. And life did not pay me more. Yet I asked for it at night. When I counted my meager supply. Well, life is a fair pattern. And it gives you what you ask for. But once you've set the price, you must endure the task. I did a low-class job. Only to find out in dismay that the price that I had asked of life had gladly paid for it. Jesse B. Rittenhouse. I speak from experience. Every time I ask, something happens that helps me solve the problems. If I find myself stuck writing, after ordering, the phone rings and someone gives me the missing piece of the puzzle, or guides me to a book, I open it and there is the answer to what a few minutes before me I was confused. It seems that in the process of asking we abandon our sense of presumption, and this act of surrender, which I described earlier, leads us to the next successful way for people to act. 3. They manifest an intention. In this phase they begin the process of taking full responsibility for creating their world as they want it to be. You have expressed your desire, asked for guidance, and now all your energy is accelerating because you have no doubts about your ability to solve any problem. I will lose weight, I will not have arthritis, I want there to be prosperity in my life, I will not be intimidated by him. Very successful people are those who know how to solve problems and do not dedicate themselves to proving to everyone that they are right. The truth is that they are generally silent on the matter. An intention is almost a link with the divine in that there is no arrogance or demand and in which there is the powerful feeling that I cannot allow a single doubt to reside in me or I will then act on that doubt and consequently it will manifest exactly what I doubt. The word intention is synonymous with a supreme confidence that will allow us to use the correct energy to solve a problem and make it come true. I don't want to embellish this point anymore, since I wrote an entire book dedicated to that topic, Manifest Your Destiny, and I want to continue with the theme of this chapter, which is how to stop wasting energy on things you don't want and don't believe in. Therefore, the final quality of people who seem to us to solve their problems or succeed is 4. They strengthen the will. I often call this feeling passion for what you would like to bring into your life to solve your problems. I remember a famous teacher from India who told his faithful that any attempt to manifest what you want in life without passion is akin to dressing up a corpse. The body might look great, but it would be a failure because it would be dead inside. To be dead inside is to lack passion. When successful people strengthen their will, they become immune to external forces that try to dissuade them from their inner passion. In reality, external pressures reaffirm them in their commitments. Perhaps the most powerful force you can possess is the burning desire to achieve a goal. But a wish is one thing, and everyone has a wish to shake off their problems and reach a higher state of happiness and personal fulfillment. If you don't believe me, ask the first 10 people you meet if they want to have a trouble-free life. They will say to you, "Of course I do." Desire exists. But a burning desire is something very different. It is like having a candle lit inside us, a candle that never wavers, whatever happens. It is an internal desire that no external force can extinguish. It burns within you and must be satisfied. I can personally attest to the presence of a burning desire or a hardening of will in practically every undertaking in my life. When I published my first book, Your Wrong Zones, in 1976, my burning desire was to expose those ideas to the world. I bought entire print runs and toured the country visiting every radio and television program I could, doing 14 or 15 interviews a day, and paying the expenses myself. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to be on the bestseller list or to make a fortune, but because I couldn't quench the burning desire to tell everyone what I believed so strongly. That firm will continues to dominate my life. And the truth is, I don't even know how to smooth it out. I recently produced 2 programs for public television in the United States that were intended to encourage people to contribute to public television without advertisements. I have very strong feelings about the images that come into our home in the form of television signals. These signals are vibrations of energy that are transmitted to the atmosphere and that reach our homes through our receiver. If we allow signals that convey images of violence, sexual promiscuity, disrespect, vulgarity, and the like to enter our home and poison our children's minds, all of this will be reproduced in our daily lives. Public television should not broadcast energy signals tinged with violent or vulgar images. When I edited the 2 shows, they were titled Improve Your Life Using Secular Wisdom and How to Get What You Really Want. And that firm will that manifests as a burning desire immediately ignited within me. If we have a spiritual lack in our country, where violence and vulgarity have become a way of life, especially among young people, it may be due to the type of energy signals that enter our homes. If the average child has seen more than 12,000 murders on television by the time he turns 14, perhaps, just perhaps, this is a contribution to the high rates of child violence and mass school killings. So I made those shows with the intention of raising funds for public television, which has committed itself to avoiding violence and vulgarity in its broadcasts, trusting that the public will support me. It was that burning desire to see a collective solution to the spiritual deficit that these acts cause that drove me. I visited 56 stations, crossing the country from end to end, and helped raise millions of dollars. I couldn't just visit a few cities and rest. My firm will, my firm desire kept pushing me. I remember reading about the agreement that President Carter struck between 2 relentless rivals, Israel and Egypt, at Camp David in 1978. Carter did not allow seemingly insurmountable obstacles to cloud his goal. President Carter himself visited Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin night after night, sometimes at 3 and 4 in the morning, to reach an agreement. There is a photograph of Sadat, Carter, and Begin shaking hands and celebrating the Camp David Accords as these once entrenched enemies, whose soldiers had been fighting and killing each other in bloody wars, joined in peace. This important social problem found a spiritual solution thanks to President Carter's ardent desire not to give up until he had succeeded. If you put the same decision and will to solve any problem you have in your life, you will also get your spiritual solution. You may be wondering why I put the phrase "for real" 4 times in the show's title. I did it because each one symbolizes these 4 ingredients possessed by those who obtain spiritual solutions to problems and, consequently, are successful in their life. The 4 really in short are: desire, request, intention, passion. And the good news is that you will get what you really, 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 really want. Now for the bad news. The reason why most people are unable to express their heart's desire and eliminate problems from their life is the following, and pay close attention, because this will explain to you in very simple language why you have not succeeded solve all your problems. You will also get what you really, 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 really don't want. Avoid getting what you don't want. The same for really do here. In the rest of the chapter I'm going to focus on how you can stop using energy for the things you don't want and the things you find that surprisingly most people use the most energy on. But why would anyone spend energy on what they don't want or don't believe in? Let's briefly return to those 4 magic words. You will be what you think. This universal law has a double meaning. If you put passion in thinking about your intentions, in the long run you will act on those thoughts and attract what you are thinking into your life. As always, the antecedent of any action is a thought. This law also prevents you from attracting solutions to your problems. These are the 4 subgroups you use when expending energy on what you don't believe, 4 categories that explain why most people don't know how to solve their problems and don't get what they want in life. 1. Send energy to what you don't want. Imagine this scene: I give you $1 million and I tell you to spend this money on whatever you want, without limitations. You take the money and you go to a mall. In the first store you walk into, you see furniture that looks horrible and hideous to you, and you spend $100,000. The second store you walk into is full of jewelry that you find tacky and expensive. Here you spend another $100,000 jewels that you don't want. And you go on like this until all the money is spent. You have money to spend on what you want, and every time you see something you don't want, you buy it. When you get home and all your purchases are delivered, you ask yourself, why is my house full of things I don't want? The answer is, because you are crazy. You had money to buy what you wanted and you have spent it on what you didn't want. It's crazy. With this scene in mind, remember that your thoughts are the coin to get what you want in life. Remember, your desires, requests, intentions, and passions are thoughts, and when you think about what you don't want, no matter how negative your feelings about it, more things that you don't want will appear in your life. Just like the hideous furniture and tacky jewelry. They are in your house because you have foolishly spent that precious money on what you did not want. How does this work and why are you wasting your precious life energy, in the form of thoughts, on something you don't want? Your mind is always active and has about 60,000 different thoughts every day. Examine those thoughts. How many are of things you don't want? With my bad luck, this will not work out, this cold is getting worse, I know that those shares will be devalued, it always happens to me the same, that deal won't work out. There are never good seats left when we go to the theater, this food will add 10 kilos to my waistline, quitting smoking costs a lot, it will probably rain and spoil our excursion. The list could go on and fill 1,000 pages. Are you starting to understand it? Your thoughts come true. If you think about what you don't want, as much as you hate the idea of it happening, you will act on those thoughts and it will continue to happen. When you stop using energy in what you do not want, you will see that you have a faster energy and, consequently, more spiritual. Here is the way to change this habit. When you realize that you are thinking about something that you do not want, however insignificant it may seem, remember that this thought will materialize in your life. Stand up and silently ask yourself, what do I want? That is, instead of thinking that your arthritis will get worse, which is precisely what you do not want, start thinking about an intention. This arthritis will disappear from my life completely. Eventually, slowly but surely, you will begin to act on this new intention, which is faster energy, and this new intention will come true. You will do what you have to do to avoid suffering with your arthritis. You will not complain, because you will no longer consider it a problem. And, miracle of miracles, your body, which is an energy system, will also react to your thoughts. As has been said many times, your biography becomes your biology. But more importantly, you will spend your energy on solutions because you will first remove the problem from your mind and then from your body. For example, when you are looking for parking, you will stop thinking, there probably won't be any free spaces, and instead you will say to yourself, I'm looking for my parking space. Suddenly, you have stopped looking for a busy position and the energy changes to suit you. I use the word intention on purpose. I am not suggesting that you keep your thoughts on what you want, because if you do, you will always remain in a state of wanting something. I am suggesting that you go from wanting to asking, to pretending, and finally to passion. What you intend by thinking with passion is what you will create. The secret lies in continually remembering that, first of all, you should avoid verbalizing what you don't want. Second, examine the thought behind that expression and, finally, move on to the intention of what you are going to create for yourself, even if you don't know how you are going to do it, because with this you will access higher universal powers and more quick solutions that will provide you. Here's an example of how I recently used these suggestions. Returning from lecturing in Puerto Rico, I arrived at my Chicago hotel room at 2:03 in the afternoon. I was extremely hungry and called room service for a sandwich and juice. I was informed that room service closed at 2 o'clock and would reopen at 5, so I couldn't have anything for 3 hours. I begged the woman over the phone, reminding her that it was only 3 minutes past 2, to send me a sandwich. She was unfazed. It's 2 o'clock, not 2 and 3. My first impulse was to get angry. How dare you treat me like this? I am a paying customer. I haven't eaten all day, I do not deserve this. I left the room and went to the elevator to go complain to the director about such treatment. As I closed the bedroom door, I remembered what I had said to a group of 1,000 people in Puerto Rico the day before. Do not think or use vital energy in what you do not want. This was exactly what I was doing, thinking about how stupid the situation was, how angry I was, and, what was even more absurd, that I couldn't get to be fed. I immediately went over the 3 points I made earlier and decided to use all my energy on what I wanted. All I wanted was a sandwich, and I started to see myself getting a sandwich. I let go of my anger and stopped thinking about how outraged I was that I had not been treated well. I'll get the sandwich, I told myself, and strengthened my will. As I stepped out of the elevator with a new resolve and spiritual energy within me, I observed a waiter at the end of the lobby removing a full buffet of food. I calmly crossed the lobby and started chatting with the man. Without realizing it, I had left with the Puerto Rico conference program in hand, and the man said to me, with a strong Spanish accent, "Have you been to Puerto Rico?" "I'm from there." I told him that I had just arrived and that I had given a lecture the day before. We talked a little more, and then I asked him the key question that was the basis of my intention: could you make me a sandwich from this buffet and carry it to my room? His answer was immediate and definitive: he gave a conference in my city. "I'll make you the best sandwich you've ever had." A few minutes later, she came out with a huge sandwich wrapped in napkins and 2 glasses of fresh orange juice that she refused to let me pay for. It has been very nice talking to someone who has just arrived from Puerto Rico. It has reminded me of my home. Enjoy your lunch to my health. As soon as I withdrew my energy from what I did not want and used it on what I intended to create, the universe conspired in sync with you and I was able to create the result of my higher and faster inner energy. I recommend that you use this technique even in the most difficult moments, when things happen over which you have been led to believe that you have no control. A short time ago, my brother was telling me about all the people he knew who had prostate cancer like an epidemic. He said, 3 guys from this same street, 2 at work, all last week. My immediate response was, I will not get prostate cancer. When a friend of mine, who recently had a hip replacement due to rheumatoid arthritis, told me that I, with so much activity, was a perfect candidate for a hip replacement, my immediate response was, I don't need a replacement hip. I don't have rheumatoid arthritis. When you express these intentions internally, you will not only act in accordance with them but you will put your body in a state of prevention and health. You go from 20,000 cycles per second to the faster spiritual frequencies, thereby keeping your energy away from what you don't want and close to what you intend to create. If you think about what you do not want and act on your thoughts, you will attract into your life what you do not want, whether you like it or not. 2. Send your energy to what it is. This is another reason why people have such a hard time eliminating problems and attracting what they want into their lives. It is easy to expend your energy on the circumstances of your life, or, as I express it here, on what it is. Again, let's get back to our topic, what you think is true. If you use your energy in what is, it will appear in your life more than it is because with your thoughts you will influence it. Even if you hate the circumstances of your life and the things that are happening to you, if you use your energy in it you will influence these conditions and they will continue to manifest themselves in your life. This is one of the most difficult areas of energy to change due in large part to the fact that you have probably been surrounded by people who are always complaining and lamenting about their life circumstances. Let's say, for example, that you have little money and you label yourself as poor, unfortunate, or lower middle class. How much time do you spend thinking and saying that you are poor, complaining about the circumstances in which you are forced to live, lamenting about the lack of money, finding fault with the politicians who are responsible for your life of scarcity? All of that is slow and low energy, but it is nonetheless the currency of your life that you are spending on what is. Keep this phrase in mind if you find yourself in this category of scarcity awareness. You cannot manifest prosperity with thoughts like "I hate being poor." You will act on this thought and you will increasingly enhance the situation of hating being poor. St. Paul reminded us that God can provide you with all the blessings in abundance. You need to go from the energy of what is to the energy of what you want and what you intend to create. Whenever circumstances in your life that you dislike come to mind, think about what you would like to experience as present circumstances, and then take the great leap into higher spiritual energy by visualizing what you intend to create. If you keep the vision of what you want, you will influence that energy. One of the greatest benefits of not spending energy on the things you don't believe in is the discovery that the universe is unlimited abundance. You can go to the inexhaustible ocean with a bucket and get the amount you want out of it. If you have enough faith you can take as many full buckets as you want and the ocean will stay the same. Better yet, you can go fetch more as often as you like. And you can do it when you are dissatisfied with what is or when what is full of problems. You have taken a dropper to the infinite ocean and then complain about how little you have. True abundance is the absolute knowledge that everything you need will be given to you. As the scriptures remind us, all that is mine is yours, Luke 15:31. However, if you spend your energy on what is, which is unsatisfactory to you, you will continue to manifest yourself in an unsatisfactory way, largely because you keep wondering why. I have always liked George Bernard Shaw's observation that Ted Kennedy used in praising his brother: "Some men see things as they are and say why, I dream things that have never been and I say why not." This subsection is not limited to the things that are missing in your life. It also refers to any aspect of your daily life that you consider a problem and in which you continue to use lower energy. You can't lose weight if you think you hate being fat. You cannot be pure if you despise addiction. You cannot be in good health if you hate being sick. With each of the above statements of what you dislike you are creating more of the same. As you become what you are thinking about all day, once again the solutions require a different energy level to those and similar circumstances. If you think you hate being overweight, you will have to act on what you are thinking and you will continue to hate being overweight. On the contrary, if you use your inner energy in the image of yourself that you prefer, you keep that vision as intention, put your ideal weight in numbers in all the places that you can and send yourself love, surrendering yourself to the guide divine superior to walk with you on your path to the ideal weight. You will have to act according to these new intentions and you will have stopped wasting energy on what you do not want. Furthermore, addicts have been described as people who never have enough of what they despise. In this case you also spend vital energies on what you do not want, in fact on what you hate, and then you pursue it and thereby create a vicious cycle of self-destruction. To free yourself from any addiction, you must not continue to use energy in it, you must not label yourself as an addict and, instead, cultivate the higher and faster energy of yourself as a healthy and pure being. Whenever you are tempted to expend energy on what you don't want, switch to what you intend to create. Little by little, surely, you will give a spiritual presence to the thoughts of what you do not want and, without a doubt, the addictions will dissipate. Although entire books have been written on the subject of mind-body medicine, I find what my colleague and close friend Deepak Chopra always reminds me of: happy thoughts create happy molecules, and healthy thoughts create healthy molecules. I would add that the reverse is also true: unhealthy thoughts create unhealthy molecules. If your energy in the form of thoughts is in the disease or ailments of your body will react to those thoughts. As Norman Cousins puts it, the greatest strength of the human body is in its natural urge to heal itself, but that strength is not independent of belief system, it all begins with faith. Your body will follow the same principle. It will manifest disease. Health is not something you have to acquire, it is something you already have. Don't interfere with her, particularly your beliefs. It is important to recognize that this applies to all of your relationships as well. If the nature of any relationship you have is unsatisfactory in any way, you can be sure that you will not solve the problem if you continue to expend energy on the aspects that you dislike. For example, when someone says that they do not get along with their parents or spouse, they are defining the relationship based on what is unpleasant to them. It is impossible to live with her, she is always arguing, she has no respect for me, and so on. His thoughts are on what he does not want, therefore, that is what will foster in the relationship that discomfort and dissatisfaction continue. If you see yourself reflected in this situation, start to increase your energy level and remember that you only experience relationships in your thoughts. Shift these thoughts into the frequency of spiritual awareness. The relationship will change regardless of how the other person acts or reacts, and the problem will go away. If you think about what is wrong or what you hate about the other person, that will be your experience of the relationship within yourself, which is where you experience everything. When you stop wasting energy on what you don't like, problems disappear almost immediately. What I am asking of you is to access your highest vision. As James Allen succinctly pointed out, the greatest achievement at the beginning and for a time was a dream. The oak sleeps in the acorn, the bird waits in the egg, and in the highest vision of the soul, an awakening angel stirs. Dreams are the seedlings of realities. Seek your highest vision of the soul and you will never again waste energy in circumstances of life that you do not want or believe in. 3. Send your energy to what has always been. How many times have you heard them say, "But I've always done it that way," or "I can't help it, they taught me to do it like that," or similar phrases? Once again, it is important to remember the 4 precious words: you are what you think. If your thoughts are where they have always been, even if you don't like it, you will act on those thoughts and what has always been will continue to be part of your life, even if you don't like it. Many of the problems we face are due to our attachment to the way we have always done things. We simply do not know how to use our energy in what we intend to create. I've heard insanity defined as doing things the way you've always done them but expecting different results. Suppose you have an attitude that has brought you a multitude of failures and all the problems that entails. These problems may involve a series of failed relationships in which you always end up feeling like a victim. Or they could be the result of addictive behavior that persists despite having changed what you have wanted for years. Or you may waste your money over and over again, even though circumstances have varied over the years. Or maybe you've experienced one chronic illness after another, albeit in different parts of the body. Perhaps you have even said, "It has always been this way." In this case, you are wasting energy on what you don't believe because you pay attention to what you are used to. But, as you know from the title of this book, there is a spiritual solution to every problem. Begin the process of increasing your vibrational frequency and leave behind the slower and lower material energies that you have been using and justifying with the phrase, "It has always been this way." What is it that keeps you using your energy to create problems you don't want? It all comes down to two factors that can disappear when you decide to raise your energy vibrations and get closer to the spirit world. The Great Illusion. In our daily life we are subjected to many illusions. The biggest is the one that keeps us wasting energy on what has always been. This illusion is characterized by the belief that, the past is the reason I continue to believe these things. Earlier, I have referred to the wake of a fast-going ship. The wake is the trail that the ship leaves behind, nothing more. You don't need to be a nuclear physicist to understand that the wake doesn't drive the ship. Neither does the wake of your life. It is nothing more than the trail that you leave behind. The greatest illusion consists of looking at the past, your wake, and putting your energy into it, even if you find it reprehensible, because that means that you are going to materialize your thoughts and produce more of the same. To overcome this illusion, you must first see what it is that makes it an illusion. The wake cannot drive the ship. The wake of your life does not drive you in the present. But the energy you put into the events and actions of your past, explaining or excusing your ongoing problems, does affect your life today. It is the cause of your problems, the real cause. In the same way that the energy you are wasting is generated by the motor that drives the boat forward. The trace you have left cannot rule your life today, unless you convince yourself that it is so, and that is why I call it the Great Illusion. If you don't have a history, you don't have to measure up to it. The second factor that keeps us producing the problems we don't want to have is our love for reliving the dramas of our past and for using our energy to remind ourselves and others of everything that has contributed to the problems we experience today. No one has put it better or more succinctly than Shakespeare when he reminded us, "What's done is done." Recently, I was approached by a woman in a bookstore while I was signing some books. The woman's name was Erika and she was visiting the United States. 2 years before, Erika had heard me speak in Amsterdam and told me how my words had helped her to overcome a series of problems that she had had. A little over a year after hearing me speak in Amsterdam, the biggest bombshell of her life fell on her. Her husband, with whom she had been for 25 years, informed her that he no longer loved her, wanted a divorce, and was going to marry her. His 30-year-old secretary. Erika and her husband had 4 children, and he disappeared from their lives completely. This was a great shock to Erika and she told me that the following year was like Dante's hell for her. She went through therapy, started taking antidepressants, couldn't sleep or eat, lost nearly 20 kilos, and was generally disabled. It was in that moment of desperation that she came to the United States to seek me out, hoping that the positive spiritual energy she had felt in my seminary 2 years earlier would help her lift herself out of depression and overcome anger over her ex-husband's actions. When she approached me at the bookstore, I was full of enthusiasm because it seemed a coincidence that I was there signing books just as she had drifted there in an attempt to find me. He hugged me, sobbing and begging me to say something to him to regain peace and harmony in his life. I asked him to take out a piece of paper and write down something that Carlos Castaneda's teacher, Don Juan, had told him about what it takes to reach the highest level of impeccability. Erika trembled and wrote down these words from the mystic master to her student. One day he said, "I finally realized that I no longer needed a personal story and, as if it were the drink, I gave it up, and that, only that, was the important thing." Erika left hoping to find a spiritual solution. I encouraged her to understand that all the years she had spent with her ex-husband, her rage at the deception, all of it was in the shapeless, thoughtless world that made up her personal story. In reality, now I only had the present moment, and that is precisely where God is and can be. Now, let your personal story run, which is nothing more than a series of low-energy thoughts about why things aren't the way they used to be. Many of your so-called problems are there because either you are in the wake and blame it for your difficulties or because you are trapped in your personal story and refuse to give it up. Everything that is in your wake had to happen and constitutes the personal story that explains why you are where you are today. And what evidence do I have to make this claim? Everything happened, period. Instead of cursing him, bless him, love him, and accept him. Perhaps the best advice I can give you to offer you a spiritual solution to this inclination to expend energy on what has always been comes from Jesus of Nazareth. No man who has put his hand to the plough and looked back is fit for the kingdom of God the heavens. There you have it. Look back and your life will be hell. In truth, remember, if I don't have a story, I don't have to measure up to it. 4. Spend your energy on what they want from you. There is no shortage of people telling you how they expect you to think, feel, and behave. Suppose you have a deep resentment towards those people who continually remind you of what they expect of you. If you have understood this chapter, you will realize that despite your resentment, you will continue to attract what they want into your life. This may be a considerable problem for you, but the moment you dedicate your energy to what others want for you, you will continue to draw it into your life. Of course, the antidote to resolving this resentment because others tell you what you should be is spiritual. You must learn to increase the vibrations of your energy, raising them from the lower band of anger, bitterness, and resentment to the higher bands of kindness, love and forgiveness. The instant you no longer react with that low energy, the illusion of your problem will disappear. On one occasion, I observed an 18-year-old friend of one of my daughters talking to her mother on the phone. When he hung up, frustrated, he said, "It makes me so mad. He's always telling me what to think and where to go and how to do things." It was evident that this annoyed him and filled him with anger. I told him that he had two options: he could keep wanting to be right or be nice. If you insist on continuing to want to be right, you will argue, you will feel frustrated and angry, and your problem with your mother will persist, I explained. If you just be good, you can remember that it is about your mother, that she has always been that way and it is very likely that she will continue to be so, but when she starts with her habit, you are going to send her love instead of anger. Say something as simple as, "Sounds good to me, Mom, I'll think about it," and you will have a spiritual solution to your problem. When you need to be right, you stay in the world of low energy. When you are kind, you give a spiritual essence to the presence of the illusion of a problem and, surprisingly, it disappears. I remember a highly evolved spiritual master who told me, "Stop taking life so personally." This surprised me and I responded something like, "What do you mean? It's my life, it's very personal." He alluded to the idea that we are not our body, our personality, or any of our material possessions. We are eternal spirit beings disguised as parents, spouses, directors, and owners. When we know our true divine nature, we stop taking everything personally, even our lives. Although you may not be prepared for my teacher's advice, I wasn't ready at the time, either. I recommend that you stop taking the opinions of others personally. Remember that you are not going to waste energy on what they want for you if it collides with what you want in your life, unless it is the energy of kindness, understanding, and love. The problems of anger, resentment, and bitterness disappear when you approach them with love, understanding, and kindness. Why? Because, to begin with, they were but illusions. Because they have never existed except in your mind. Stop taking life personally is great advice, but stop taking other people's lives personally directed at you is another way of reminding yourself that you are no longer going to waste energy on what they want from you. These are the 4 most common ways to spend energy on the things you don't believe in. Remember every day that you must stop the mental energy when it focuses on what you do not want, on the circumstances of your life, on what it has always been or what others want from you. Move into a higher frequency of spiritual energy to focus on what you want and the circumstances you intend to create. Remember, you get what you really want, and you get what you really don't want. It's up to you. 5. Keep your energy field free from polluting. In some moments, always unforeseen, I feel happy, I look at strangers who I have close as if I had known them all. Life, everything fills me with affection, may. An hour elapses until that humor. It happens, but lately I have the impression of. Understand that I feel like this in the moment. That I stop hating. William Butler Yeats. In this chapter I will talk about 3 energy fields and ways to keep them clear and uncontaminated. The first energy field is your immediate energy body, which I also call etheric or faster. Standing, extend your arm forward and mentally perceive the point that is furthest from where your fingers extend. Then imagine your arm extending straight above your head to a point above your body and then behind and also below you. You now have an image of an energy field that surrounds your body at all times. I call this field the fast energy body, which is inseparable from your slower, visible solid energy body. Using your imagination, now visualize this faster energy field with its limits around you. When another person, particularly a stranger, crosses your boundaries and speaks to you, you immediately have the feeling that you have been invaded. You instinctively step back to create a safer distance. Why? Because every time those imaginary limits are violated, your energy body feels the invading force and alerts you, producing a state of discomfort. If someone stays in your energy body for a long period of time, their energy affects your whole being. You feel bad if you do not tune into that person and you are encouraged if they resonate to a vibration of energy higher than yours. I call the second energy field the broader environmental energy field. To perceive this physical energy field, imagine that your energy field extends to your home, your workplace, the street where you live, your family, your community. Be aware that wherever you go, you are immersed in an energy field that extends not only as far as your arm reaches but as far as your eyes can see, your ears can hear, and your nose can smell. The vibrational pattern of this energy field is your broader environmental energy field. Thus, you are a form of energy within a larger energy field that mixes with a broader energy field, affected by the frequencies and energy fields of others and all activities in the gross field of ambient energy. This energy field in which your solid body walks, talks, sleeps, works and plays is affected by the frequency of the energy of whoever enters it. Now I want you to think of an energy field that goes beyond your body and the physical environment in which you move. This energy field is so immense that you cannot even create imaginary limits for it. I call it the energy of the mental field. Your thoughts and those of others interact in your mental field in such a way that your vibration frequency increases or decreases. I like this observation by David Hawkins in Power versus Force. Every thought, action, decision, or feeling creates a whirlpool in the interlocking energy fields of life. When the thoughts and feelings of others affect your mental energy field, one of 2 results occurs, or your energy field increases, as it is said that happened when Buddha and Jesus entered a village and their mere presence raised consciousness from those around them, or your energy field diminishes and consequently becomes contaminated. How others think and how they radiate their thought energy can affect you. And, as Hawkins points out, the reverse is also true. In this interconnected universe, every improvement we make in our private world improves the world at large for everyone. But it's not just people who influence your energy fields. Noises, air quality and the purity of food also affect them. You may not realize it, but you also have an important role in keeping your energy fields clean and uncontaminated, and you can also have a purifying effect on the energy field of those around you. For this reason I ask you to learn to be aware of what you are letting into your energy fields. When you do, you will see how easy it is to be swept away by the slower lower energy. Hopefully, you are motivated to start putting into practice a new system that will clear all your energy fields and keep you in a state of clarity, free from energy patterns that contaminate your life in any way. Cleaning your energy fields. Your invisible energy fields are electrical in nature. The scientific community refers to these energy fields that surround all living things as invisible electromagnetic waves. These energy fields are becoming measurable as we are creating increasingly complicated computerized measuring devices. Your body, the food you drink, the water you drink, and everything in this universe has a copy of its original energy matrix. The electromagnetic field of everything created by nature is pure and in a state of cooperation and love, for lack of a better word, with all other energy fields. As Rumi put it, love is the energetic elixir of the universe, the cause and effect of all harmonies. A polluted energy field is out of balance with its original electromagnetic harmony created by nature. Or, as metaphysicians say, God is love, and where love is absent, God cannot exist. In a deep sense, keeping your energy field clean and harmonious is the agreement you have with yourself to stay in conscious contact with God. Since God is love, and he who abides in love abides in God, it is imperative that love predominate in your consciousness as you examine this idea of keeping your energy fields uncontaminated. Anything that penetrates an energy field that you are experiencing other than harmonious love is a pollutant and will keep you trapped in the world of trouble. Your energy field cleansing project includes the 3 energy field categories that I have cited earlier. I do not mean to say that these 3 descriptions of energy fields have a verifiable scientific basis, they simply represent my personal vision of energies and how to keep them free from the slower frequencies, which in my opinion are characterized by an absence of love. The first field is your personal or immediate field. 1. Decontaminate your immediate energy fields. Be aware of the extent of the energy body around you. This energy field radiates outwards and is influenced by 2 factors. One is the relative harmony of your body from within, and the other is what you allow to affect your body from without. To examine the first factor, you must answer the following questions. How do you treat this body, which is the living organism that sends you electromagnetic energy waves? What foods do you use to fill it? What toxins do you absorb? How much rest do you provide? Do you keep it balanced with nutritional supplements? Do you exercise regularly? Do you breathe harmoniously and without tension? Is your emotional state calm? Do you meditate to get in harmony with God? In short, are you a good friend of your body? You have to love your body, it is your home and it must be clean of clutter. Your body is permanently at your service. Even when you sleep, it works for you, doing digestion, eliminating dead cells, supplying fresh oxygen, bringing nutrients to the blood. All this for your survival. Your body is not your enemy. You don't have to break free of it to access spirit guide. Love and compassion are absolute necessities. Your body is as sacred as your soul. In the world of existence, everything is sacred, everything beats to the beat of the divine. When you remove the frequencies of the divine by introducing non-love energy, you contaminate your immediate body energy field. Literally thousands of books have been written on the topic of staying in shape. Diet books, meditation guides, nutrition tomes, addiction treatment manuals, all created to help you maintain a positive balance of natural energy that enables your body to build your bones, blood, skin, brain, and all the rest with the fuel you put in it. This well-functioning machine knows what you need, where it is needed, and what needs take priority in times of crisis. If the brain needs oxygen, it puts the rest of the body on hold while it supplies that important organ. If you are injured, the body immediately directs white blood cells to the affected area. It is an amazing and mysterious work. By respecting their needs, your body and its energy field are kept at a high vibrational level. This includes not filling it with poisons, allowing it to become sluggish from lack of exercise, or filling it with a higher percentage of alkaline foods rather than acidic foods. These are logical ways to prevent your body energy from becoming contaminated. With your thoughts you control this wonderfully complex and mysterious instrument that is your home. Our 7-year-old daughter, Sage, has experienced it. For almost 3 years, Sage suffered from a serious skin ailment, flat warts on his face. It seemed that the medical treatment only made the warts spread until they covered a good part of her beautiful face. Sage was cured of these warts in a matter of days, after hearing a spiritual lesson from a friend of mine named Kenny Malott, who practices dermatology in Maui. When Sage was commissioned to write about overcoming obstacles at school, he wrote about warts. This is what happened, in Sage's words written in his own handwriting. By Sageakis Irene Dyer. Reading. Overcome obstacles. No rash. Without flashlight. About 5 years ago, I got a rash on my face when I was in my hot tub in Maui, Hawaii. This rash lasted for 2 years until one summer in Hawaii my parents took me to a dermatologist and he told me that I could do a facelift, but he also said that first my face would turn red, so I asked him if I had another option and he said you can talk to her. My first reaction was to laugh, but then I took it more seriously and asked what does he mean? He told me to talk to my rash and I told him I would give it a try. That night when I got home after surfing I took a shower and when I got into bed I spoke to my rash and continued to do so for 3 days, until one day my brother and I were playing Nintendo and I felt my face and I said oh, and I ran to find my parents and I told them that the rash had disappeared and my mother didn't believe it and I told her to look and she said that it had disappeared, and my father said let me see and I approached him and he had disappeared, so he said what have you done with your rash? I told him it was a secret and he always asks me what I did and I say it is a secret, and since that day it remains a secret. If you believe it, you can get what you want. To this day Sage has not revealed what he said. But I know that in her precious mind she brought a spiritual presence to that eruption and raised her energy field high enough to remove the illusion of that disease. His conclusion is strong: if you believe it, you can get what you want. The second factor that affects your immediate energy field is what you allow to affect your body from the outside. What kinds of people do you allow into your immediate space? When you allow toxic people in, you will see that your sense of well-being diminishes. Just as allowing someone with a cold to sneeze into your face increases the chances of catching it, you must be careful who you associate with so as not to contaminate the energy of your life. I myself had to go to great lengths to learn this lesson many years ago in the following situation. Years ago, I made a firm decision to give up alcohol for good. Before that, I always allowed people in my living space who liked to spend the night partying, so when I found them I forgot my decision and fell into temptation again. When I was genuinely ready to cleanse my actions as well as my energy field, I moved away from the polluting influences of that destructive environment. My body had to say goodbye to those polluting influences. I changed my phone number, moved to another neighborhood, and stayed completely out of anyone who took addictive substances. When I restrained myself and stopped frequenting those kinds of energy fields, my body stopped being subjected to those kinds of contamination. You must say goodbye, albeit with unconditional love, to anyone who pollutes your living space with slow energy. Or be prepared to reject the intrusion of lower energy people by first acknowledging it, and second by neutralizing it by radiating stronger energy. The problem with constantly trying to be a neutralizer is that the effort required often leaves you exhausted and that level of fatigue makes you vulnerable to lower energies. Keeping your energy field clean by staying away from those who bring negativity into your life is an important strategy. This is true for any negativity or low energy that regularly invades your body space. If someone brings you anxiety, shame, depression, fear, regrets, apathy, stress, worry, anger, guilt, or any of the multitude of what I call lower energy patterns, they are inviting you to join in their misery and charge your life with the problems that person lives with every day. Be aware of which energy fields are affecting your energy body and stay away from any toxicity that threatens the purity of your living space. When you have the feeling that this is happening, act right away. First, recognize what is happening, and then fight back. Observe your breathing, try to breathe in slowly and deeply. Then consciously send thoughts of kindness and love. Get away without conflict from invading energy forces. I have found that this strategy works very well when my children try to drag me into violent arguments and irrational speeches. When I listen to them and respond politely, and their response is the lower frequencies of screaming, I observe what happens inside of me. I pay attention to my breathing, I remember that I must not let my energy field get contaminated and I withdraw as soon as possible. This is useful for me when I am around those who speak very loudly and rudely due to excessive alcohol consumption. My rule is to politely withdraw as quickly as possible, not stay close and feel like I am deteriorating in those lower energy fields. All who regularly visit your body energy field should come with love, peace, and higher spiritual energies. Otherwise, put into practice your silent strategy of withdrawing from the debilitating energies as soon as possible. This explains why those who reach levels of spiritual awareness have a small select group of friends. They treasure their privacy and protect themselves from the undesirable forces of lower energy people. In addition, they value silence and a pure environment. They stay away from noisy people, loud noises, harmful people and toxic environments. Now, we are going to decontaminate the second energy field. 2. Decontaminates the broader environmental energy field. As you read the next section, keep in mind this advice from Mother Teresa of Calcutta: in the end, everything is between you and God, it has never been between you and them. This is very useful to me when trying to keep my energy fields clean. Resolving conflicts, solving problems, or cleansing the broader energy fields of your life of contaminants is not something between you and those who are in conflict with you, it is between you and God. This means seeking a higher spiritual energy and radiating it when you stumble upon a lower and slower debilitating energy. This is exactly what happened in the following situation. A friend of mine who has teenage children told me that he had a conflict with one of his daughters. The girl spent the whole night away from home and frequented a group of people of questionable nature who took drugs and alcohol. He told me that the energy field in his home was getting polluted on a regular basis. He and his wife spent hours debating what to do, and the other children suffered when arguments broke out. In this low-energy physical environment, disrespect, outbursts of anger, alcohol and drug use, worry, and sadness were polluting the entire family. Then, as he told me, there was a moment when he understood that it was a question between him and God. In the middle of a confrontation in which her daughter was openly embarrassed and also embarrassed that she had come home too late, she suddenly interrupted her outburst of anger and asked, "Could you hug me?" My friend immediately reached out and shook her. At that moment the entire relationship and the girl's behavior began to shift to the higher frequencies of the spirit. He realized then that it was not something between him and his daughter, but it was between him and God. Could you give love in the face of anger and disrespect? Could you love someone who was challenging you? Was there a place in him that could be reached through the higher energies of love and compassion even when he felt the contaminating effects of those slower, lower vibrations? It wasn't between me and my daughter, he told me, it was between me and God. This lesson is the most important you can learn to keep your broader environmental energy field free of contaminants. This broader environmental energy field includes all the places you are in every day, your home, neighborhood, workplace, playground, even where you walk, run, and drive. Look around at any time and recognize that what you see in your environment is a component of your energy field. And how can you, a person, do anything to maintain an energy field whose contamination is minimized or even eliminated? Go back to Chapter 2 and review Patanjali's observations on spiritual awareness. When you steadfastly refrain from falsehood and harming others, you influence every living thing and the overall energy pattern around you. My friend Deepak Chopra describes this impact in a series of tapes we recently created together, titled Creating Your World the Way You Really Want It to Be. Deepak tells of an experiment in which several thousand people came together for the purpose of group meditation. They had measured the serotonin level of each person in the group before the long meditation session. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter in the brain. Its presence in high amounts indicates a level of calm. The higher the serotonin level, the greater one's peace. After several hours of intense group meditation, serotonin was remeasured and it was found that there had been a significant increase in its level in almost all participants. As expected, the participants in this long group meditation session were calmer, as indicated by their increased serotonin level. The second part of this experiment consisted of measuring the serotonin levels of the people who were in the immediate environment and who had not participated in the meditation. Their serotonin level was measured before and immediately after the meditation of the group consisting of several thousand people. These levels were found to have increased significantly simply by being in close proximity to a large group of people radiating calm energy. What this type of scientific research entails is astonishing. Think, when you are at peace and send this silent serenity, you influence everyone around you. On several occasions I have had the pleasure of being in the presence of people who do it, and I consider them divine teachers. In a small town in Germany, I stood with 199 other people in the presence of Mother Mira, an enlightened soul, who dedicated her life to spreading peace and love to devotees around the world. As he held my head with his hand and looked into my eyes, I felt as if I was in the presence of God in an egoless human form. When Mother Mira entered the small room crowded with 200 people to sit for 3 hours, the atmosphere in the room rose to a higher level of love and elation due to her presence. Free from the ego and associated with the spiritual principles of love, kindness, surrender, peace, connection, forgiveness, joy and gratitude, you draw closer and closer to God. When you begin to radiate spiritual qualities, you will influence the energy field of your immediate surroundings more than you think. Also, with your higher spiritual awareness you will keep your own energy field less polluted and prevent conflicts and problems from arising. Always keep in mind that it is never about something between you and them, but between you and God. This fascinating world of invisible energy is increasingly accessible to science. The invisible energy particles are called pheromones. In nature, even trees emit these invisible excretions. For example, when Dutch elm disease has struck a tree in a neighborhood, it sends an alarm signal through these pheromones to all other trees in the vicinity. Then they put their own defense mechanisms in place to fight the invasive germs of the disease. Similarly, animals and people possess invisible energy pheromones that are emitted in moments of fear and its opposite, love. Well-documented studies indicate that animals entering a room where other animals have been killed react with spasms of apprehension and fear. Likewise, when humans are in a room where torture has occurred, they feel the energy of pain and cruelty. Fear pheromones are found in the atmosphere and affect the surrounding energy field to such an extent that it affects everyone who enters that space. The reverse is also true. In places where spiritual awareness and unconditional love are practiced, pheromones of beauty and tenderness are emitted that remain in the environment. I have been aware of pheromones when I have been in places where both extremes were common practice, and I have definitely felt their influence on my well-being. Here are 4 examples drawn from my own experience, 2 from the low and slow energy fields of fear and 2 from the high and fast energy fields of love. As you read them, remember the power you have to pollute and illuminate the energy fields you work and play in every day. Just because you don't see these pheromones doesn't mean they don't exist. Scary environments, Amsterdam, Holland. On 3 different occasions I have visited the house where Anne Frank lived in fear of being captured by the Nazis during the Second World War. This house, including the attic in which Anna hid for several years with her family, and where she wrote down her thoughts in her journal, is currently a museum visited by thousands of people each year, a tribute to Anna's spirit and a reminder of the horrors of the Holocaust. Every time I visit this house by the canal, I am overcome by the feeling of sadness that seems to permeate the place. That feeling lingers in the pheromones of fear felt by the Frank family and those who risked their lives to protect them from the Nazi occupiers. Furthermore, everyone who visits it seems to emit their pheromones of affliction. On my last visit, I could not tolerate the energy field of the house. It was very difficult for me to breathe and physically I felt suffocated and wanted to give back. When I spoke with other people leaving there, they told me that they had also experienced a similar feeling of sadness and that they had been physically ill. Robben Island, Cape Town, South Africa. When I observed Robben Island from the top of Mount Table in Cape Town, I immediately felt the strong need to visit it, although at the time I was not aware of what the island was or its history. When I was informed that it was the place where Nelson Mandela spent 17 of the 27 years he was incarcerated, I knew I had to visit her. I made a reservation to go the next day, which happened to be the 10th anniversary of Mandela's liberation in 1990. My wife decided not to go on the half-day trip, so I got on board the ship with my friend Dimitri, who lives in South Africa. With his 11-year-old son, Simeon. Only black political prisoners were imprisoned on Robben Island because of apartheid and racial segregation. At that time, black South Africans became political prisoners simply by attending a meeting where plans were made to overthrow the apartheid system. Consequently, Robben Island was a place where innocent people were forced to work all day crushing limestone in quarries. Nowadays, tourists visit it and the ex-interns of the island guide them. As I walked through it with Dimitri and Simeon, I saw the cell where Nelson Mandela had lived in seclusion and forced silence. I believe that this man symbolizes the ultimate example of what this book aims to teach, that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. Nelson Mandela's imprisonment forced him to remain silent, and by being with himself he was able to consciously connect with God. Silence, like God, is indivisible. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison in 1990, there was forgiveness and reconciliation in his heart. I think it was the spiritual energy in him that transformed South Africa, dismantled apartheid, and made it possible for him to be democratically elected president. This happened with relatively little violence, in contrast to what it took to build racism. During our visit to the island, I felt the anguish that pervades the places where injustice and torture have been practiced and fear has existed. When we left the island, young Simeon turned to me and simply said, "I felt uncomfortable there." "You too?" In reality, this innocent boy continued what I had been feeling all morning. An energy field of fear is created in the places where the abuse has been practiced, and Simeon limited himself to expressing what we had both felt. Environments of love, Assisi, Italy. In a small town not far from Florence, a soldier was imprisoned in the 13th century. The son of a wealthy merchant, this young soldier had been lost for most of his life. When he suddenly had the vision that he should serve God unconditionally, he abandoned all material possessions and lived and taught the message of Jesus of Nazareth. This man would be known as Saint Francis of Assisi. Saint Francis, who experienced the wounds of Christ, the stigmata, practiced Patanjali's advice, which I have described in Chapter 2, to firmly refrain from falsehood and from hurting others in thought. He became famous for helping many just by his presence. Wild animals and birds became meek and submissive when they were near him, licking his hands and flying towards them when he opened them. For my wife and me, Assisi was a pilgrimage. There we went to visit the tiny chapel in which Saint Francis prayed every day. The chapel remains exactly as it was at that time. A spacious building with magnificent stained glass windows and an ornate ceiling surrounds it. This outer structure is abuzz with people, who meet in Assisi to pray and pay homage to this 13th century saint. Visitors come and go every day from all over the world, after paying solemn and loving tribute to this divine being. My wife and I were led into the small chapel that was once the place of meditation for Saint Francis. We both sat down to meditate in this sacred place and immediately felt the pheromones of happiness and unconditional love penetrate our energy field. Our tears of joy were the answer to those glorious feelings. We actually did a second visit to confirm how strong the experience had been and to make sure it wasn't just meeting our expectations. The room radiated unconditional love, it was in the air, so to speak. The little chapel, inside the chamber that surrounded it, seemed like a metaphor for ourselves. Our body is the protective chamber. But deep inside that chamber, there is a place of harmony and peace, a place to visit often and feel what radiates from it. In Assisi is the place where Saint Francis consciously communicated with God, a place where millions of people have come with love and gratitude to be able to participate and be imbued with his energy field. This kind of energy leaves a signal. It remains, even if it is invisible, it is certainly felt and experienced. The radiant energy of love happily influences the energy field of all who enter it. Machu Picchu, Peru. The Spanish traveled through South America performing their version of the Holocaust, just as other European intruders decimated the native populations of North America, where they were thousands of years before the arrival of the invaders. No one was saved. Millions of people were killed. The consciousness of hatred and intolerance permeated both continents. The history of these places, represented in each of their populations, is the history of the lack of humanity of man with man. Nothing was overlooked by the Spanish conquerors in spreading terror by systematically killing the natives. Those who did not kill with arrows and bullets were infected with diseases that the invaders carried with them. With some rare exception, they discovered all the places where they lived. Machu Picchu is one of the experiences. Unwanted visitors skipped it. This sacred place, built thousands of years ago as a sanctuary by the natives, is located on top of a remote mountain in the Andes. It was not discovered by the West until 1911. When we were heading to Machu Picchu, first by air, then by train, bus, and finally on foot, we reflected on the questions that everyone is asking about this place. How could something like this be built thousands of years ago? How did they transport millions of gigantic rocks down such a rough road, without cranes, helicopters or excavators? Who climbed the rocks to the top of this remote mountain and arranged them in the form of an embankment? How did they build this tribute to their cult of nature thousands of years ago, when the wheel had only recently been discovered? How is it possible that the hatred that devastated the area passed by Machu Picchu? How is it possible that it remained an isolated holy place? Together with my wife and 4 of our children, we spent several days walking, meditating, observing, and breathing the energy of this magnificent place. The days I spent in Machu Picchu provided me with some of the happiest feelings of well-being I have ever experienced. I meditated in the sanctuary and felt surrounded by the presence of God. When I gave a lecture to the 70 or 80 people who accompanied us, the words did not seem to come from me. I was just a vehicle for the overflowing energy that seemed to come from somewhere else and go to the audience. I kept telling my wife that I had never had such a feeling of well-being in my life. The pheromones of loving energy, which were not tinged with the low energies of intolerance and hatred, were clearly present in this magnificent place that remained intact for centuries. The lower energies that affected the surrounding territories and created fields of affliction will only be eradicated with a new infusion of love, or a spiritual solution to a very large collective problem. These are just 4 examples, although I could have pointed out many others, in this section. My visits included Dachau near Munich, Gettysburg in Pennsylvania, or Alcatraz in San Francisco elicited similar sensations of low-energy suffering environments. Similarly, as I entered the energy fields of the Great Pyramid, the sacred hills of Sedona, Arizona, and the ancient shrines of Bali, I experienced the sensation of being in a higher and faster energy field. The important thing now is not to give you an endless list of examples, but to encourage you to wake up to the fact that energy is something that radiates outward and influences everyone who enters that space for eons of time. You can choose between filling the environment that your energy field occupies with bliss, sending this kind of consciousness, or letting it be affected by less rewarding emotions. When you feel that your family, social, and work environments are somehow poisoned by negativity and the slow and inferior energy of others, it is in your power to do something about it. I refer back to Mother Teresa to suggest a way to improve these negative fields. The next section is a model for a larger pollution-free environmental energy field. The 8 points are from Mother Teresa of Calcutta and are followed by my comments. 8-point plan for decontamination. 1. Others are often unreasonable, illogical, and selfish. Forgive them anyway. In your heart, forgiveness is like a cleansing agent for your energy field. When you observe a low-energy behavior in another person, instead of allowing it to affect your immediate surroundings and infect them, send them a quiet blessing and do not get carried away with their low energy. When you forgive others, you are choosing not to be negatively influenced. 2. If you are kind, others may accuse you of having selfish motives. Be kind anyway. Your energy field is protected from contamination by goodness. Once you are independent of the accusations of others, you are unable to be angry or hurt by what others say about you. Be kind to yourself, not to the reactions you want to get from others. The goodness that comes from your heart will be enough to prevent you from being dragged into an energy field tainted by false accusations. 3. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some real enemies. Succeed anyway. The world is full of people looking for an opportunity to take offense. Your success in anything is enough to provoke such a reaction in others. Keep your energy field clear by focusing on what you know to be your divine purpose, and when you do, the universe will support and sustain you with what is called success. Others will be offended, but if you insist on ignoring their reactions, you will not allow the presence of false friends or true enemies to affect your life. 4. If you are honest and frank, others may mislead you. Be honest and frank anyway. Your energy field will not be contaminated if you know that you are being honest and frank. This can cause other people, who are in the lower energies of dishonesty and deception, to try to take advantage of you. But you will not be a victim of them because you will have that inner peace that characterizes the higher and faster energy. Those who try to deceive you will respect your position when you act on your spiritual values. Act with others from your highest self, and in the long run you will be free from the fear of being deceived. Ironically, when that fear disappears, so does the problem of being deceived. 5. What has taken you years to build, someone can destroy overnight. Build anyway. Don't build anything just for the purpose of finishing it. Build because it is your way of expressing your purpose. When you eat a banana, the goal is not to finish it, but to enjoy each bite as you eat. Building something is a way of expressing yourself. If someone took all the books I have published and destroyed them, I would keep writing. If all my lecture tapes were destroyed, I would continue to lecture. Everything that is built in the material world will eventually be destroyed. Do not build with fear of destruction, but to give expression to the infinite spirit that you carry within you. 6. If you find serenity and happiness, others may feel jealous. Be happy anyway. I always remind myself that there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the way. If you look to the reactions of others for confirmation of your way of being, you will be making them the source of your happiness. Happiness is a task that is done from within. You don't get it from anyone or anything, you give it to each and every event in your life. Keep your energy field free of contamination by remembering that you are the one who cleans it. Others may be jealous, find fault with you, and say terrible things about you, but you are free to choose happiness for yourself anyway. The consequence of your answer is that you gradually influence their energy fields of jealousy and pettiness with the happiness that you radiate. 7. The good you do today will often be forgotten by others tomorrow. Do good anyway. Just like being happy, doing good is something that constitutes the expression of your invisible spiritual essence. Stop seeking approval and gratitude from others for doing good. Even if no one thanks you, do for others what your heart tells you from the spirit, which is rooted in the faster energy of love, kindness, and connection to everything. Your spirit urges you to express the energy of the heart. The ego, rooted in the material world, urges you to do what you do so that you will be remembered and rewarded as if life were a contest. Listen to your spirit. Remember to give love and do good because you are like that and not for other reasons. 8. Give the world the best you have and it may never be enough. Anyway, give the world the best you have. When Mother Teresa speaks of the best, she is referring to your highest and most sacred self. That is, the fastest vibrational energy and the source of the solution of all problems. Others may try to contaminate your energy field by demanding more of you, or by repeatedly criticizing you, or even ignoring your efforts. When you return to your higher self, you get rid of those opinions almost instantly and stop feeling unappreciated. Surrender your spirit to the world and walk away from the result of your efforts, and your energy field will be less and less polluted. These are the 8 tips that Mother Teresa of Calcutta offered as a plan for your life. His conclusion is the truly profound essence of this offering: in the end, everything is between you and God, it has never been between you and them. Recently, I stopped at a stoplight where there was a poorly dressed man with a dog with a missing leg next to him. As I waited for the traffic light to change, I looked at the scene compassionately and felt the need to contribute something. The man carried a sign that said he was homeless. Those who were with me in the car commented that he was a strong young man, that there were many job opportunities and why you had to give anything to people who were capable of working. They showed slight contempt for the man who begged when he should be working, as they did every day. My thoughts were with him and the fact that he cared for his crippled dog and fed him. I lowered the window glass and gave him several dollars, for which he expressed enormous gratitude. When my colleagues scolded me a little for being like this and for allowing that man to continue being a beggar, I heard the words of Mother Teresa. Truly, this was not something between me and my friends in the car, or between me and this homeless man. It was between me and God. And something inside me urged me to send him love and give him some money as well. The next time you see someone begging, remember this, and if you honestly think you don't want to give them anything, don't do it, but instead of being critical, angry, or even a little upset, offer that person a quiet blessing and move on. Go ahead without polluting your energy field with lower vibrations. Before moving on to the third energy field, I will close this section with Mother Teresa's poem. It is a valuable guide to prevent the lower energies of the people who populate your immediate surroundings from affecting your energy field in an impure way. The final analysis. Others are often unreasonable, illogical, and selfish. Forgive them, anyway. If you are kind, others may accuse you of having selfish motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true ones. Enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, others may deceive you. Be honest and frank anyway. What takes years to build, someone can destroy overnight. The morning. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, others may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today will often be forgotten by others tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you have anyway. In the end, everything is between you and God. It's never been between you and them, anyway. Mother Teresa of Calcutta. 3. Decontaminate your mental fields of magic. Here we enter a somewhat dark area. However, it is equally important to avoid contaminating your life in order to find spiritual solutions. We are talking about thoughts, yours and those around you, and how to keep yours pure and not allow the low energy thoughts of others negatively affect. This anecdote from my life will help you understand what I mean. In 1982, I went to Greece to run, following in the footsteps of Philippides, who ran the 42 kilometers from Marathon to Athens in 490 BC to bring the news of the Greek victory over the Persians. I was part of a large group of runners and other tourists who were at Kennedy Airport in New York, in the departure hall, when we were told that the plane would be 7 hours late. The place became a gigantic collection of people complaining and lamenting, agitated, and who had to decide what to do for the next 7 hours. In the midst of this chaos was an elderly Greek woman, in her 80s, dressed in black, who sat down, closed her eyes and, as if the delay did not affect her, began to smile as if in meditation. I wandered for 2 hours through the Olympic Airways terminal and then returned to the departure area. The old Greek woman was still there, sitting with great serenity, in the same position, without showing signs of consternation. So I took a taxi to go to a cinema in a nearby city. I returned to the airport 3 hours later and the old Greek woman continued with her peaceful attitude. Other passengers began to return, upset and complaining, 6 hours after the announcement. But the old Greek woman dressed in black was unflappable and as serene as before. 8 hours after the initial departure time we got on the plane. The old Greek woman took the seat across the aisle. He smiled at me as we sat down and then, believe it or not, during the 13-hour flight across the world he did not move once. He did not eat, he did not drink, he did not get up, he did not watch any movies, he did not complain, he did not get agitated, she did nothing, just sit in the same position as in the starting area, with the same happy expression on her face. Finally, almost 22 hours after arriving at the airport in New York, we landed in Athens. As we were leaving the customs area, I noticed the old Greek woman dressed in black who was being received by her family. The woman laughed, brought out gifts for the many children awaiting her arrival, hugged everyone and left the airport with great encouragement and joy. Almost 2 decades have passed and I have never forgotten that old Greek woman and the influence she was going to have on my life, although we only exchanged a smiling look. Every time I watched her, in the chaotic departures area of the airport or on the plane, I noticed that I felt more comfortable, more at ease, and less inclined to be upset. And the same effect had on all the passengers who were going to participate in the marathon. We all commented that the woman was twice our age and wore uncomfortable clothes. And we all noticed that he did not ask for food or lodging vouchers, he did not threaten to sue the company, but just sat back and put his mind in a happy state. Her attitude influenced all of us who watched her, making us feel more relaxed. To this day, whenever I find myself in a similar situation, I remember that Greek woman dressed in black and I enter a mental field of peace. That our thoughts influence us is obvious. We all know that we become what we think about. But it is important to remember that our thoughts are a field of energy cycles, a mental field, and that with our thoughts we influence not only ourselves, but those around us. The old Greek woman was able to instill an invisible energy of happiness in all of us who were on that flight by simply sitting and thinking. Clearly his intercom resonated with all of us. Scientists describe thought as an organized energy field consisting of complex patterns of vibrations, which consolidate information. Dr. Valerie Hunt describes it in her classic Infinite Mind. Thoughts are events in the mental field accessible not only to the consciousness of the creator, but also to other minds. Explain that our thoughts are not a private field but a public one. This means that you do not think in a vacuum, but your thoughts are created from transactions with other fields. Thoughts can be passed from one generation to another not only by photographs, print, or the spoken world, but also by the force of thoughts that remains in our mental field. The more dynamic your energy field is, the more capable you are of communicating your thoughts, influencing others with them, and being affected by yourself. How to get your thoughts to be so dynamic and creative? I quote again from Dr. Valerie Hunt, "There is no need to delay in the process to get answers and there is no struggle. You have to trust the higher creative thought process. This is the capacity that great healers, lecturers, seers, physicians, and spiritual leaders possess when they enter a state of expanded consciousness. You can do it. You have the potential to keep your energy field decontaminated and the potential to radiate dynamic spiritual energy. With your simple presence, vibrating in this mental field of creativity and peace, you can influence others. Perhaps your intellect will protest and try to convince you that mental fields and silent energy communication are nonsense. But when you see it work you will know that it is not. The intellect itself is too disconnected from the forces of etheric energy to accept this possibility, but I have personally seen it on many occasions. When I am able to consciously project love, understanding, and compassion to those in my immediate life space, I feel the energy shift. I give up my opinion or the desire for them to accept my opinion and the energy of the mental field changes. Little by little, I observe that the difference in energy affects others and I enjoy the change within. My wife Marceline is a master at it. I have had the exquisite experience of being in the delivery room when my wife gave birth. She knows that she is entering a space dominated by thoughts of tension and fear, so she prepares with her thoughts before entering. Radiate your thoughts of love, happiness, and gratitude for being able to participate in the mystery of creating and giving life. He surrenders to the mystery, without fear, with the determination to be at peace during this event. Your mental attitude is this and therefore, your mental field too, it is. I am with her, but in reality it turned out to be useless. She projects her inner peace and calm determination to do what women have always done, as she describes it. The presence of your thoughts produces a sense of peace and calm in the other women in labor, the nurses and even the specialized personnel. Marceline is writing a book on childbirth with full participation in the sacred mystery through the energy of the mental field. She is an impressive example of how to enter the mysterious sacredness of birthing through the energy of the mental field. Marceline has given birth to 7 children without medication, each time creating the type of energy that I describe here. In addition, she is now a doula, which is a woman who helps others, with her high energy, to give birth in an environment where fear and anxiety are replaced by a serene and loving feeling of gratitude for being able to participate in such a miracle. This mental field exists and you have the ability, not only to keep yours uncontaminated, but to increase the frequency of others when they are in your presence. Raising those frequencies is the subject of the next chapter. For now, try to accept this idea of a mental energy field made up of your thoughts and those around you. The closer you get to a dynamic state of grace in your thoughts and refuse to be in the fields of those that project lower energy thoughts of fear, tension, evil, anxiety, depression and the like, the closer you will get to the mental field of God. This was expressed by Master Eckhart. Nature's intention is neither food nor drink, neither clothes, nor comfort, nor anything. In what God is out. Like it or not, know it or not. In secret nature seeks, pursues. Try to see the way in. The one who can find God. I like this idea of seeing the way I can find God. This is the energy field that I ask you to think about. It is devoid of the lower energies that pollute our lives and burden us with illusions that we call problems. Since I have started this chapter with an observation by William Barriel Yeats, I am going to close it with another of his poetic observations. Hesitation. My 50th year had come and gone. He was a lonely man. In a crowded London store. An open book, an empty cup. On the counter. While the store was, and the street. I contemplated my body suddenly on fire. And for 20 minutes or so. My happiness seemed so great. That I felt blessed and was able to bless. When you refuse to allow your energy fields to become contaminated, you feel blessed and you know that you can also bless others. This is truly a high energy field. I invite you to spend some time thinking, imagining that you feel blessed and that you can bless. In Chapter 6 I present some dynamic principles to internalize in order to live in these faster energy frequencies. 6. Increase and maintain your spiritual energy. But I do not believe that man can perceive his divine qualities until his field reaches higher and higher vibrations and a greater degree of coherence. As much as we try to receive spiritual guidance, we cannot get it until our fields are attuned to that vibrational system. Dr. Valerie Hunt. Johann Wolfgang Goethe, a creative genius of the early 19th century, made this observation: if you treat man as he seems to be, you make him more than he is. But if you treat man as if he were already what he could potentially be, you make him what he should be. His advice is relevant in today's world and especially when it comes to increasing your spiritual energy if you apply it to the way you treat yourself. First, who do you appear to be? Your conditioning factors, your story, and your senses provide you with a multitude of answers. You seem like a person with a body, which has certain obvious limitations. You seem to be of a particular ethnicity, of a certain age, with a background that has led you to this point in your life. Go look in a mirror to see what you appear to be. Now go beyond those appearances and look deep into your eyes to see yourself as a spiritual being who has a human experience. Imagine what you could be if those appearances didn't limit you. Beneath or within what you appear to be is the image of the magnificence and boundless happiness that you truly are and that I ask you to consider when reading about these principles. The basis for forming a spiritual energy field is what you can potentially be. This is the basis from which spiritual energy arises to solve problems. I like Shakespeare's description: you are full of celestial matter and you carry in your mind the inventory of your best graces. Let this idea remain with you. You were made to prosper and you will decide to identify with this potential and not with what you appear to be. Recognizing yourself as a child of the higher, as a divine presence, will help you raise and maintain that higher spiritual energy field faster. And from this new energy field you will produce the sparks of divinity that nullify and eradicate the problems in your life. In the rest of the chapter I will describe a series of principles that will help you put this idea into practice. Raise the vibrations of your energy. The following principles are in no order of importance. They represent my personal vision of how your mind and subsequent behavior can take you from the toxic energy levels of the material world to the level of spirit, where the solution to all problems is found. I offer you these ideas with the intention of inspiring you to be aware of your ability to move from the slower lower energy patterns of the material world to the faster higher vibrations of the spirit world. Practice the presence of the spirit. Be aware of the impossibility of being outside the omnipresent spirit. One way to do this is to remember, when you wake up in the morning, that a day begins when God will be with you at all times. Remember that wherever you are is a holy place. When you eat, think about what it took to get that food onto your plate. When you make a phone call, drive your car, or enter your workplace, try to perceive the presence of God. When you put this into practice, you will notice that you have a greater sense of peace, security, strength, the certainty that you are alive because of the sense of integrity that emanates from within. These feelings are simply a consequence of silent practice, and I emphasize, silent. Don't preach or try to convince others to think like you. Just be aware of the presence of your origin, from which, in truth, you never separate except in your mind. By being aware of the divine presence, you increase the vibrations of the energy field. This is what Dr. Hunt refers to in the quote that opens the chapter. In order to receive spiritual guidance, you have to tune into God's vibrational energy field. When you feel irritated, anxious or afraid, exercise your mind to recognize the omnipresence of spirit. Do it and you will see that what scared you seems much less disturbing. It is a sure way to increase the frequencies of the energy field. When you stop to remember and practice the presence of God within and around you, you literally provide yourself with a treatment. Your mind is the substance of all matter. Take a look at your hand. Would you describe her as smart? No, because intelligence is the mind that directs your hand to move, grasp, form a fist, and wave goodbye. Your hand responds to the instructions your mind gives it. Yes, of course, the hand has intelligence, just as every living cell has an intelligence center, but that cell responds to the instructions given by your mind. So your mind is the substance of matter, which is called hand. Now think about the other organs of your body, the heart, the liver, the spleen. Everything was created to act in accordance with the central divine intelligence that is in them. Yes, your mind is also its substance. If you decide to do so, your entire body will respond to your mind's instructions. From your mind you can tell the parts of your body that God gave them functions and instruct them to perform them. If you use your mind to direct your body, in the long run it will act on its own. At first, you will have to instruct it to perform the function that God created it to do, and then you will see that it does it for itself. But your mind, that invisible spiritual energy source, will always be the substance of your entire body and will control it. Now extend this principle to everything around you. The mind is where you experience all matter and your mind is the substance of everything you experience. When you increase your energy field to include yourself in the mind of God, you have that field of God at your disposal. Every person on earth is ruled by the mind of God, however most do not recognize this fact and are faced with the problem of the illusion of separation that the ego causes. Although I have repeatedly said that the mind of God is your mind, it does not mean that you have a monopoly, as if you were a chosen one. This unifying force is not only the intelligence of each person, but it is the intelligence of all the cells of the universe. And all that within reach of your mind. Direct, insist, demand if it is necessary that your mind be in harmony with the divine mind, and your energy will go from being slow to being fast, from the material to the spiritual, from the problems to the solutions. The next time you are faced with a problem, look at your hand for a moment and remember that although it has intelligence, it is the mind that directs its substance to make it a hand. Then face the problem with your mind and the mind of God together. The consciousness of our mortality has to surrender to make room for spiritual consciousness. On Beethoven's desk, framed under glass, were the following words, copied from his own handwriting. He had discovered them in an article on the spiritual practices of ancient Egypt. I am what I am all that is, what has been, what will be. No mortal has lifted the veil on me, he is unique and only of himself, and to this unique being all owe their existence. things. Imagine this great composer reading these words every day to remember the origin of his creativity. You too can be inspired and decide to free yourself from your primary identification with the material and mental self and surrender to the one to whom all things owe their existence. When faced with a problem, stop and remember that God is in your field and that you can surrender to that idea. Personally, whenever I do, a solution appears almost immediately. It always amazes me that I did not realize that I was trying to resolve my difficulty with my mortal self, feeling detached and anxious and facing the problem alone. As you leave the awareness of your mortality, the energy field increases and you leave room for the presence of spiritual awareness. I received a letter from a woman who was diagnosed with cancer and given only a few months to live. She decided not to reveal this information to anyone, including her husband and children. He rented a cabin in the woods of northern Minnesota and passed each day in silence, abandoning his awareness of mortality and opening up to spiritual guidance. Those days turned into weeks and weeks into months, and she continued to dedicate herself day by day to silently communing with God and freeing herself from her attachment to the body and the cancer that had invaded her. By not identifying with his body, he began to feel stronger. When he returned home, he never visited a doctor's office again. Today, 9 years after his terminal illness was diagnosed, he is in excellent health. Abandoning the consciousness of mortality and letting the calm, serene presence of God deal with cancer was what she intuitively perceived as her path to healing. Any problem, I repeat, any problem, disappears from your inner world when you leave your mortal material self and allow the higher frequencies of spirit to manifest in your life. Send love to your enemies and pray for them. I deliberately use the word enemies here. The poet Henry W. Longfellow wrote, "If we could read the secret history of our enemies, we would find in the affliction and suffering of every material man enough to abandon all hostility." Harboring anger and hatred towards another person guarantees that you will remain in low energy fields, where problems will keep arising repeatedly in your life. I propose that you examine all relationships in which you have thoughts of anger and hatred. Replace those thoughts with energies of acceptance, kindness, joy, and love. You will have to make a personal commitment to observe how you feel and then apply your ability to send love. When your heart becomes pure, your enemy will be your friend or, more importantly, your teacher. Your worst enemies are your greatest teachers because they allow you to examine the emotions of anger and revenge and overcome them. They give you the precise tools you need to rise to the spiritual energies that provide you with solutions. When you send love in response to hate, you accomplish one of the most difficult things for everyone. Looking at my conscience, I can honestly say, there is no one I can call an enemy, no one I can say, I hate you. In the course of my life I have been disappointed many times. Some have borrowed from me and have never paid it back. Some have forgotten their promises. Some have left me for others. Some have cursed me and spread rumors about me. Some have robbed me. I send love to all of you, aware of the Buddha's words, we live happily, without hating those who hate us. Among men who hate us, we live free from hatred. This transformation of my thinking, perhaps more than anything else, is what has allowed me to get out of the low energy regions of trouble. It is a powerful strategy to increase your spiritual awareness. God does not deny you his help. Imagine for a moment that you meet a person who has saved everything you want or need for your happiness, but refuses to give it to you unless you do what she wants, asks her properly, and behaves as she wants. Also, this person may cure you of the disease but lets you suffer, and may consider curing you in the future. He would not be a very nice person, much less a very nice God. Is this the type of God that you imagine spiritual energy to be? In the scriptures it is clearly stated, all that is mine is yours. These 5 words may be the secret you have been searching for to raise your consciousness to a spiritual level. God is often perceived as an invisible being to whom you pray when you experience a lack in your life. Please, God, send me the money I need. Dear God, I want you to heal me of my illness. I beg you, God, give me back my wife, who abandoned me for another man. And so you pray to get the things you think you are lacking. You believe that God decides whether to give you what you lack in life according to how you behave, if you fulfill the appropriate punishment and ask for it in the way that He demands it. Raising our energy to the level of the Spirit implies knowing that in an hour God is not going to do anything different than what He is already doing. Furthermore, God is not doing anything different from what He did an hour or 100 years ago. God is only here in the present moment, in the eternal now. God is inextricably entwined with your ability to turn your thoughts away from yesterday and tomorrow and escape to the now, the only place where God can dwell. Now is a point in the universe of abundance that has no limits. All I have signifies the unlimited prosperity of this universe. It's yours means that you can have whatever you lovingly direct your attention to, now. Not sometime in the future, but now. God does not hold your share of this limitless pie waiting for you to behave properly. God also does not enjoy watching you suffer in scarcity and disease until He decides to stop denying you what you need. Whatever the solution you are looking for to your problems, you have it at your fingertips now. It is in you, not in some mythical being like Santa Claus with a long beard that floats in the skies, dispensing good things to some and bad things to others. You are always attached to this universal source of energy of the present moment. As St. Paul put it in his letter to the Corinthians, you do not know that you are the temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwells in you, I Corinthians 3:16. When you know this truth, you stop asking God to give you what you think is denying you. Apply this indwelling Spirit of God to areas that are lacking or causing you problems, and the secret that there is a spiritual solution to your problems will be revealed to you. Once you understand that you cannot influence God and that He is not hiding from you, you will know that nothing is being denied you and that you can commune with this omnipresent source so that love influences your personal problems. They are not punishing you. God does not punish you by loading you with problems either. As Joel Goldsmith, founder of the Infinite Way, said, all you have to do is wake up from the belief that there are two powers, good and evil, and begin to honor God by respecting the first commandment. How can you fear an evil power if there is only one power and that power is God? The idea that God could be punitive does not accord with spiritual consciousness. In other words, God is love and created everything beautiful, including you and everyone else. Actions and thoughts that could be classified as evil are the consequence of the mistake you make when you believe that you are separated from God. It is an error of the ego, or of the intellect, to believe that God punishes you with an evil. You correct an error by formulating the truth, you cancel it. The idea that God will condemn you does not agree with a forgiving God. You believe in one power or two. A power is the power of love. Evil exists first as a thought of no good or no God, and then one acts according to that thought. But all this is a mistake. God is too pure to tolerate iniquity. If it is not good, it is not of God, and if it is not of God, it cannot exist, since everything proceeds from the one power that we call God. You can correct all the errors that come with your belief that you are separated from God by bringing that higher loving energy to the areas of your life that are saturated with problems. They are not punishments. Instead, think that they are errors that must be corrected. They will disappear, as surely as 2 + 2 = 7, it disappears when you introduce the substance of truth into error. God does not condemn, God forgives. God does not punish, God is love. You end the error of evil that is a thought of not God when you bring the idea of God to that error. You elevate your spiritual energy by recognizing that the lower energies are the consequence of having separated from the Spirit. You get rid of the idea that any bad person has an influence on you because there is only one power in the universe that holds it all together, and that power is God. Everything else that is not good is up to your mind, which creates the illusion of problems. Nothing of an evil nature has ever touched God. When you believe that God has punished you, it is because you lived in the mind of man and not in the mind of God. When the mind of man is enlightened, it becomes part of God, and this is the solution to your fear of punishment. God is not a conquering power. There is no reason for you to sit around waiting to be favored with a spiritual experience, because it most likely will not. What you have to do to raise and maintain higher spiritual energy is to learn these principles and apply them. The simple truth is that if you think well, if you have loving, healing thoughts, you can achieve good, loving, and healing results. And conversely, if you have bad thoughts, you can get bad results. So, how to overcome our mental inertia? Changing our fundamental belief system. When you believe in two powers, you must constantly balance the fight, because the strong defeats the weak. A greater force defeats a lesser force. Thus, we have two forces or powers always in conflict with each other. I would like you to try a different idea to remove the barrier of your mental inertia. There are no good powers and bad powers, good forces and bad forces. There is only one power, and it is the power of God or Spirit. This power does not conquer evil, disease, disharmony, or problems. The power of God is not a conquering power. It does not defeat or conflict, as it is the only power that exists. There is no secondary power to subdue. The idea of the two powers is a mental and material creation of man, in which we fight against the lower forces with greater forces to be victorious, or we have loving thoughts to overcome bad thoughts, to be happier. The power of God does not win. The power of God is a creative, supportive power. When you accept this idea of a single power, all other forms of power, whether material or mental, will disappear. Once you know this, you will stop fighting bad thoughts and instead embrace the oneness of God. Resist not evil means do not give in to the belief of evil as power. Evil has no power except for those who subscribe that there are two powers. Once you accept the idea of one power, commune with that power and free yourself from the illusion that a power other than God has created your problems. This is the attitude of the two powers that I call low and slow vibrational frequencies. It is there because you live in the duality that non-God and God exist simultaneously. By leaving this duality behind and accepting the idea of a single power, you leave conflict behind. Go to that one source, without having to fight against anything, and apply this truth to problem areas, then observe that they evaporate in the presence of this unique power, a power that is the only one that you cannot seek or reach or influence or compel it, because you are already united with it right now, right here, where you are. This is the meaning of, the kingdom of God is in you. As St. Paul put it, you are the temple of the living God. Divine love will satisfy every human need. Mary Baker Eddy is responsible for these words being written on the wall of every Christian Science church. Divine love will satisfy every human need. How is it possible to believe this? People continue to have unmet needs in the presence of divine love. They feel divine love and they continue to have problems and the disease persists. This statement does not imply, as many who wish to see their problems solved, that divine love is there to solve them for you. Divine love is something you must express, and when you do, your problem or need will be solved. Divine love does not mean floating in the air or sitting on a soft cloud waiting for the rain to fall and wash away all your problems. Divine love is what you radiate, and it has nothing to do with human love. In divine love there are no conditions, no rules, or the need to give thanks or return it. Divine love is a spiritual love that encompasses the 7 components of spirituality presented in Chapter 1. You must pour out these blessings and not go to God to receive them, because you are the instrument through which grace flows. If you want to raise and maintain your spiritual energy, you must bear in mind that it is you, not a God from whom you are separated, who has to let divine love solve problems. Rudolf Steiner observed, if we do not develop within ourselves this deep-seated feeling that there is something higher than ourselves, we will never find the necessary strength to evolve towards something higher. Divine love is not truly superior to you, but it is higher than the physical self or ego that you have come to identify as your person. You are already this divine love, and you will be able to radiate it and direct it towards your unmet needs when you recognize that it exists. You cannot have God and also be afraid. Generally speaking, most people are afraid of their potential and of becoming what they imagine in their most glorious and perfect moments. Consequently, fear becomes our habitual state and we systematically avoid our divinity. I suggest that your highest potential is to come to know your own divinity. However, your conditioning has led you to believe that it is almost sacrilegious to assume that you are divine. You have been told that divinity is for God and perhaps His chosen saints, but not for you. Thus, fear of your potential prevents you from knowing God and accessing spiritual solutions. Basically, there are two predominant emotions, love and fear. And those emotional states cannot be experienced at the same time. If you are afraid, you have eliminated love, and vice versa. The scriptures remind us, perfect love casts out all fear. They also tell us over and over again, God is love, and he who abides in love abides in God and God in him, John 4:16. So obviously the solution is to get rid of all fear, and the only way to do that is to stop in a moment of fear and see if you can substitute love for it. The moment you substitute love for fear, you have introduced a spiritual solution to the problem surrounding fear. Always remember, in moments of fear, that God cannot reside where fear resides. I'm sure you know the saying that our greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. If true, how can we remedy it? Familiarizing ourselves with what we do not know and what we fear. Then it will disappear. And what do we think is unknown? God, the Spirit, the higher consciousness and, ultimately, love. Any fear that you shelter makes you lord of a ghost. Face it, feel it. Eliminate fear by feeling that the love or presence of God resides in the same place that fear was. I have found that in my life I am rarely afraid. Old fears of failure, or having to endure the disapproval of others, or not knowing how things will turn out simply no longer thrive in my inner world. It is not because I have achieved a certain level of success, or because of material possessions. I know from experience that people who achieve a high level of material success are very afraid of losing it, but because I have stronger feelings of love than I had. And because I know that I am never alone or separated from God. If you discover that what you fear most is just an illusion of the mind, you already know what the next step in your development is. The eradication of that fear, in short, is achieved with the introduction of the Spirit, which cannot live in the same space as fear. You cannot have God and also be afraid. Only an atheist fears, and anyone who fears is an atheist. All fear means that you don't believe in God at that moment. Keep these two observations in mind. One is from the scriptures, I will fear no evil, because you are with me, and one of the Sufis, your greatest gift resides behind the door called fear. Don't feel spiritual, be spiritual. You don't go around all day feeling honored. You are simply a moral person. If you consciously felt moral, you would be transmitting it all day, explaining each act of honesty as a reflection of your feelings of morality. Instead, you are simply honest and your behavior comes from within. It is the same with your spirituality. Being spiritual is not an emotional achievement to brag about. It is your way of being with God, and it is as natural as your health, morality, or even your artistic sense. Trying to feel spiritual is not the same as being spiritual. When you try to be spiritual, you erect a barrier, because then your ego kicks in. The ego wants to praise you for being more spiritual than those around you and condemns you when others are more spiritual than you. The ego wants to explain and defend your spirituality and control how spiritual you feel at various times and circumstances. By acknowledging your union with God and inviting that part of yourself to be aware, you raise your energy level to the level of spirit. But if you become an instrument in the "how mystical can I feel" game, you invite the ego to assess how superior you are to others. The ego believes that feeling more spiritual is equivalent to being part of an elite group and will try to score more spiritual points than your opponents. That elitist world of lower vibrations is precisely what you want to leave behind. Don't try to feel spiritual, be spiritual. God cannot be divided. God is an omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent infinite power, which cannot be fragmented or divided. That is, God cannot be available to some people and not available to others. You can't be here one day and not the next. He cannot be in anything that is bad and also be in what is good. By defining God, all discussion disappears and you only have the one presence that knows everything and is good and loving. When you are in duality, you are in the physical world where your senses perceive opposites such as good/bad, healthy/sick, alive/dead, good/bad, and so on. That is where you perceive yourself loaded with problems and look for solutions. Your ego insists that the solution to being sick is to find health, the solution to scarcity is abundance, and the solution to pain is pleasure. In the ego-dominated world you perceive all these opposites. But if disease or evil existed, God would be responsible for them and therefore his nature would be good. Since God created everything, and everything that God has created is good, the things we call problems can only be the work of our thoughts and senses. It recognizes that nothingness, which appears as a problem, is what scares us. It is not that God has divided himself into problems or solutions, good against evil, disease against health, it is you. The path to health, prosperity, and love lies in knowing that we must never ascribe power to disease, scarcity, or evil. If you ask God to heal you, you are acknowledging that God has made you sick. When you ask God for special favors, you recognize a God power that prevents you from having what you lack. When you ask God for health, it is like saying, God, you have what is called health, but you don't give it to me, please think about it. You are asking God to divide between being healthy and being unhealthy, or between abundance and scarcity, or whatever else. Instead of seeking benefits or favors from God, commune with this eternal presence that is in you. Bring this presence to the illusions that we call problems that are in your mind. Note that in the presence of this unconditional, non-judgmental love, problems based on duality disappear and only the loving presence remains. Joel Goldsmith, describing the infinite path, put it this way: what you have to do is face the impersonal source of all the evil in the world and recognize its nothingness, its lawlessness. Then be quiet, calm, and watch, observe the hypnotism and its images that move away from you. This is how it is done. Harmony is your natural state. While God represents the only power and does not recognize any other power, this is not the case with your mind. Your mind has the power of evil and the power of good. Whenever you use this power in order to create harmony in yourself and in others, you agree with the unique power of Spirit. Spirit is the unifying force of the universe. It is possible that you use this power to cause disharmony, and when you do, you decrease the frequency at which you vibrate energetically. Your body cannot be independent of itself, it needs an eye to direct it. If your mind says overeat, your body adapts to the mind's instructions. If your mind says take poisons, your hand will obey and pour toxins into your body. A mind imbued with ignorance or error will keep the body in a constant state of disarray and problems. It will create a multitude of problems for your body and all the circumstances around it. Harmony is your natural state, because when you are natural you are in the hands of the one loving presence called God. Your mind is what creates disharmony and leads to problems in your life. Now, by no means do I mean to say that you have to get rid of your mind or body to find a spiritual solution to your problems. The body is a glorious instrument through which you function as a human being. You have to enjoy this incarnation and go swimming, driving, and making love. You don't have to stop doing it. Your mind, which is the captain of this ship that is your body, has the power to guide you through life and make it a wonderful journey. When you achieve the peace of mind that this book is about, your mind and body become instruments through which God energy flows. You are no longer constrained by the limits of the body and mind. In this awareness there is no limit to what can be revealed to you. You will taste the fruits of synchronization, which will allow you, in collaboration with destiny, to control the coincidences that occur in your life. You will have knowledge that transcends mind and body. As you become more aware of your divinity, you will discover your ability to eliminate illusions of sickness, scarcity, and evil in the way that Patanjali alluded to in the second chapter of this book. This harmonious relationship with Spirit is your natural state. Our shortcomings come from a lack of understanding of God's law. Over the years, I have often been asked if I have a secret formula for success, as I have been able to overcome a childhood spent partly in foster care and have come to have practically everything I could not ask for. My answer is always the same. I have believed in God's law of abundance and have always practiced it. Even as a kid I knew I could have anything I put my mind on, and I never wavered in revealing this secret. The other children complained, because they did not have money to buy what they wanted, but in my pocket the coins that I had won always clinked. I literally slept with the shovel under the blanket and woke up at 5 in the morning. I would go around the neighborhood and scoop the snow off all the trails I could, and then at 10, I would inform the neighbors that I had removed the snow from them and they would always give me some money for my efforts. Meanwhile, all the other children slept soundly. I have always known that God's law is a law of unlimited abundance. And I sensed this at a very early age in the teachings of the great teacher when he made loaves and fish appear in abundance for those who did not believe it possible. Most people believe in and practice a law of scarcity, and most of their problems stem from their adherence to this law. They wallow in self-imposed troubles, rather than ascending to faster, more spiritual energy. I have been able to see and visualize the abundance of God in my life. I see it even before it arrives, but knowing that I can make it arrive comes from my conviction that I am already attached to what I only lack in appearance. This sense of togetherness prompts me to act as if what I want wants me. So when I pray, I never try to influence God, ask Him for favors, or beg Him to do something for me while I wait and do nothing. Instead, I use prayer to open the doors of my soul to this divine presence. I have used prayer as a way to reside in that unique power and not to ask God to do something, to be in God consciousness, where thoughts of scarcity dissolve, and I am drawn to the missing pieces of my life, as iron is attracted to the magnet. God's law states, 1. My son, you are always with me and all that is mine is yours. 2. With God everything is possible. Trusting these two promises is important to uplift and maintain your spiritual energy. Examine these two key phrases. All mine. What does this phrase leave out? And all, again, what does it exclude? In the answer you have the key to understand that everything that you consider that you lack in life, without exception, derives from your lack of understanding and application of God's laws of abundance. Don't resist evil means stop fighting with your problems. I have already written about this and I want to emphasize the importance of removing the force from your life in order to achieve a problem-free existence. One of the most disturbing passages of Scripture is found in Matthew 5:39, when Jesus says, "But I tell you, do not resist a bad person." I would like to apply it here in a new sense, don't resist your problems. This seems to be something that we are all taught. We learn that good triumphs by resisting and fighting evil. We believe that winning means that the good conquers the evil. We fight against malignancy so that health gains. Once again, one way to understand the principle of non-resistance is to look at the first page of the Old Testament. God saw everything He had done and everything was fine. And, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. So God created everything and everything that God created was fine. Therefore, there is no possibility that there is something that is not God or is not good, except in our mind. When you resist evil, you believe in two powers and not just one, and you are endowing it with its own vital force. Resisting and fighting problems means recognizing the existence of a power that brings negative forces in your life. I will not tire of emphasizing these ideas. A few lines later, Matthew 5:45 reads, "He causes His sun to rise above good and evil." I believe that this is the key to understanding and practicing non-resistance, because it tells us to bring the Spirit of God to all perceived evil and that will only transform it into good. Try not to empower, in your mind or in your everyday life, the presence of these problems in your life. A higher spiritual awareness brings to the presence of problems and the light of that presence will dissolve into darkness. When you fight something, you join forces with what caused the problem. When Mother Teresa was asked during the Vietnam War, "Will you join our march against the war?" she replied, "No, but if you march for peace, I will go." Fighting the war is another war. Paying your energy and your attention to what you want, not giving credit to the power that is not good, or is not God, results in a very powerful force that disintegrates those illusions. This same logic can be applied to world conflicts. When we apply our collective energy to what we want, bringing kindness and love, to resolve our differences of opinion, the need to resist is over. When we know that on a round planet you cannot choose sides and that there is only one mind, we end the illusion of hatred, anger, and repression. Our world can only be transformed through a change in collective consciousness. This applies to your life and to all your problems. Benjamin Hoff, in his excellent book The Tao of Pu, put it this way: the teachers of life know the way. They listen to the voice in them, the voice of wisdom and simplicity, the voice that reasons beyond intelligence and knows everything beyond knowledge. That voice is not just the power and property of a few, but it has been given to all of us. It is the key to harnessing the power of the uncut block. It is the key to harness the unique power and stop believing that there is a second power, that of evil or problems. This unique power, which has been given to each and every one of us, has also been given to you. The law of not resisting evil also applies to your dark side. Fighting your demons or getting angry with yourself for 3 mistakes is giving more energy to that second non-existent power of evil. Always remember that there is only one power, the power of God, and use this power for each and every one of your dark behaviors. Your inner dialogue may be, I believed in the illusion that I am separate from God, and I acted on this belief. Now, I will apply the unique power of good to these thoughts of anguish and they will be nullified. Certainly, you are responsible for those acts. Putting spirit in those shadows is the same as putting light in a darkened room. The very presence of light nullifies darkness. Send love to your dark side and watch it dissolve, and at the same time increase your spiritual energy. Don't fight it, because if you do, you perpetuate the illusion that evil is a real power. There is only one power. Use it. Do not judge anything or anyone. In the material world we often feel divided because of our opinions about right and wrong. When we negotiate peace, we generally see a bad side and a good side. This is so in conflicts between nations, communities, families, and also in your personal relationships. You cannot apply spiritual harmony to problem solving if you accept the idea that one side is good and the other is bad. This is not the case in the spirit world. There is only one field of infinite harmony that we call spiritual. The scriptures say, there is only one good, the Father who is in heaven. Again, there is only one power, not two. Abandoning our judgments about what is right versus what is wrong and simply finding a way to bring uncritical harmony to a problem removes the ego's need to find someone wrong, which inevitably exacerbates the problem. One of the most compelling ideas I've learned about criticism is this: when you judge another person, you don't define them. You just define yourself as someone who needs to judge. Declare someone stupid, silly, arrogant, frivolous, or promiscuous does not make this opinion true, it only indicates that you have a conflict with something outside of you. If you keep judging without looking for the source of the conflict in you, the problems will continue to exist. When you get carried away by a critical mindset, a spiritual solution might be this: stop judging by mere appearances, John 7:24. Your spiritual energy level rises immediately when you are able to resist the strong temptation to believe that others are wrong and you are right. Think that all good is an expression of God, and evil, or wrong, or discord supposes ignorance of this truth. If you apply harmony to conflict, you will see that the problem not only disappears, but your vibrational frequency rises and you feel more prosperous and at peace. If you live with great hatred within you, you will attract the lower frequency energy of hatred that you despise. When Denise, not her real name, was getting divorced, she kept taking every opportunity to curse her husband. His daily life was curdled with the anguish of hatred, revenge, sadness, depression, and fear for his economic survival. She always justified her opinions by referring to the harm he had done her. As long as he maintained this attitude, his luck remained bad. Suddenly she had spots on her skin, she was diagnosed with a bleeding ulcer, she had severe leg cramps, one of her daughters was arrested for drug possession and, finally, she was involved in a serious car accident in which she suffered fractures and head injuries. Everything was going from bad to worse for Denise. She didn't realize that the presence of hatred kept her in the lower frequencies and kept her from attracting low energy. As difficult as it may seem, when you're unlucky and things seem to be deteriorating, ask yourself how many negative judgments you make and substitute them for the unique power of spiritual harmony. True nobility is not about being better than others, it is about being better than you were. As I write these words, I imagine you, reader, somewhere on earth at a future time. I know that regardless of who you are or what gender, how old you are, whatever social position you occupy or have failed to achieve, regardless of your school merits or your level of material wealth, I, Wayne Dyer, have both to learn from you like you from me. Furthermore, I am deeply convinced that, in a spiritual sense, you and I are united on a very deep level. Knowing that you have as much to teach me as I do you reaffirms my idea that I am no better than anyone on this planet. Yet at the same time, I know that I am better than I was. Better. And this is the barometer that I use to measure my ability to raise my spiritual energy. I am better than I was. I am no longer totally dominated by my ego's need to be right, to get things done, and to succeed. Now I can ask how I can serve before asking what is in it for me. Now I see myself spreading a message of peace, grace, love, forgiveness, togetherness, goodness, and happiness, and I have left behind the obsession to win, to be right, to be energetic, to be strong, to be on top, to be successful, and so on. I teach meditation and not medication, and I am a better father, husband, and son than I was. I have heard that the only difference between a living flower and a dead flower is that the living flower is growing. This is the true test of spiritual growth and whether you are raising your vibrations to be in harmony with spirit. You're growing up? Are you better than you were? This is how Lao Tzu put it several thousand years ago. His words are still valid today and will be valid for thousands of years. At birth, we are all soft and flexible. When we die, we are hard and rigid. All green plants are tender and flexible. When they die, they are dry and brittle. When we are hard and rigid, we associate with death. When we are soft and flexible, we affirm a greater life. You have to slow down to accelerate your spiritual energy. It's ironic, but frenzied activity is a very slow form of energy. When your mind and body are in a constant state of worry and anxiety, analyzing and calculating, always on the go, meeting deadlines and rushing to the next appointment, remember that in the world of fitness the real energy pattern it is extremely slow. The vibrations are only faster when you get closer to the energy waves of light and spirit. Light waves, although they appear immobile, vibrate much faster than the frequencies of solid matter. Hence the irony, because when you slow down and have calm thoughts, you actually eliminate anxiety and stress from your life. Similarly, when you meditate you bring the silent love of God closer to your present moments. In silence and stillness, God's energy will be yours. By slowing down your mind and freeing it from competing thoughts you allow the faster vibrations of spirit to penetrate. That faster vibration is one of harmony, love, and peace. It is, as Patanjali said, knowing God by making conscious contact with Him. When I am driving, I sometimes use a technique to slow down my mind and thereby allow the peace of God's rapid vibrations to be present in me. When I stop at a red light, I decide whether to keep my mind still as well or to let it keep running with thoughts like how late I am, why the driver in front has not gone yellow and because of him I am sitting there, I will have to stop at all traffic lights due to the conspiracy of traffic organizers, and so on. I usually choose to use this minute or two, in which everything else has stopped, to set my mind still as well. It is an option. I can close my eyes, meditate for the duration of the mandatory stop, and experience the peace of that moment. I have also found that there is almost always someone behind who will sound the horn to remind me that my meditation time is over. By slowing down and stopping my mental chatter at the traffic light, I invite the highest vibration of spirit to enter me. And, conversely, by remaining in a frenzied vibration, I block God's presence and continue to live with so-called problems. These are some of the principles that I encourage you to study and adopt when thinking about consciously raising your energy levels to access and maintain spiritual awareness. With that, I conclude this section on the different ways to embrace the idea that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. In the next few chapters I present what is perhaps the most famous prayer of all time, and it describes what for Saint Francis of Assisi was very practical advice for putting spiritual solutions into practice. The title of each chapter is a line from St. Francis's prayer, followed by specific suggestions for applying St. Francis's thoughts to our lives and our world today. Section 2. Put the spiritual solution of problems into practice. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. That where there is hatred, sow love. That where there is damage, forgive. That where there is doubt, put faith. That where there is despair, put hope. That where there is darkness, put light. That where there is sadness, bring joy. O divine teacher, grant me not to seek to be consoled but to console. To be understood but to understand. To be loved but to love. For by giving we receive. By forgiving we are forgiven. By dying we are born to eternal life. San Francisco de Asis. In the first half of this book, I have detailed the principles necessary for understanding that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. In this second half I offer some practical applications of these principles based on the well-known prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. It seems to me that it perfectly reflects the theme of the book and, therefore, I have put each line of the first half as the title of the following chapters. Each line provides a simple and perfect exercise to increase your energy level, allowing you to experience your problems as illusions that dissolve when you apply the unique power of spirit to them. You don't have to be a celibate monk with no worldly goods, dedicated to a spiritual life, to understand the profound message inherent in this prayer. Also, in the second half of each chapter you will find specific suggestions applicable to your everyday world, inspired by the prayer of Saint Francis. In the long run, you will understand that you can benefit from so-called problems when you opt for spiritual solutions, and this will change your life. With the inspiration of the prayer of Saint Francis you do not have to abandon anything but the illusion of the problem. Moved by the desire to increase your energy level and following the suggestions derived from the prayer of Saint Francis, you will be able to stop thinking about what you need from the universe and learn to replace this attitude of need with thoughts about what you can contribute to the environment of energy from situations that seem troublesome. This is in the spirit of the second half of this powerful prayer. Grant me not to seek to be consoled but to console, to be understood but to understand, to be loved but to love. Spiritual solutions mean that you are an instrument of peace rather than demanding that others give it to you. This means struggling with the ultimate irony of a life without problems, as expressed in the conclusion of the prayer of Saint Francis, because by giving we receive, by forgiving we are forgiven, by dying we are born to eternal life. Yes, we receive by giving, and this shift in thinking is essential to finding spiritual solutions. It all starts with becoming an instrument of peace. 7. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. If you are at peace, there is at least some peace in the world. Share it with everyone else, and everyone else will be at peace. Thomas Merton. These two words, your peace, are the most important part of this first request of Saint Francis. When you think of God, you think of peace. This is what happens when we are in conscious contact with God. I have heard enlightenment described as being immersed in and surrounded by peace. This definition implies that the enlightened life is one in which peace is the predominant experience. Connecting with your highest spiritual sense is the same as living in the peace we call God. Think of the greatest saints who have ever lived among us. They are different from the rest of us in a unique quality, all they can give is peace. And what is this peace? It is the expression of universal creative intelligence, which extends to everything. It is the perfection of creation. This is what the term your peace means to me. It is something to which I am always connected, since there is no place where it does not exist, and that I lose when I allow my thoughts to caress the illusion of problems. I remember my friend Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 commander and sixth man to walk on the moon, telling me that when he was circling the moon, he was able to cover the image of the Earth with his thumbnail from his capsule. He had a revelation when he saw millions of celestial objects moving, rotating, and orbiting in harmony, and he realized that we are part of an intelligent system of peace. Within every object there is this same peaceful harmony, and this includes the Earth, every millimeter of the planet, every object, and every living being. Your peace is the essence of our universe. It is God in action. It is infinite love. There is no anger, fear, greed, malice, or envy, just a vast ocean of peace always available. In this place, problems do not exist. And it is only one step away. The most compelling aspect of all this is that your peace can be uniquely yours all the time each time you make the decision that this is how you are going to live. Your peace becomes that of which you are an instrument, as St. Francis asks in the first sentence of his prayer. When you follow him, you get a spiritual solution to every problem. Make me an instrument. If the nature of things is harmony, and everything forms a perfect unity thanks to the invisible power, then it seems sensible to say, I too want to be in that peace, since my nature is to agree with the peace of God and not against her. Deep inside you know that being at peace is natural, even when it seems impossible when you find yourself in the presence of so many problems. Not feeling at peace is the consequence of an error in your thinking. The thoughts that take you away from your peace are more or less like this: if you were a little more like me, now I would not be upset, or if the world were the way I think it should be, I could feel at peace. But people are not like you think they should be, and neither is the world. You find peace when you re-educate your mind to accept life as it is and not as you think it should be. As simple as it may seem, this is the secret to being an instrument of God's peace. I am not asking you to become indifferent or listless, but simply to observe the world and all people as they are and do not have thoughts that make you abandon your natural peaceful energy. I gave this advice to a flight attendant after our plane had been on the runway for 45 minutes and the captain announced that we would be returning due to a warning light that had come on in the cabin. As we were going back for what would be a long wait, the flight attendant began to complain to me about her fate. I'm going to have 250 passengers furious with me and glaring at me when they get off the plane. These delays are very stressful for me. I spoke with her for several minutes, encouraging her to convince herself that her inner being was at peace. I explained that her inner being is covered by bone structure, just as the uniform covered her body. Try not to let anyone who does not come in peace enter the territory of your true self. Let it collide with the uniform or the outer covering that we call the body, but stand firm in your resolve that your inner self can only be reached through peace. I observed that each passenger who glared at her received a peaceful and loving response from her. After a few minutes he managed to divert what had previously penetrated to his soul. In a 19th century New England chapel, they found a text known as Desiderata that contains much wisdom and an exquisite phrase that I have always remembered: avoid loud and aggressive people. They are vexations for the spirit. And I would add, and they take you away from your peace. Your true self can always choose to remain unmoved by non-peaceful pleas. When others do not approach you in peace, they can only reach the outer protective covers. It is always you who chooses to process the acts, it is not that the acts themselves determine your level of peace. At any point in your life you can become an instrument of peace by deciding that you are not going to use your mind for anything other than peaceful thoughts. This may seem exaggerated to you, if you take into account all the difficult people you have to deal with, your financial situation, the illness of a close relative, the inconsiderate boss you have, the taxes you have to pay, as well as the traffic jams. Traffic, etc., etc. Try to give yourself a break from your habit of continually looking for occasions not to be at peace. Go to that calm and serene place within you that is covered by the outer layers of your material life. That's where you know what it means to be an instrument of peace. There, your emphasis is on giving peace and not receiving it. Give peace. When you are an instrument of your peace, you are not looking for anything, you are a provider of peace. You do not seek peace by looking at the lives of others and wishing they change so that you can be more at peace. What you do is offer your own calm to everyone you meet. You don't go around the world wondering whether or not every circumstance in your life satisfies your pattern of peace. Instead, you offer your peaceful attitude to the chaos you find yourself in, and your presence calms the whirlwind outside. Even though the whirlwind continues, you have the freedom to choose a peaceful thought or to quietly withdraw. How to do it? Memorize this phrase of the prayer and repeat it silently: Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Those moments of chaos allow you to remember that you will not get peace from anyone else and that you choose to give peace to all the situations in your life. Little by little, this reality will seep into you. The most important times to cultivate this awareness are when you find yourself in the middle of a tumultuous exchange, when someone wants to argue, is moody or irrational, and you realize that you are falling into pandemonium. In general, at this time, your inclination is to blame your lack of peace on all external forces. Start by looking at these situations in a whole new way that will not only help you be calm, but will make you a stronger and more trustworthy instrument of peace. Honor your great teachers. Who are the people that irritate you and make you frantic? Your spouse? Your children? Your parents? Certain employee? Your boss? A neighbor? I'm talking about the ones that really piss you off. Anyone else could say the same and you would gleefully ignore it and even respond in a most spiritual and loving tone: thank you for sharing. It is clear that these people, who make you feel frustrated and upset you with a simple disapproving look or scowl, are not a threat to you being an instrument of peace. They are your greatest teachers. Begin to recognize that all of these people are your teachers and help you to be an instrument of peace. That is, they are your guides and they have a lot to teach you. Every time you believe that someone else is causing the disorder and chaos you feel, it is time to acknowledge that they are allowing you to discover that you have not yet mastered yourself. That's right, you needed a reminder of peace. Remember, you are in a state of enlightenment when you are immersed in peace and surrounded by it. Anyone you give authority to remove that state from you is a reminder of what you have to do to be more at peace. In my case, my wife and children are my greatest teachers. I call these very special teachers my soul mates. My definition of a soul mate is not someone who agrees with me on everything, shares the same interests, and always tries to please me. I define soul mates as the people you love deeply, but cannot get rid of, who are always there, and with whom you often disagree. These soul mates are your greatest teachers because they are a continual reminder, sent by God, to help you master yourself. So it is tremendously beneficial that you are aware that you have to honor these people. My wife is one of them. We have been together for many years and we have weathered vain crises together, but sometimes something you have said or the tone of voice you use can still upset me. I know that if someone else had told me, I would have ignored him and instantly I would have been at peace. However, with my soulmate I am not at peace. Likewise, I have given my children the same power. When I reflect on something that has upset me, I realize that once again I have failed this simple test, the ability to be at peace in front of my teachers. To be an instrument of your peace you have to be able to radiate who we are inside. Regardless of when we meet them, our teachers are there to help us be an instrument of peace. Someday, surely little by little, I will know how to be at peace even when my greatest teachers are doing their best work. Choose peace. In A Course in Miracles there is a phrase that has always attracted me. In fact, I have reproduced and exhibited it at home, in the office and in the car on various occasions. It simply says, I can choose peace, instead of this. It is a great reminder at times when you are not being an instrument of peace. In one of those moments, this reminder can change everything. I remember feeling very angry when one of my sons was involved in an incident in a bar late at night. He was leaving the premises when several men who had been drinking attacked him. He ended up with broken front teeth and several minor injuries. Obviously, I worried about him, but it also irritated me to think about the number of times I had told him not to hang out in places where alcohol brings out the lowest levels of behavior and where you often run into problems with a capital letter. In the midst of this mental storm, I suddenly remembered that phrase. I repeated it to myself, I can choose peace, instead of this, and instantly stopped having a hard time. So I got ready to take him to a dentist friend of mine, and so I could be that instrument of peace. Also, from that experience, my son decided not to drink or go to bars again. Not being an instrument of peace kept me immobilized and upset. Choosing peace at that moment produced a solution that he possibly would not have even considered had he continued in that state of anguish. The Lebanese poet Jalil Gibran said, "Much of your pain is chosen by you. It is the bitter potion with which the doctor in you heals your sick self." This is true in all circumstances that we classify as not peaceful or painful. When you realize that you can choose peace even in the hardest moments, you become an angel of God. Instead of praying for the pain to go away, start by acknowledging the wisdom of praying to learn all you can. Choosing peace is a powerful call to action that eliminates self-pity and thoughts that limit us to focus on why something shouldn't be happening. Choosing peace gives you a calm mind that makes conscious contact with God and gives you peace to endure what we call trouble. Again, as A Course in Miracles points out, all pain comes simply from a futile search for what you want and an insistence on finding it. In the first line of St. Francis's prayer, he asks God to make him an instrument of his peace. Recognize that God and peace are synonymous and that to be in a state other than peace is to believe that you can be separated from God. It is only your thoughts that tell you that God is absent. Peace and God are the same thing. When you work to find yourself in that peaceful state of grace each day, regardless of what happens, you are open to spiritual solutions. Although the facts may not change, and you still have to deal with the realities of everyday life, being at peace allows you to process problems knowing that your truest experience is how you think. Once you are at peace, you will be guided to act reasonably and sensibly. But the problem itself, which is what you are experiencing within yourself, will have disappeared. Here are my suggestions for using St. Francis' request to God in this first line: Lord, make me an instrument of your peace to find spiritual solutions to problems. Suggestions to be an instrument of peace. Write this statement on several papers and put it in strategic places in your home, workplace, and car. I can choose peace, instead of this. When you experience distress, fear, depression, restlessness, even anger, stand up and read or repeat it to yourself. As you ponder these 8 words, make an effort to have thoughts of peace and tranquility despite your distress. You will be pleasantly surprised to find that your old habit of thinking without peace disappears the moment you consciously decide to have a peaceful thought. I do not mean by this that you can immediately fix a broken leg, or make an accident disappear or rid your house of termites, but you will have shown yourself in that magical moment that you have the power to choose peace. Also, when you are faced with a problem and have that peaceful thought, you will discover an even greater truth. All your problems can only be experienced in your mind, and when you bring peace to your mind, you are ready to take appropriate action. By choosing peace in a moment of non-peace, it is annulled where you feel it, which is in your thoughts. Find a specific time of day to be alone and calm. Take a walk, or lock yourself in your room, or leave the frenetic pace of your office to go somewhere else where you can be alone and remember that you are making conscious contact with God. In your precious moments of solitude, when you are calm, say to yourself, I abandon myself to God. What you do with it is to stop taking personal responsibility for everything and everyone around you, and in a calm way you surrender all that to God. You will feel that peace surround you almost immediately. Remember that your ego is the biggest obstacle to reaching God. Your identification with the idea that you are separated from God is what causes so-called problems. By giving yourself a few moments to solitude, what I call God's time, you become an instrument of peace even if only for a few moments. When you return to the busy world you will do it with a new partner, God, who is really your peace. Little by little, with this exercise you will discover that when you are awake you become an instrument of peace on a regular basis. Make meditation a part of your everyday life. Resistance to meditation is a universal phenomenon in the Western world. Every day I hear people say, "I'm too busy. I can't calm my mind. It does not work. I have too many things on my mind." I'm sure you have your own version of why you can't find time to meditate. The excuses for not making meditation a part of your daily life are part of the ego and are nothing more than your fear of knowing God and, therefore, of taming your demanding ego. For the next 60 days, practice meditation at least once a day, and preferably twice. The technique you use is up to you. I have created a tape and CD titled Meditation for Manifesting, which guides you through a morning and afternoon meditation called japa, which is the repetition of God's name as a mantra. It is an ancient technique that Patanjali describes in his book Yoga Sutra that I mention in chapter 2. I don't care so much about your methodology as your commitment to practicing meditation. There are many techniques and guides. Any method is valid if it allows you to calm the mind and helps you to reach the peace that is the secret that resides in the center and knows, as Robert Frost put it. With meditation you go to silence. Silence cannot be divided. Like zero in mathematics, which can never be broken into something else, it is always zero. And the same is true with God. It is only one. Indivisible. The practice of meditation is the way to experience indivisibility, the oneness that is God. When you practice meditation on a regular basis, in each session it is as if you lift the weight of your problems off your shoulders and experience the feeling that your soul is nurtured in a way that brings you closer to others and all things in peace. Saint Francis said to his devotees, "What is higher than words? The action. What is higher than action? The silence. Stand when your peace depends on external circumstances." Simply acknowledging that you blame others or circumstances for your lack of peace is enough to bring you back to reality. When you find yourself in a moment of non-peace, remember that nothing and no one can separate you from your peace without your consent. If the children have spilled orange juice on the carpet and the house is upside down and you are screaming, remember that you don't have to give up your peace just because the world is not going the way you would like it to be, and you will get your peace back. The more able you are to overcome your conditioned response to blame external things for your lack of peace, the more likely it is that in the long run you will become the living representation of your peace. Your peace is something between you and God. Point. It is not between you and anyone else, or any circumstance, however difficult it may be for you to accept at times. When people say to me, "How can I be at peace in a world that is not peaceful?" I always remember that inner peace is just that, inside, not outside. You must get to the point of bringing peace to everyone and everything, rather than trying to get it from external experiences. One of my least liked non-peaceful experiences is visiting twice a week from the gardeners who tend the lawns where I write. They come armed with extremely noisy machines and fill the air with their toxic fumes and raucous noises. There was a time when I took my wife and everyone else away. Now I consider them my teachers. My wife has encouraged me to get to a point where I am not even aware of her presence. When they begin, I send a silent blessing, and while I am still not a fan of these noisy machines, I do not allow myself to find myself in a state of non-peace in their presence. My peace is my choice and I no longer accuse those men and their noisy machines of disturbing it. Actually, I welcome them as teachers who help me to dominate myself and my ego. Thomas Carlyle said something about the difference between noise and creation that I always remember when these people arrive. When the oak is felled, the whole forest echoes with its fall, but 100 acorns are sown silently by a breeze that cannot be seen. Note. Think of peace. Remember, you become what you think about. How often do you fill your mind with thoughts of no peace? How many times a day do you say out loud how terrible the world is, how violent we have all become, how carefree we seem to be, how racist we are, how little the government cares about us? All these thoughts and their expression indicate that you are trapped in a non-peaceful mind and therefore in a non-peaceful world. Every time you lament the horrors of the world, or hear the news of all that is wrong, or read articles that exploit the unpleasant facts of other people's lives, you are following the conditioning that keeps you from being an instrument of your own peace. When you remember that for every act of evil there are 1,000 acts of kindness, you put your thoughts at peace again. When you interrupt someone who is telling you another disaster story and bring up a more enjoyable subject, you become an instrument of peace. When you stop thinking about the same scenes, with new characters, referring to accidents, crimes, poverty, mistreatment, and disasters of all kinds, and you prepare to make these things disappear from your mind, you become an instrument of peace. Use your mind to think about peace, because peace is the natural state of man and evil, war and hatred are his misfortune. Be a peacemaker. Every day you have many opportunities to be a peacemaker. Saint Francis wrote, "For by giving we receive. If you give peace you will receive peace, and when you are at peace all your problems dissolve." By becoming a peacemaker you are literally giving yourself a remedy for virtually all of your anxious moments. Today, stay alert for every opportunity to be a peacemaker. Just this morning, while I was at the gas station waiting to fill up my car, I saw that the cashier was being rude to a young man who did not understand how the $3 automatic car wash worked. The teller verbally attacked the teenager asking for the money to be returned, to which the teller stubbornly refused. In addition, it was evident that the young man did not speak English and did not understand what they said, much less why they insulted him in that way. Seeing that puzzled teenager, I have seen an opportunity to be a peacemaker. I have wrapped the young man by the shoulders and went outside with him to show him how the machine worked, which has made him smile for the first time since the incident began. Last night, at a dinner where family and friends had gathered, I began to notice that two antagonistic older people were on the verge of an outburst of anger because they did not agree on what had happened in a meeting prior to the meeting that both had attended. I knew that what was about to happen would be unpleasant for everyone, because I had witnessed it many times. I put myself in the role of peacemaker and offered a way to make both individuals right. In a matter of minutes, their combativeness was gone and I even saw them smiling at each other. This afternoon, on the motorway, I ran into a driver who was driving down the shoulder during a long hold and trying to get back into the lane. No driver left room for him to punish him for his action. As he approached where I was, I remembered that it was not between the driver and me, but between God and me. And my intuition, inspired by God, has told me that I could be a peacemaker for this man, that he could very well have reasons to drive on the shoulder, and I have signaled him to get in front of me. In a single day, I had 10 or 12 opportunities to be a peacemaker. And every time I take advantage of this opportunity, I become an instrument of peace, while giving spiritual energy to my life, allowing me to be free of problems in those moments. Be a peacemaker today, instead of waiting for peace to come from outside. Truly, by giving peace you will receive it. Make peace with yourself. You can't give what you don't have. If you are not at peace with yourself you cannot give peace. If you don't give peace, you will never be an instrument of it. Make the decision to forgive yourself for all your weaknesses and failures, forget about the self-destructive guilt for past mistakes and be aware that your journey through the black night of your soul had a value. When you make peace with yourself, you take a look at everything you've done in your life and remember that you needed all of those experiences to have the energy to propel yourself to a higher spiritual frequency. Eventually you will recognize that virtually every spiritual advancement is preceded by some disaster, and that all the unwanted events in your life were necessary. Why? Because they happened, and in this intelligent system that we call the universe there are no accidents. If you are better than before, there are reasons to make it up to yourself. Self-blame, guilt, disappointment, self-hatred, and anger at yourself keep you from peace. I have found that every time I experience an episode of self-denial, I start to feel anxious and even ill. In those exact moments I think of the first sentence of Saint Francis's prayer, "Make me an instrument of your peace." Then, mentally I surround myself with the bright light of peace and draw peaceful and loving energy into me and let it envelop me like a mantle of serenity from God. As if by magic, my anxiety and bad feelings merge into a wonderful sense of well-being. Then I realize that this is what I am giving instead of the harshness that I gave in my moments of anxiety and author rejection. By making peace with myself and evoking the peace of God, I am able to forgive myself for my mistakes and to set out to be better than before. Try it today, anytime you feel like you're rejecting yourself. The results will pleasantly surprise you. Get back to nature. Luther Burbank observed, "There is no other door to knowledge than that which nature opens, there is no other truth except the truths that we discover in nature." Becoming an instrument of light is easy when you return to the natural world. I'm sure you've heard it said many times that the solution to chaos is to go for a walk to the beach or to the mountains. When you return to nature, you return to silence and harmony that is your most natural setting. Far from the fast pace of the world of high technology, investment decisions, mobile phones and emails, discussions, noise and, above all, crowds, nature beckons you. I know you can feel the call of the wild because all the people I talk to about it express a desire to escape to a natural environment. Every time you pass through a beautiful park, it seems that there is a magnetic energy that pulls you to walk among the trees and flowers and calm your mind. The idea of hiking or camping in the mountains has enormous appeal even for the most urbanized. Listening to the song of the birds and the noise of the insects and the wind is a pleasant experience for almost everyone. The experience of being in a dark place and gazing at millions of stars on a clear night floods all the people I know with peace and happiness. Recently, my wife and I entered the Haleakala in Maui, and the only comment we made was the peace we felt in the silence of that majestic place. Give yourself the gift of nature whenever you can. Immerse yourself in the peace that surrounds you and see how you are almost taken into the arms of God, how you like the silence and how everything seems to fit harmoniously. Swimming a long distance in the ocean fills me with peace regardless of what is happening in my life. The prize I receive is to perceive a new clarity in my work. Areas that have seemed confusing to me become clear and lucid. Nature gives you peace, because you are in the energy field of God, where the Spirit rules and not the illusion. Your return to nature literally opens up a series of spiritual solutions to everything we call a problem. Edna St. Vincent Miller conveys this message beautifully in her poem God's World. His ecstatic feeling of peace expresses the idea I write about in this book. The world of God. O world, I can't get you close enough. Your winds, your wide grey skies. Your mists, they turn and rise. Your forests, on this autumn day, stricken and downcast. They almost scream in color. Crush that grim boulder. Remove the slope of that black cliff. World, world. I can't get you close enough. I've known the glory in it all. But I never knew this. Here is such passion that divides me. Lord, I fear that you have made the world too beautiful this year. My soul is almost out of me, don't let fall no burning leaf, I beg you. Don't let any bird sing. In seeking a spiritual solution to any problem, be, above all, an instrument of your peace. This peace is what will dissolve the problems. 8. Where there is hate, sow love. The earth is full of heaven, and every common bush. It burns with God, and only he who sees takes off his shoes. The rest sit around and pick blackberries. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. When you examine your problems, keep in mind 4 words written by St. Paul in his letters to the Corinthians: love never fails. Reflect on these words and ask yourself if you can think of any exceptions. Never means never. I think you will come to the same conclusion as me. Every time I perceive a problem, sending love never fails me. Whatever you perceive as a problem, you can find a solution in these 4 confusing words: love never fails. This is true even in situations where hatred appears to be the problem. My idea about hatred is consistent with what I have presented throughout this book. Belief in hatred is the source of almost all problems. At first this may be incomprehensible to you. However, I think that if you examine what you think of hate, you will be able to do what the title of this chapter suggests. Sowing love means dissolving the illusion of hatred by giving love. When you are able to do it, you are on the path of spiritual solutions to all problems. What is hate? Everywhere you can see the opposing forces of good and evil, love and hate. Many believe that these two opposing forces in the world are God and the devil. I have devoted a good part of the book to discarding this idea. How is it possible that God and the devil exist if there is only one creator and one power in the universe? Did God create the devil? Or if the devil exists, did he create God? If there is only one creative truth behind the universe and you accept evil as this truth, then you have to believe that hatred, violence, ugliness, prejudice, disease, poverty, and chaos are manifestations of this truth. And all love and kindness are fake. If you accept God as the truth, you must accept that love is truth and that evil is false. And hatred is undoubtedly part of that evil that is false. For me, the truth about hate is that hate is love. Indeed, I perceive hate as the energy of love that goes in the opposite direction. All hatred can be overcome by love because love is the only thing that exists, that is, it must include hatred. The feeling and expression of hatred must be reversed so that it goes in the opposite direction. In the old Dhammapada we are reminded that hatred ceases with love, not by hating. That is why Saint Francis asked God for the ability to give love in the presence of hatred, and thereby eliminate the illusion that hatred exists. Basically, people who seem to radiate hatred are projecting their feeling of not being loved. They have the impression that life does not love them. When you feel that life does not love you, you deny the presence of love, although love is the elixir that holds the whole universe together. So you take the presence of this omnipresent force called love and turn it in the opposite direction and you start practicing hatred. A person who hates is a person who feels hated, and projects that feeling. When you meet someone who holds a grudge against you, you can be sure that this person feels that you are holding it back and does the only thing they can do, which is to give what they have. If a person criticizes you, you can be sure that they are only projecting what they feel they are sending them. These are examples of people who believe that they are not loved and who send out unpleasant, hateful energy. We know that God is love, the only power found everywhere, so there is no place where this power is not found, including the person who hates. That is why I say that the truth of hatred is that it is love, and that the way to dissolve hatred is to reverse direction and make a loving effort to convince the hater that he is loved. As Saint Francis asks, that where there is hatred, I sow love. Let's see where hate is and how we can send love to the problems that accompany hate. Sow love against hate of the world. In the world, what we know as hatred takes many forms. A race expresses its hatred by invading or mistreating other racial groups. Some people control food supplies while others starve. Violence against others in the form of killings, fights, insults and attempts at deception. Laws that favor the majority in power. When the reins of power shift, revenge on former haters becomes the norm. Hate seems to breed hate. We are thrown into this world with a natural inclination to love. Most of the time, when you meet someone who projects hatred towards you, you have the feeling that you have a problem. Like for example the problem of hatred in the form of a grumpy government employee who does not listen to you and makes you wait endlessly. Or the problem of hatred in the form of legal action taken against you just to get money from you. Or the problem of hatred spilled by a power-hungry person who intimidates you for sheer pleasure. The list of examples is endless. And in each case it is hatred that we perceive as reality. Those who hate are firmly convinced that life does not love them. And they respond with hatred because they feel hated. It is rare for a person who feels love to project hatred. Keep in mind the important biblical reminder, God is love. Evil is in the mind of man. All hatred comes from the minds of people who feel disconnected from God and from the energy of love that exists. When you fall into their hatred you are also disconnected. Revenge, anger, sadness, and all the things that you perceive as problems are mental constructs. When you sow love in those circumstances where you find hatred, something unique happens. First in yourself, and then in the energy field of hatred that you are in. When you begin to trust love and recognize that in the end we will all be one with that love, you have a great impact on the lower energy pattern of hate. Every time you see someone showing hatred, you can be sure that they feel hated. At the same time, think that this person is loved by God, since God is love. As a witness or recipient of that hatred, you are a spark of love. If you are able to sow love in response to hatred, one of the three most difficult things for humans, which I described in the previous chapter, in the long run you will see that hatred turns into love. So you can be sure that hatred is just a mistake created by the mind of man. In our long history of tyrants and dictators we have plenty of examples of people who poured their hatred on others because they felt hated. The divine teachers teach us, without exception, that love never fails. Look at this list of phrases from various religions. Christian, God is love, you are God and Son of the Highest. Shinto, love is the receptacle of the Lord. Zoroastrian, man is the Lord's beloved and you must love him. Judaica, you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and others as yourself. Sikh, God will regenerate those in whose hands love resides. Buddhist, may man cultivate love for everyone. Taoist, heaven arms of love for those it does not want to see destroyed. Islam, love is this, that you count very little and God a lot. Bahá'í, if you don't love me, my love cannot reach you. Confucianism, loving all men is the greatest goodness. Hinduism, the best way to worship the Lord is through love. I believe that the tyranny of hate is being replaced by the consciousness of love. Nelson Mandela responded with love and reconciliation to the hatred of apartheid and it has gradually been dissolving. The hatreds of past wars are slowly being replaced by the recognition of the unity that we all share with each other. And former enemies become brothers in peace. Of course, the illusion of hate remains and we have a lot to do in our evolution to learn to sow love where there is hate. It is imperative that all who seek spiritual solutions realize that only love can exist. Hatred comes from those who somehow feel hated. There are two ways to help them change that feeling. 1. By letting those who have a behavior full of hatred see that you personally are only going to give them love, and 2. Understanding that God loves them unconditionally even if they do not know how to recognize that truth. Saint John said, "Love resides in this, not in our love for him, but in his love for us." Your absolute love will ultimately make hatred disappear because absolute love is aware that there is only one indivisible existence. You may think that this whole love thing seems like too pretty a theory to apply when you're a victim of someone else's hatred. I assure you that the simple recognition that hatred is a misdirected form of love and a reflection that a person feels unloved is enough for him to lose his power and disappear. At the end of this chapter I will give you some specific recommendations for dealing with hatred. For now, stick with the idea that your willingness to sow love in the field of hate and to see hate as a need for love will change your environment and eventually replace hate with love. I would like to share part of a letter I received from a woman who found herself in an extreme situation of hatred and violence. She was able to put love before hate in a moment of deep fear and terror. Here's how he related it to me. On Friday morning, around 2:30 in the morning, I was awakened from my sleep by a masked man holding a knife to my throat. At first I thought it was a nightmare, but soon I realized that it was real and that this person was really there, and, needless to say, I was terrified. He asked me a few questions while taping my face, from my eyes to the middle of my mouth, and then he tied my hands behind my back and tore my nightgown and underwear with the knife. That I could fight, and surely get badly hurt, or stand still and hope for the best. I decided the latter and, while he touched me, I was able to distance myself a bit from what was happening to me and started talking to him. The thoughts on the tapes they must have come to me, because the words I said would not be said naturally by anyone in such a situation. Ruth refers to an earlier part of the letter in which she said that she had listened to a number of tapes of me, which had been useful to her during the process of her brother's death the year before. The week before her attack she had returned to listen to the tapes. He told me he was from Los Angeles and needed money and a car to get back there. The words came out, "You are a very nice young man, would you like me to pray for you?" God, help this young man get the money he needs to go to Los Angeles and help him to be happy and have a good life. I asked him if he had a girlfriend and he said, yes, in Los Angeles. So I asked him if he had children and he said, no, would you be here if you had children? I said, I have children and grandchildren, and they are wonderful, he should go back to his girlfriend and have children one day. I kept talking to him like he was a nice man and at the end he said, this is not going well and he did not rape me. He did more still and I thought that this might possibly be the end for me, but in the end he gave it up and when he was leaving he said, you are a very nice woman. I attribute my ability to stay calm and use kind words in this situation to having listened to your tapes, which I know beyond a doubt came to me and gave me that extraordinary serenity, strength, and kind words. And now I want to thank you for sharing your life and wisdom, which has provided so many wonderful alternatives to getting caught up in things. Thank you very much, from the bottom of my heart for your wonderful books and tapes, what you say in them is much more than words. I spoke with Ruth and she gave me permission to include this story here, in the hope that out there someone could sow love versus hate. Sow love when hate arrives in your immediate relationships. This is the secret to dealing with those who express hatred around you. First of all, remember that hate is a reaction to frustrated love. Then silently repeat once more, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace, that where there is hatred, sow love. You are spreading love by peacefully acknowledging that the hater, on some deep and probably unconscious level, feels hated and gives what he feels. Absolute love cannot exist with hatred, so your task in those moments is to sow love where there is hatred. This is how you convey to the person who feels unloved that, as difficult as it may seem, you don't hate them. This will eliminate hatred and, at the same time, provide a spiritual solution to the problem of hatred. The hatred that person directs towards you is actually a manifestation of their pain. When hatred dissolves, pain ceases to torment. In this phrase of his prayer, Saint Francis asks for strength to sow love in the face of hatred. You can do the same even when you receive hatred from those you live and work with. Nothing I say here implies that you have to become anyone's victim. One of the most loving things you can do in response to hatred is to silently send a blessing to that person and step out of the energy field of fear and hatred. If you walk away without yelling or cursing or responding violently, you are telling that person that you love yourself too much to be their victim. Then when she has calmed down, go talk to her, when the energy field is no longer permeated with hatred. What you want to avoid is that they make you feel revulsion, disgust, or pain. Your goal is to stay in a state of love. Withdrawing from the scene is a way to keep your energy field uncontaminated and to give the hating person a space to reflect on their actions in private. Remember that their hatred is their torment. If you don't allow their hatred to become yours, you help that person eliminate their pain. When you find hatred in someone around you, use those moments to turn to God. By getting out of your ego, which wants to retaliate and triumph over hatred, you are sowing love. Your source is God. The source of hatred is the mistaken belief that one is separated from God. Go to your source when faced with hatred and you will find the guidance you need to give love. If someone tries to tempt you with their hatred, you have the option of not taking the hook. It's like trying to argue with someone who refuses to do so. The angry person is disarmed by the response of pacifism or love. Everything that love contemplates is transformed into joy and beauty. Or, in other words, love and hate cannot live together. Many of the so-called problems in life are a consequence of having to deal with people who put hatred in the energy field. Take note of how much hate infects your home, your workplace, your family and friends, your relationships, and even your health. Then ask yourself if you contribute to it by hating the haters. As you can see, none of this is a problem if you practice what Saint Francis asked God in this phrase of his prayer, that where there is hatred, sow love. The challenge is not to allow yourself to get caught in a web of hatred that perpetuates more hatred. Even if you are completely surrounded by this kind of energy, and it seems physically impossible to get out of it, you can make a conscious decision to have nothing but loving thoughts. Recite in silence, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace, that where there is hatred, sow love, and the situation will change. How? Problems are first experienced in thoughts. If you have love, there will be no room for hate, since you cannot live together in the same place. The spiritual solution is to be aware of your thoughts in the face of hatred and to stand firm in your thoughts of love. This takes time, but little by little love will transform hatred into joy and beauty. Sow seeds of love where you have hate yourself. If in your heart you feel hatred towards yourself, it is up to you to replace it with love. Sowing love where hate resides means wherever you find hate, even if it is deep within you. Think of these words of Saint Francis: I have been impious, if God can work through me, He can work through anyone. Imagine the man who suffered the stigmata of Christ, who domesticated wild animals with His divine presence, who healed the sick and preached unconditional love for all, saying, I have been ungodly. If it is true in the case of Saint Francis, surely you can review your ungodly thoughts and actions and recognize the need to forgive yourself and to substitute self-hatred for self-love. Everything you have done that could make you feel self-loathing lies in the past. So don't spend today cherishing self-hatred. Remember that the truth about hate is that it is about love, it just goes in the opposite direction. Put the gear in reverse and start moving your thoughts in the direction of love. Forgiveness is the means to achieve this investment. I have written so much in this book and others about the importance of self-love and self-forgiveness that I prefer not to repeat it here. I include this short section because love can be sown in any situation where hatred appears. All the mistakes that you have made in the past and all the imperfections that you perceive in yourself have happened because they had to. You had to be there, in that darkness, to be able to overcome it. As for your imperfections, it is an insult to God, plain and simple. You are a divine piece of God, without blemish, because God is good and has created everything, and everything created by God is also God, without errors, without imperfections, without anyone being better than anyone. Apply Emerson's observation as an antidote to self-perceived imperfections: never miss an opportunity to see anything beautiful, for beauty is God's handwriting, a roadside sacrament. Welcome Him in every kind face, in every beautiful sky, in every pretty flower, and thank God for this blessing. This also includes your nice face. Consider yourself an ingredient in that blessing and let love reside there, within you, for you. It is truly one of those opportunities to see something beautiful. Some suggestions to sow love where there is hate. I recommend that you practice what I do whenever I find myself in a situation where hate is present. Repeat the phrase of the prayer of Saint Francis, that where there is hatred, sow love. Believe it or not, the effortless act of repeating that phrase to myself allows me to deflect my inner dialogue from hate and have thoughts of love. This reminder also allows me to take actions based on love and not on my ego's inclination to face hatred with my own hatred. Last week, on a tennis court, in the middle of a doubles match, one of the players shouted hateful epithets at another player, accusing him of cheating. The more he got angry and the more insults he launched, the more the atmosphere on the court became poisoned. I had been writing about the prayer of Saint Francis and the idea of sowing love where there is hatred came to my mind. I told my partner, who was the target of hatred, to just say nothing rather than return the insults. Suddenly out loud, for all to hear, I addressed the man who was filled with hatred, "You know what, we all love you, win or lose." I was surprised by my words myself, but I was even more surprised by his response. The man looked at me, smiled, and said, "Sorry, I've lost my temper." It was amazing to see how by sowing love against hate it disappeared almost immediately. When you find yourself in the presence of someone who is directing his hatred towards you, think of Jesus washing the feet of his disciples on the eve of his crucifixion. My wife told me that she was taught to think like this when she was young and has practiced it silently her entire life. Imagine what it is like to walk in the shoes of the hater. Then mentally remove those shoes from the person and imagine washing their feet just like Jesus did. This mental image not only allows you to project love in the face of the hate you are witnessing, but it also distracts you from the habit of feeling hurt and angry. After an episode where you have been the target of hatred, or when you have witnessed hatred, do not allow the incident to linger in your mind. Also resist the temptation to talk about the episode or to focus the conversation on it. Many people, who do not send hate, seem to enjoy talking about the hateful attitude of others and tend to make it the focus of almost all their conversations. They keep talking about what another said, how terrible it was and how it affected everyone around. Meanwhile, the environment of the present moment also becomes a place of hatred. When talking about another person, strive to send or direct love into their energy field and encourage others to think about love and send loving energy to those who seem to have lost themselves in their hatred. Be the person who fosters the idea that people can change. Ask your family and your circle of friends to direct love to those who are stuck in the torment of their hatred. When you have private conversations, make them revolve around love and not hatred towards the hater. In the moments when you are not witnessing hatred, you can also sow love. Praying for a person who is filled with hatred makes as much sense as praying for someone who is sick or hurt. Enter the energy field of hate with love. Without needing to identify yourself, you have the opportunity to use your energy of love to stop the passions of hatred. When you live with love in your heart, you radiate a more spiritual energy, faster. You can direct this higher energy of love towards hateful situations. I remember one afternoon when I was in a park with two of my children, when a father exploded in anger at his young son. He screamed and threatened the boy with violence. I went into action immediately, not to confront the irate father, but to reach out and send him energy of love. I enveloped him in an imaginary cloud of goodness. I saw then that the man began to soften, partly because he had noticed me and his behavior embarrassed him, but mainly because I was sending the higher and faster energy of love to a space where the lower and slower energy of hate was present. This higher energy influenced his behavior even before he noticed me. You have sometimes heard the expression, "We are going to send you positive energy." This is not fiction, it is another way of sowing love where there is hatred. You have the power to use your loving energy in this way at any time. Whenever you encounter hatred, remember that the person running it feels hated. This will ignite in you the desire to ease that person's torment with the warmth of your love. Every time our children say or do things that indicate they feel hatred, both my wife and I try to assure them that they are loved and deserve love. Little reminders, when the atmosphere has cleared, like a hug or a pat on the shoulder, or a phrase like, "Well, Mommy loves you and so does God, always, even when you're angry." No sermons, just a kind reminder that they are loved. In the middle of a serious discussion in which hatred is projected, remember that God loves everyone. If you can somehow convey this to all the contenders, including yourself, that alone is enough to make the hatred disappear and at the same time provide a spiritual solution to the situation. Commit to spending an hour with someone less fortunate than you. Near your house there is someone who is desperate and helpless. Often these people do not know that the origin of their anguish is that they do not feel loved and they have the feeling that the world in general rejects them and also the people who are part of their lives. You can be an instrument of peace, sowing love for that person and for yourself. You don't have to give them money or food or anything material. The simple and wonderful act of sowing love alone will provide a spiritual solution to your problem while nurturing your soul. Never take hate personally. Sowing love where there is hate means remembering that you are love and that this is what you have to give. Consequently, anyone who wants to pour their hatred on you will be unable to reach your soul, because hatred cannot live where love is present. The best method to deflect hatred is to be aware of how you react to it. If you are immediately offended by the behavior of the hater, you have taken it personally and allowed your ego to twitch. When you respond to the hater with the words, "You feel," you put the emphasis where it belongs and don't take it personally. Because you know that you are sowing love and hate has nothing to do with you. If someone says to you, "I hate you, you're bland and you never praise me for nothing, all you always do is criticize me," you might respond with something like, "You think I don't praise you, and that really makes you angry. I want you to know that you have talent and I will try to tell you more often." You have not taken it personally and have responded to hatred with love. A spiritual solution. And even if the hatred continues to exist, you continue with your decision to never take the hatred personally. Try to find time to be with those who send hate. When you meet people who seem to be full of hate, you will discover that they want the same thing as you. They want to feel loved, and their outward manifestations of hatred are nothing more than a cry for love. Years ago, one of my teenage daughters would rebel furiously and often hate any authority figure, and me in particular. One day I asked him if he could have dinner with me, to which he reluctantly agreed. The hours I spent talking to her and taking an interest in her life from a non-authoritarian position changed our relationship. By meeting someone, by spending time with them, by going the extra mile to plant love in someone you think might be emanating hate, you create an open environment where love has a chance to flourish. This is not just the case with family members. You can go to lunch with the person who shows the least respect for you at work, and an hour will be enough to dispel much of the hatred. The word prejudice comes from prejudging. To prejudge is to form an opinion without any contact. It is done before making contact. With the contact, you embrace the light that you both share, and the pre and judgment disappear. Use a letter as a means to send love. Sometimes it seems impossible to reach someone who is full of hatred. The more you try to talk to that person about it, the more she becomes entrenched in her idea that she has no choice but to be the way she is. These encounters often lead to unpleasant and intolerant arguments and exchanges. I recommend that you make your feelings known in the form of a letter, so that the reader cannot argue what you say with his hatred. Even if he disagrees with everything you say in your letter, make the effort to let him know that he is important, valuable, intelligent and, above all, loved by you and by God. But also mention how you feel when he directs his hatred towards you and why you often withdraw when he manifests that hatred. By sending love in written form, you do not receive the sparks of hatred, which ignite when words fly in heated exchanges. This is another opportunity to get to the bottom of your soul and to sow love where there is hate. Try to be kinder and kinder in response. One of the best ways I have discovered to sow love where there is hate is to be generous. Send flowers to someone who has verbally insulted you. Send a box of chocolates or a gift voucher in response to hatred. Over the years, I have on many occasions had the experience of receiving bad checks from people to whom I send the products they order. In another time, I reacted by complaining about how irresponsible and immoral this behavior was. About 5 years ago, I changed radically. Every time this happened to me, I would send the person an autographed book as a gift and ask them to pay me the returned check. The response was astonishing. 98% of the people who received the gift in response to their bad check not only sent me the money, but went to the trouble of writing me a letter of apology. This was in contrast to the less than 40% that did before. There is an old saying that says, "Kill them with kindness," but I prefer, "Connect with them with love and generosity," or, as Saint Francis would say, "Sow love." Forgive yourself and look at yourself with love. Always remember that you are eternally united to God. You are a divine creation and you do not have to fear your divinity. You don't have to act like others want them to love you, they love you unconditionally. You don't have to be free from mistakes, they always love you. You don't have to win, they love you regardless of the result or score. All the reasons you may have given yourself for hating yourself are a consequence of the rigid belief that your ego is the dominant force in your life. Your ego believes that you are what you do, what you have, what others believe about you. Your ego believes that you are separate from everything else and separate from God. Thus, that ego is always judging, evaluating, and comparing you with others. When you don't measure up, you despise yourself. Then you review how many times you have failed and turn those failures into self-hatred. As a spiritual being, you don't have to act, compare yourself, win, or anything else. Your worth is a recognized fact. You are a part of God. You're always connected. Remember this truth every time you feel self-hatred. Forgive yourself and you will sow love in your energy field, and you will also provide a spiritual solution to the problem of self-loathing. Here conclude my suggestions to learn to sow love where there is hate. I know that no one can love another if he does not love humanity first. The ability to so love stems from this inner feeling of being connected to all humanity and to God rather than believing that you are separate from all living creatures. An emancipated slave whom you might expect to have reason to hate exemplifies the message of this chapter and the request of St. Francis. His name was Booker T. Washington, and he put it this way: I will not allow any man to dwarf my soul by making me hate him. He was a man who started working at the age of 9, acted as a doorman to pay for his studies, and later directed the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He refused to hate. Why? Because, as he said, hatred dwarfs the soul. So love and enjoy the respect that adorns your soul. 9. Where there is damage, forgive. The world does not need a new religion or a new philosophy. What the world needs is heal and regenerate. The world needs people. May, through devotion to God, be so full of spirit that can be an instrument for healing occurs, because healing is important to everyone. Joel S. Goldsmith, The Art of Spiritual Healing. The words hurt and forgiveness seem to me a fascinating way of expressing St. Francis' desire to heal the sick and help the wounded to recover. He uses the word pardon to express the desire to release a wound, just as a prisoner would be released from prison by commutation of his sentence. As you know, St. Francis was known in his time as a healer of the sick. His presence among the wounded produced miraculous cures, inexplicable to the doctors of the time. In his prayer he asks to join the Spirit so fully that body and universal mind become one. Pray for the perfection of God to permeate your body so that you can transmit your spiritual energy to those who do not form a whole. I am not asking you to become a Saint Francis or a Jesus and do miraculous cures, although I am not saying that it is impossible either. I ask you to open yourself up to an idea that you may consider outrageous or even impossible, but that you will consider here, if not for something else, then to entertain yourself with another of Dyer's nonsense. Perhaps Tilipa's definition of enlightenment in the 10th century will encourage you: have a mind open to everything and attached to nothing. I want to make it very clear how I think we can consider the presence of illness or damage that we have suffered in our lives and that of our loved ones from the perspective of applying spiritual solutions. When we have to recognize and accept a disease state in our body, our first thought should be how to enable a solution, which generally involves returning our body to a disease-free state as quickly and painlessly as possible. When I speak of taking responsibility for any illness or disease, keep in mind above all that it should be done without feeling of guilt or shame. By saying to yourself, "This state of illness or imbalance is mine, I own it and my attitude towards it depends on me." These words take on power because you open yourself to the healing energy of a spiritual solution. Feeling guilty or angry about arthritis, cancer, heart disease, kidney disease, or any other type of illness keeps you from reaching energy levels where spiritual solutions abound. We live in a carcinogenic world. There are pollutants in the air, food, and water. Feeling guilty or angry about these conditions or blaming the polluters will only serve to magnify the problem. Seeking a spiritual solution means abandoning those energies that take away your strength and which are those of shame, guilt, anger, and the obsession to blame others. By saying, "That is mine and I am looking for a spiritual solution to this situation," you draw closer to those higher healing energies. Your body is your resume to God in this life. Some of us are bald, short, we cannot see well, we cannot hear, we cannot walk, and so on. If you refuse to view these conditions as problems and set out to fulfill your destiny without guilt, anger, or remorse, you attract higher and faster energy into your life. In short, you don't see the physical apparatus as important to who you are and what you will do. It is as if you know that your spiritual self has been assigned this vehicle, this body, whatever its state, for this incarnation. This body is not you and you are not him. I also believe that the law that has allowed some miraculous healing of illness or injury is still on the books. It has never been revoked and is accessible, as evidenced by the many spontaneous healings that occur in high-energy places like Lourdes in France, Fatima in Portugal, and remote villages in Brazil, to name just a few. The presence of evil and disease in children is particularly difficult to cope with. Once again, it is important to emphasize that from a spiritual perspective we are infinite souls, who never die and are never born. Our essence is not our material form. A little boy could be an old soul. Who knows? What I am sure of is that teaching an unfortunate child to stubbornly refuse to think that he is a limited being, and to help him see that his spirit is perfect and always united with God, regardless of his physical defects, is the way to introduce a spiritual solution in your mind. We must learn to always see God in each person and teach those with a young afflicted body to do so as well. With this, we will be putting forgiveness in the presence of physical evil and facilitating the healing process. Putting the words where there is harm, so forgiveness in the context of the force of the Spirit is my way of sharing my belief in spiritual liberation from sickness, injury, or pain through the personal ability to come together to form a whole with the healing capacity of God. This means beginning to conceive of body and mind as one and using spiritual essence to maintain perfect unifying health. The closer you get to the faster spiritual frequencies of love, kindness, forgiveness, togetherness, gratitude, and infinite awareness, leaving behind the lower and slower vibrations of fear, doubt, hatred, and separation in your thoughts, the greater your ability to influence the health of others and your own. Healing is a state of consciousness in which you allow God to pass through you to the hurt and the injured person. All disease, metaphysically speaking, is the consequence of being disconnected from God in mind and body. I firmly believe that one can never truly be separated from the one power, so once again we see that sickness is one of those illusions that can be corrected by the evidence of the Spirit. And forgiveness is another word for that Spirit. In a very real sense, you have the power to bring the higher healing energy of forgiveness in the presence of what we know as physical ailment, and in this way, you have the power of God influence it. When I say that there is a spiritual solution to every problem, I am not excluding health problems. While I do not intend to demean the medical community at any time, I believe that it is not the doctors, medicine, or therapy that cures. All the medical friends I know recognize the inexplicably mysterious power of the body to heal itself. They know that there is a power that cannot be seen or touched, a power that is pure spiritual energy and can heal wounds and keep the whole organism in total harmony. To fulfill the request of Saint Francis to sow forgiveness where there is a physical evil, you must resort to this perfect spiritual energy. Your body is rooted in the Spirit. The functioning of your body is proof of an invisible source of energy that exists in the universe and that works actively in you. You don't make your blood run or stomach acids perform the miracle of digestion. Your body comes from something invisible, what I call spirit. It is rooted in that spirit and that spirit is perfect. In a sense, your body is a manifestation of the knowledge of God, the expression of an idea that is held in the universal consciousness. This body is part of the universal life cycle of seed, bud, flower, growth, decay, and giving way to new life. Your body and the bodies of others are destined to express this idea of the Spirit and to give way to a more perfect idea. The body itself is always firmly rooted in this perfection of the Spirit. When you lose contact with it, physical evil or illness arises. Thus, there are no imperfect bodies, only ideas that reinforce the separation of the person and God. There are only imperfect ideas. These imperfect ideas are the fruit of the ego, which makes us believe that we are incapable of healing ourselves or others. For example, an idea that says, I have arthritis or a migraine and I can't do anything about it. I am stiff and in constant pain due to these discomforts, instead of, I have these discomforts due to imperfect ideas about my body. I want to say, without fear of being wrong, that the intelligence that lives in your body will adopt the form in which you project it. It will create a healthy or diseased body depending on how you decide to use your mind. If you want to have a truly healthy body, and the ability to sow forgiveness in the face of any kind of harm, you must first heal your mind with unconditional love and recognize that your body is a firmly entrenched instrument of the Spirit. Make your mind energetic, loving, healthy, and positive, and your body will respond accordingly. In addition, you will be able to provoke in others this attitude of healing, which is what Saint Francis was best known for. You can also forgive physical illnesses and, incidentally, facilitate healing. You share the same energy. There is a healer in you, rooted and always connected to spirit. To know this healer and make him work for you and others, you must, once again, forget about your ego. Overcome the ego. To develop an unshakable faith in the healing power of nature, you must learn to harmonize your body with the body, mind, and spirit of nature. To carry out this action, you will have to do everything possible to suppress the ego. Remember, the definition of ego is that it is nothing more than an idea that identifies you as someone separate from others and the sum total of your achievements and acquisitions. In short, your ego tells you that you are your personality and your body, and that you have to compete with all the other bodies and personalities that you encounter every day. When you see yourself as a separate body and mind, you are in a world of illusion in which disease and evil are the way of life. Your ego does not see the true dimensions of the being in which it is housed. Thus, you are often worried, lonely, frustrated, and afraid. Then he turns to himself to confirm the little value he places on life. These thoughts of self-deprecation, limited thinking, and fear of not measuring up will manifest in some form of evil or illness. As you know if you have read this far, these ego thoughts are nothing more than mistakes. There is only one power, which is omnipresent and therefore is in you at all times. Your ego is the part of you that gives full credibility to an illusion. Your ego is what you must transcend in order to know the truth of healing by putting forgiveness in the places where the damage resides. It is easy to overcome your ego if you pay attention to the unique power that is the harmonizing force of all nature. The path to the miracle of creation awaits your steps. However, fear has expelled this energy and created one form or another of damage. Everything comes from the mind. The demands and affirmations of your ego are no exception. Your body can become a perfect instrument of your mind, as long as you are alert at all times to eliminate thoughts of illness and discomfort. You will release, or forgive, these thoughts from your being if you turn to the inner being of spirit, which creates total harmony in the physical world, including your body. As the scriptures say, with God, everything is possible. Now you know that this does not exclude anything. Forget the concept of incurable. The basic principle of the physical universe is that thoughts become things. The antecedent of everything that exists in the material world is a thought. When you believe that something is impossible, you are reinforcing the thought that it is impossible. The idea that a disease is incurable or irreparable damage is equivalent to saying to God, I renounce being an extension of you. The perfect spirit is in everyone. When we get rid of the ideas that create the illusion of disease, we open ourselves to the potential to create perfect health. I prefer to think of illness or injury in terms of energy. As you will remember if you have read the first part of the book, everything is energy and energy is a vibration. When your body is immobilized, this is due to the presence of frequencies incompatible with the higher frequencies of harmony of perfect health, created by the spirit. The moment you identify the frequencies of the disease and find new energetic solutions, you have before you the possibility of eliminating the negative frequencies. To forgive, you first have to be energetically balanced. I encourage you once again to review in Chapter 2 Patanjali's observations on higher consciousness. When you firmly abstain from ignorance, misidentification with the ego, you are able to bless and even heal yourself and others simply by being in their energy fields. Being energetically balanced means returning to your normal state of grace by meditating, having loving thoughts, feeling connected to spirit, being joyful, and essentially living the faster vibrations of higher spiritual consciousness. At those higher frequencies there is no room for the idea that something is impossible or incurable. My friend Stephen Lewis has written a book called Sanctuary, The Path to Consciousness. It is a novel, although it is based on real events. In it he enthusiastically writes about healing energies and the elimination of incompatible energies. Those who are entrenched in the model of medicines, drugs, surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy as the only treatment modalities available to eliminate disease from our lives will reject this idea. I have participated in the Energy Balance program and have seen it work. Staying open to all possibilities has allowed me to see progress in healing awareness and a deeper awareness of well-being. I firmly believe that there are many things in the universe that we have not yet achieved. Freeing yourself from the concept of incurable disease allows you to enter the realm of harmonious energy, which is what spiritual awareness means, and understand that nothing in God's consciousness wants us to suffer harm or disease. Recognize your spiritual perfection and you will know how absurd it is to see something as impossible. What is healing? When someone is experiencing illness or injury, as St. Francis calls it, they have somehow become disconnected from God. Spiritual healing is achieved through a reunification process. It is what I call understanding of God. It has nothing to do with the names of diseases, the taking of medicines or the work of a good surgeon. Healing is the reunion of the self with the whole. I have repeatedly alluded to disease, as well as discord and disharmony, as illusions, since everything that is God's is good and everything is God's. I want to expand on this point as we examine the healing process. When I say that the disease is an illusion or something unreal, I do not mean to imply that it does not exist. I am not asking you to be so foolish as to believe that what exists in yourself or in others is only in your imagination. As Joel Goldsmith reminds us in The Art of Spiritual Healing, when sickness, like death and sin, is called unreal, it is not a denial of the so-called existence of these things, it is a denial of their existence as part of God or reality. In the realm of the real, the realm of God, there are no discrepancies of meaning. However, this does not change the fact that we suffer them. The principle of wisdom is the understanding that these conditions do not necessarily have to exist. Thus, healing is not done by asking God for relief, but by seeking that relief through God and elevating yourself to the place where you meet Him in the spiritual field of higher energy, which is where God always is. To be cured then is to rise above the concept of the physical or material and penetrate into the understanding of God, and the term unreal or illusion refers to the unreality of the disease in a realm of totality and spiritual awareness. When St. Francis pleads with God to give him power to put forgiveness where there is harm, he is asking to come together in this spiritual totality and allow that awareness to radiate out to all who live in the unreal world of disharmony and disease. When you know that your true essence is the spirit and you live there in your mind, your body is with you and the result, in the long run, will be healing. Witnessing healing is a miraculous event and it takes place every day in a multitude of ways. A blemish disappears when healing revitalizes the skin. The symptoms of a cold that suddenly persists do not affect you, the runny nose stops, the fever goes down, the upset stomach calms down, the broken finger heals. All these cures are nothing more than a return to totality. Your thoughts have a lot to do with this healing process. The closer to God you stay, with harmoniously happy thoughts, the more you make it easier for this power of the universe to flow through you. Your low-energy thoughts and patterns can activate an ulcer and also activate the circulation of qi to eliminate the imbalance. The mind-body connection is real, but the God-body connection is the essence of all healing. Seeing yourself connected to the higher vibrations of spiritual energy and trying to stay in that space is seeing the fundamental principle of healing in action. Now you might ask why St. Francis died of tuberculosis, why Jesus died on a cross, why do saints have cancer and die if they are in contact with this higher energy of totality? Like sickness, death is unreal in the sense that it has never occurred in the spiritual realm. When St. Francis was asked why he did not cure himself of the terminal illness he suffered, he replied, "I want the whole world to know that I am not the one who cures." For the spiritual master, death is unreal, not non-existent, but unreal. Because reality on a spiritual level is infinite, no one is ever born and no one dies. The reality of the spiritual level is formless, timeless, and limitless. Living in that dimension is living in the realm of the whole. Forgiving when there is harm is like reuniting the body with the consciousness of God. When this happens, what we call healing happens miraculously. St. Augustine put it succinctly, miracles occur, not in opposition to nature, but in opposition to what we know of nature. If you know that healing is nothing more than the understanding of God, and you let go of any idea that you are separate from that consciousness, including the fear of illness and death, then you create the appropriate energy field to reunite with Spirit. This is healing, and Saint Francis asks you, through his prayer, to be an instrument of this process. What is a healer? In her wonderful book The Physician Within You, Gladys Taylor McGarry, MD, recounts a conversation she had with her son, Carl, who had just finished his internship and was specializing in orthopedic surgery. After telling her mother about her fears of having other people's lives in her hands, she told him, "Carl, as a surgeon you can make an incision and suture it right, but you can't make it heal. If you think that you are the one doing the healing, you have the right to be scared. But if you understand that you are a channel through which healing moves, and that you get in touch with the healing force that your patients possess, you have nothing to fear. You will have awakened the doctor in them, and you will have set them on the path of their own healing. When you begin to live your life on the spiritual plane, you will discover that your body and mind become instruments of God from the moment you are able to create a kind of conscience in the sick that will bring out their capacity for forgiveness and liberation from the disease. Disease itself. Healing occurs when we approach our own healing power through faith in our spiritual perfection and unconditional love. The healer does not affect the healing, but brings forgiveness into the form of unconditional love and the faster energy of spiritual awareness to focus on the damage, while putting the process in God's hands. When you affirm your spiritual perfection, you set the universal law in motion. You do it by abandoning your doubts and fears, by putting aside your little ego, and by living the principle of existence, which is the principle that thoughts become things. The thoughts or mental conditions created the illusion of illness as something separate from the divine, and your thoughts of spiritual perfection will allow the healing force to act through you on yourself as well as on others. I am not talking about the laying on of hands or the world of the occult, but simply the awareness that a healer must be able to accept the spiritual perfection of the mind and body as well as the spiritual perfection of the damages that he wants to forgive. In a word, love is the power that heals. Remember, the opposite of love is fear, and to believe in fear is to believe in the second power of disease. Do not forget that perfect love casts out all fear, and that the root of all disease and damage is fear, the fear of being separated from the unique power of God. Can you be a healer? Anyone who understands that he is but a channel through which perfect spiritual love can flow can be a healer. When you are sick, you have disconnected from the ability to heal yourself. You have lost contact with your healing source. You will find your healing ability by meeting with the source. As a healer, you stay in touch with the whole, you never fall into the superstition of separation, which causes the disease to take hold of you. When you touch the illness of another with the energy of spirit or source, you activate the connection and facilitate the healing process. In this sense, yes, you are a healer, even if you don't heal anyone. You don't even have to understand the mechanics of this process. When you help another to be aware of the source from which healing emanates, you not only facilitate it but also help them avoid future illnesses. I am convinced that you can become an instrument of healing by raising your energy field to the highest spiritual levels, as I have described in the first 6 chapters of this book. There I explain that God does not cure disease, because disease is not accepted as a separate power. Instead, God is the only power of harmony. Be that power, dwell in it, and you will forgive the damage that is in your life and the lives of those you know who live with the illusion of illness. Believe in this unique power. It is not a miracle, but simply the way things are. As Saint Thomas Aquinas put it, miracles are not signs for those who believe, but for those who do not believe. Tips for sowing forgiveness where there is harm. Use your thoughts to keep your energy on healing and not sickness. It is quite common to put energy into what is wrong and what is not wanted. Thoughts like, "This cold will get worse, there is nothing you can do, there is a flu epidemic and everyone catches it, you have to get worse before it gets better," contribute to what you don't want to manifest. Remember, what you think comes true, and this also applies to your body and that of those around you. If you think about what you do not want, the disease, that is what will manifest. Whenever you enter an energy field of illness or injury, remember that you are bringing the radiant energy of spirit into that space. Focus on that faster energy, make an effort to radiate it and surround you, never enter the lower energy of disease. On one occasion, I visited a young man in a Canadian hospital who had suffered a serious motorcycle accident and was lying in a coma. Several of his friends asked me to come and visit him, as he was an enthusiast of my work and had not been able to attend my presentation in Toronto due to a few days before he had had this near-fatal accident. On the way to the airport, I went to see Anthony in the hospital's intensive care unit. The nurses told me there was little chance that he would survive. The young man was surrounded by energy from damage. The other patients in the ward suffered from varying degrees of illness. 25-year-old Anthony lay unconscious in a place where little hope of cure was offered. I spent an hour with him, striving to be a channel through which healing could flow. I stayed in deep conscious contact, through meditation, with God and visualized white light around the young man. When I left, I knew that Anthony would recover. 18 months later, I was lecturing at a convention and Anthony appeared. He looked good and told us that he had almost completely recovered. When, at my request, he addressed the group, he described how he had come out of the coma and said that the nurses had told him about my visit. They told him that during my visit I had prayed and seemed almost absorbed in my own happiness as I walked around his bed. As you know, neither I, nor this ego or my body had anything to do with Anthony's recovery. All I did was bring spiritual awareness to the damage he had suffered, and now Anthony uses his healing journey as a metaphor to teach others. All I did during my visit was stay on the highest energy pattern I could and refuse to give credence to a second power called harm. Face any experience of harm, be it in yourself or in another, with hope and mindset on the possibilities of freeing yourself from that harm. Sorry. Your thoughts must be of totality for this to become visible in your body. I think no one knows enough to be pessimistic, and anyone can be cured, even those in the lowest frequencies. I remember receiving a letter from a woman who had fallen into prostitution, was addicted to crack, had lost a lot of weight, and was a walking skeleton. One day, when he was at this low point, he went into a pharmacy and stole a tape from the self-help cassette display. It turned out to be one of mine, and for some reason the woman went home and listened to her. When I met her personally, she agreed to appear on a national television show to tell her story. He described how from the lowest point in his life he began to have vigorous healing thoughts, the same kinds of thoughts that I had recorded on tape. Every day I listened to them, little by little, those thoughts became his own and literally transformed his illness into health. Now every year I receive a Christmas greeting with a photograph of her with her husband and 2 children, along with a note telling me of the continued success of her new business. When you overcome your discomfort and the thoughts of impossibility or that something is incurable and replace them with the energy of the spirit, the material world responds and the whole replaces the visions of doom and separation. If you apply this higher energy thought to the worst of circumstances, a spiritual solution will be revealed to you. In short, always think that yes, it is possible, I can, I will, I totally trust God, because everything that is not good cannot be real, even if it exists in the material world. Be aware at all times of the times you find yourself trapped in ego consciousness. Always think of us, not me. When you want to put forgiveness where there is harm, keep in mind that the presence of it indicates that there is spiritual separation. Do not use it as an excuse to feel guilty, or weak, but to remind yourself that you must get away from that feeling that your ego imposes on you of spiritual separation. The moment you use your mind to connect to spirit, you will find that you feel more love, that you are more confident, and that you are more serene. These are the signs that will tell your body and whatever damage you suffer that you are now willing to be a channel through which the healing force can circulate. See the existence of harm in others as an opportunity for you to put forgiveness into action. What follows is a true story sent to me by a reader who did precisely what I am suggesting here. I have made some changes just to protect the privacy of those involved. My co-workers and I attended dinner at a family restaurant in town. We were at our table when a waitress asked us if we wanted a drink. I looked at her, I saw that she was a very pretty woman and I smiled at her. She smiled back at me and then I almost choked. His teeth were rotten, half were missing and his remaining teeth were broken. She kept smiling and took our order down as I looked away from the hideous sight. When he was gone, I made a comment about it, and so did the others. It seemed horrible to me that this woman had to live that way. It is not fair, especially in today's society, where there are so many advances in dentistry. After dinner, he couldn't stop thinking about her. He had no idea who she was, he knew nothing about her, but he felt the need to help her. I'm not sure why this was happening to me, as we see people in need every day. I went home and meditated, and came to the conclusion that I could help this woman. I couldn't afford the dentist, but I knew of many organizations in our community that helped people like her. Actually, I even knew people I could get in touch with. I thought she didn't know who to turn to. Now, my dilemma was how to approach her and tell her that I wanted to help her, because I did not want to offend her. I decided to deliver a letter to him, and if he answered me, he would act. I personally delivered a letter to her, and within 5 minutes I received a phone call from her. In short, I promised that I would help you get a new set of teeth at no cost. I thought it was going to be easy. After contacting the United Way, there were no programs available yet, the community health department, they did not have a dentist, the Donated Dental Services Organization, had to wait 3 years, the Area Foundation, there were no funds for dental care, social services, and government programs. Since she works full-time she cannot apply for those services. She couldn't believe it, all the doors were closed. I called several dentists, who were asking me for more than $5,000 to do the job. I was very discouraged, but what really bothered me was that I had promised this woman a new set of teeth. I was going to do? I went out to eat with my family, mom, dad, brothers, and their respective wives. I told them what had happened and asked for their advice. That night they all wrote a check. So, I called my dentist and he offered to donate $1,500 if I could raise $3,500. Done. This is the article that was written about the woman. It seemed to me that you would like to read it. This is a real example of how to put forgiveness in the presence of harm and to make it dissolve. There is a saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. The reverse is also true, when the teacher is ready, the students will appear. When you live in spirit as a teacher of the spirit, seeking a spiritual solution to every problem, you will see your students appear day after day and you will provide forgiveness by stepping out of the way of your ego and letting the spirit reign. Immerse yourself in the literature of healing and not that of evil. Read and hear stories of miraculous healings, positive energy, and the glory of all that is right in the world. Expose yourself to expressions of God's grace and man's potential for spiritual perfection. You will then become a channel of healing. Read the lives of the saints and how they transformed the lives of those they encountered, particularly those who suffered harm. Watch movies and television shows that extol the virtues of man and not the defects and evil intentions of humanity. Continually reinforce in you the idea that humanity is good, the sick can be healed, the wounded can be forgiven. There are millions of acts of kindness for every act of violence in the world. Do what you can to reinforce this truth. A small example of how this can lead to healing came to me in a letter from a woman in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, who had just read a book that I had written with my wife, Marceline. A Promise is the true story of unsurpassed unconditional love from K. Obara, a woman who has cared for her daughter who has been in a coma for over 30 years, with a spirit of service and generosity that I have never seen before. Known. Barbara Binkley wrote me the following words, which speak for themselves in the context of this chapter on sowing forgiveness where there is harm. I'm reading your book A Promise is a Promise. This is an incredible book, so full of love and miracles that after reading a part, I noticed that the pain in my left elbow that had bothered me every day since November was gone. God bless you. Barbara J. Binkley. What a nice reminder of the value of reading thought-provoking stories. Take care of the sick but be indifferent to the sickness. Do not encourage harm by providing more love and care for the disease. This applies to both you and others. Avoid giving yourself and others a reason to keep being sick. Don't make illness the only time you pay loving attention. Disease and love can become associated. When a person, particularly a child, wants love, they may mistakenly think that getting sick is the way to get it. Think that the disease itself is not real. It is not from God, so spiritually speaking, it is unreal. Treat it as you would treat any other illusion, as something that does not really belong to your consciousness or the consciousness of those who suffer harm. Be indifferent to the disease itself. It reinforces the idea that the real thing is not the disease and that it can disappear when you understand that you do not want it or deserve it. I believe that people who experience great physical ailments and illness in their life enjoy continually telling their ills to others. When these people begin to tell me how proud they are of their illnesses, I respond with indifference to the illness itself. You don't have to live with this pain, I suggest. You are stronger than any disease. I do not give any credibility to his ailment. I do the same when it comes to my family or myself. I have observed that in our family we rarely say that we are tired, or that we notice that something is around us. My wife and I have naturally sent our children the message that they are stronger than any disease process. In other words, we want our love to be associated more with health, strength, and spiritual awareness than with illness, tiredness, or discomfort. When you stop reinforcing physical ailments with love, and use your love to reinforce forgiveness, healing quickly replaces illness. Direct healing energy. One way to sow forgiveness where there is harm is to view yourself as a spreader of superior healing energy. Consciously observe your breath and perceive your essential self as pure consciousness and energy expressed through your body and mind. Visualize yourself putting that awareness in your heart and breathing gently into that awareness of the heart. Then, feel a loving current of energy that starts from your heart and goes to any physically or emotionally damaged area, of your body or of another person. This process of visualizing and directing energy can be very powerful. You are a system of higher and faster vibrations in which the work of your mind is the precursor of material reality. You will be what you think. You can access the harmonious energy of your being through your visualization efforts and feel that energy flow into the affected or injured area and heal it. Many books have been written on the mind's amazing ability to visualize and transfer the inner image to material reality. Basketball players learn to shoot free throws through this visualization process, so it is not that difficult to use this technique to bring healing energy to places that are injured or sick. I practice this visualization technique on myself all the time. I have been able to get a headache out of my body by directing energy from the heart chakra to that affected area. You can do it if you become a person open to the idea that you are able to use your higher capacities to regain the natural loving harmony of the body. Keep beauty close and you will feel the healing power of God's harmonious, relaxing and natural world. Fully experiment and enjoy the flowers, the sunsets and sunrises, the mountains, the beaches, and the beautiful spiritual literature. When you need healing, I recommend that you open yourself up to the experience of music. And above all, always bear in mind the words of the Pilgrim of Peace: healing does not always mean being on the side of life. Sometimes God has other plans for His children, and both sides of life are actually only one. Give up. Yes, that is, let go of your thoughts of anger, bitterness, self-pity and the like, and love your body as the temple that God gave you to house your soul on this journey. The process of abandoning yourself and refusing to entertain thoughts of illness will provide you with a calming and healing energy, and that peace will be your reward. The use of the word forgiveness by Saint Francis could also apply to the will to extend forgiveness to anyone who has been able to hurt you in any way, not just physically. The more you live on the spiritual plane, the less you will have to do with the lower frequencies of anger, prejudice, fear, and revenge. Saint Francis asks God to help him be an instrument of forgiveness every time he feels hurt by the behavior of others. The ability to extend forgiveness becomes natural when you don't carry hatred in you. Whenever you feel that someone has hurt you, or stained your reputation, or caused you physical harm, the spiritual solution, as difficult as it may seem, is to offer forgiveness. If you hold on to the pain and seek revenge, you will get stuck in the pain and the problem will be exacerbated. An old Chinese proverb puts it better than I do: if you're going to seek revenge, you'd better dig 2 graves. Let go of painful feelings with love and forgiveness and you will find spiritual solutions to most of your problems. Let yourself go and leave it to God is great advice. Just like this reminder from a previous chapter, all your conflicts with others are never between you and them, they are between you and God. This ends my thoughts and suggestions for sowing forgiveness where there is harm. You can enter a space of spiritual energy where you are literally an instrument or a channel for healing. That is, to heal yourself of all perceived harm, as well as to help all the people you meet in life who suffer harm. Actually, I'll say more. When you become an instrument of pure forgiveness, you will help the healing of our entire planet, as we all, individually, share the unique strength of God. As always, it is a process of forgetting your ego and surrendering to grace, which is always available in the form of forgiveness. As Ramakrishna put it in his rhetorical question, is it easy to receive God's grace? One must completely renounce selfishness. You cannot see God while you feel, I am the Creator. 10. Where there is doubt, put faith. One of the main functions of religion, formalized, is to protect people from a direct experience of God. Carl Gustav Jung. I often use the handle exercise to illustrate that faith is impossible without direct experience. When I speak to a large audience, I invite someone who has never tasted a mango out for a little experiment. Then I ask people who have tried it to explain to the volunteer exactly what it tastes like. When they try to convey the flavor of a mango, they realize how unsuccessful their efforts are. The bottom line is that it is impossible to convey this information in words. The volunteer always returns to his seat without knowing what a mango tastes like. The mango flavor exercise is analogous to your ability to have faith where there is doubt. Just as you cannot know the taste of a mango if you have not had the experience of eating one, you cannot know faith if you have not had an experience of God. If you rely on the testimony and experiences of others to have faith, you will always have some doubt where you want only faith. You are in the same position as the volunteer who has never tasted a mango. It is impossible to put faith in the presence of doubt if you do not abandon the idea of knowing God through the words or experiences of others. You must make an effort to know the higher and faster frequencies of spiritual energy through your own means to establish conscious contact. Once you know this spiritual awareness for yourself, you will not even entertain the possibility of doubt. You will try to live more and more at the spiritual level where at all times you have access to this knowledge. This knowledge is what I call faith, and it cannot be substantiated or verified by external sources. And when you know the faith, you will find a spiritual solution to any problem that comes your way. Substitute doubt for faith. Why are you going to live with doubts about your ability to access the Spirit in times of worry or in the presence of problems? The answer lies in understanding the difference between what you believe and what you know. Beliefs derive from the experience and testimony of others who, in one way or another, have tried to persuade you of their truths. All your institutional religious training, the holy books and theological dogmas can be valid and extremely resounding, however, they are often presented as the truth to everyone, including you. The pressure to believe may have been almost unbearable if those beliefs were assigned to you at birth and you grew up with them. I am not saying that religious training is bad. However, I believe that any method of conditioning to accept beliefs about God creates doubts, because beliefs do not come from conscious contact or direct experience of God. To create a knowledge that gives you faith, you must have a direct experience of God. You have faith that you can ride a bike not because of the testimony or experience of others, but because you have made conscious contact with the act of riding a bike. Your experience has given you faith in this company. It is not because of any evidence that you have been presented proving the existence of laws of balance or because others have persuaded you that balance is a possibility for you, not even because someone else is near you riding a bicycle. Your knowledge from direct experience and nothing else is what gives you that faith. The same is true of all knowledge, including the knowledge of God. You must abandon your fears and create in your life a place where you are independent from external influences, which allows you to ascend the energy scale and come into direct contact with these higher and faster frequencies, which in this book we call consciousness. Spiritual. When you live in them and breathe the energy of the understanding of God, you will have that faith that can never be lost, and you will achieve this by driving away the fears that arise when making the decision to have this direct experience, independent of the opinions of the external forces that have been so powerful in your life. Fear and faith. When you remove your fears, you find your divine nature, which returns you to a balanced state of mind and body in perfect harmony and free of problems. Fear and faith cannot live in harmony in the same space, just as love and hate or peace and chaos cannot. You may recall that earlier in this book I suggested that humans have only one problem from which all sub-problems derive. This unique problem is the belief that we are separated from God. From this feeling of being apart we create all our fears, which feed doubt. Would you be afraid if you knew, without a doubt, that God is your real self? Would you be afraid if you knew that God expresses Himself as you and that you can never be separated from Him? Clearly, fear would be impossible. Remember, evil cannot exist and does not exist in omnipresent good. Everything is a product of your mind, a mistake that has to be corrected. In A Course in Miracles we are reminded that there are only two emotions, love and fear. When you are afraid, you experience problems. When you eliminate fear and replace it with love, problems dissolve where you experience them, that is, in your thoughts. In the scriptures we are reminded, perfect love casts out all fears. In other words, you know that you can never be separate from your real self, which is God. Replace fears. Fear produces certain changes in the body through a chemical process. The outside world also changes. For example, Mother Teresa directed the fears of the sick and the homeless. He told a friend of mine who asked him what he could do for her, get up at 4 in the morning and go out to the streets of Phoenix, find someone who lives there who thinks he is alone and convinces him that he is not. Those who live in misery and have lost their way, who are devastated by addictions and lack of hope, believe that they are alone. They have apparently lost their soul and have to find a spiritual foundation. This base is love, which is the only permanent power in the universe. It is the primary ingredient of healing and harmony. If you recognize and understand the power of love over all things, you and others will be returned to a place where fear does not exist. Make a list of all your problems and examine it to see if you find any that are not rooted in the fear of being separated from the Spirit. The next time you experience fear, think that you are part of this perfect love and see what happens within you, where the fear resided. Love will replace fear. Thus you will begin to put faith where there is doubt, through the simple act of recognizing before yourself your ability to put love, at any moment, where you felt separated from your origin. I have used this technique when I have found myself in a situation of strong disagreement with my wife. When I have felt exasperated defending my position, since she tries with equal determination to defend hers, I have been able to stop and understand that I felt hurt because of a kind of fear of being alone in the discussion. In a fraction of a second I am able to make that fear disappear and get away from my ego. I know that I am never alone and that love will cast all fear and pain from me. St. Francis encourages us to put faith where there is doubt to make it disappear. Have that knowledge. Rabindranath Tagore, the brilliant Indian poet, once said, "Faith is the bird that sings when it is not yet dawn. It is the certainty that at any moment of darkness there can be light." No one can force you to have this faith that, like love, cannot be forced. When you force love, you create resistance and even hate. Trying to force yourself to have faith often leads to doubt and disbelief. If you are not prepared, no matter how hard you try, you will not see the light in the dark. But if you are, you will know the faith regardless of what it seems to you. I will tell you how I came to have this knowledge that once and for all eliminated my doubts. I once heard a story that made sense to me. From that moment on, I replaced all my doubts with faith. There was a time when I seriously questioned the existence of God and the spiritual solution to problems. He was an agnostic and pragmatic person who believed that if he could not see things, touch them, feel them or smell them, they did not exist. This story seemed to clear everything up for me. It was a simple story that highlights the absurdity of a perfectly functioning universe without a fundamental intelligence. Imagine a landfill filled with millions of scrap parts, wires, scraps of metal, tires, cushions, electrical machinery, screws, glass, toilet seats, and everything else imaginable. Suddenly, a strong wind blows and debris rises into the air, colliding with each other. Then the force of the wind subsides, and where before there was a pile of debris there is now a Boeing 747 plane ready to fly. By chance, all the pieces have come together and formed a perfect plane. When I thought about how absurd it was, I remembered that in another time I had used the same thing to explain the universe, with its millions and millions of components that arrived and interacted with total symmetry. Everything had been formed by pure chance. I reviewed my point of view to add the fact that there had to be a creative energy there. We are all part of an intelligent system. There is a force, a power, a consciousness that created and supports this system. That force is omnipresent and therefore it is in you. Your body is a part of this system, and it is also a system of perfectly coordinated parts. Although it may seem random and unintelligent, assuming it is accidental is the height of arrogance and naivety. It is as unlikely that the wind will blow and accidentally collect several million pieces of scrap and create a Boeing as it is that a force accidentally creates this intelligent system of which we are a part and which has millions and millions of moving parts. This simple story helped me understand that there is an intelligence that goes by many names, but that essentially consists of cooperation, harmony, peace, or love, which is the origin of everything. When we are in the energy of cooperation, harmony, or peace, we are connected to this force that I call Spirit or God. I know that I can give my life to this force at any moment. When I observe that I have allowed my thoughts to stray from this creative power, I invite love to replace the illusion of a problem. Another way of putting it is, I put faith where there is doubt, and the doubt dissolves. The old Irish proverb says, "Fear knocked on the door, faith opened and there was no one." Control your destiny through faith. Having faith to override doubt is a way to take charge of your life, since you not only eradicate fears, but you know that, the moment you think you need help, you have access to a higher creative force. When you get in conscious contact with this spiritual force, you know something that cannot be destroyed, that was never born, never dies, is always present and has no form or limits. You don't need anyone's approval or acceptance. You do not need to discuss with others the presence of this universal spiritual source of all life. You are not in any competition. It's yours. According to Carl Jung, the relationship that a person has with infinity is the fundamental aspect of a person's life. Find out what kind of relationship you have with infinity. I always have the impression that my faith is a very private matter. I also know that any attempt to discuss with others the relative merits of my faith in a higher spiritual power is not only a waste of time, but also draws me away from the spirit and into the world of the ego. The moment I feel the need to defend my faith or argue about it, I enter the realm of the need to be right. Instantly doubts and the inability to access spiritual consciousness assail me. Remember one thing, the spirit gives life. Meat doesn't count for anything. By remaining quietly in a spiritual energy of knowledge, the following occurs. 1. I bring the same energy of love and peace to my situation at the moment. 2. I apply a spiritual solution. 3. I put faith in the space where the doubt of ego consciousness once reigned. Faith is an inner path and a way of feeling that you are in control of your life at all times. Once you have made conscious contact and have a direct experience of God, you can use this knowledge at any time. It is not a belief that you have acquired by virtue of your birth, it is a knowledge that belongs to you by virtue of your commitment to a higher spiritual energy. When you are faced with a problem, you can return to this faith, even when it seems to be getting worse and bordering on unbearable. As King David put it, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, I will fear nothing, for you are with me." There is nothing worse than the valley of the shadows of death, and yet the spiritual message is evident. Have faith, and faith will replace fear. By putting faith where there is doubt, you will enter a higher and faster vibrating energy field. Personally speaking, with my heart in hand, I know that I am never alone. I know that I always have divine guidance. And this certainty is the only thing I can always trust to ease my pain. Here are some suggestions that I think will be useful for you to have faith in times of struggle or doubt. Suggestions to put faith where there is doubt. I will never tire of remembering the importance of meditation. Through it one can consciously contact God and eliminate doubt. Meditation is an exquisite practice to reduce stress, relieve fatigue, nourish the soul, and have a general sense of well-being. However, the main merit of meditation is that it allows you to have conscious contact with God and have faith that this divine presence is available at all times. This certainty dissolves all the doubts that you may have and frees you from those that others may direct towards you. This is what constitutes faith. I find it imperative to reiterate the role of meditation in creating faith. God is indivisible, He is the only power, the origin of all life. God is where you are, He is omnipresent, omnipotent and omniscient. God is not only all these things, but He is always, here, in the present moment. Now, like zero in math, cannot be divided. The equivalent of this indivisible unity in your personal life is silence. You cannot divide silence in half because there is only one silence, indivisible. Meditating and practicing this silence on a daily basis allows you to know God, instead of knowing something about God. This direct experience, achieved by silencing the mind, gives you a degree of faith immune to doubts or fears, yours or others. This is the value of meditation, creating a faith that erases all doubts. The truly enlightened and outstanding people of our world have a constant spiritual companion, God, whose voice is the voice of silence. There are many outstanding training programs, books, and tapes available to teach you meditation techniques. I have also discussed meditation and given specific suggestions for meditation in several of my previous books, including Manifest Your Destiny, Your Sacred Zones, Real Magic, and You Will See It When You Believe It. Trust the unknown. By the unknown I mean what is impervious to our senses. As embodied physical beings we tend to rely on our senses to determine what is real. We tend to believe that what we cannot see, touch, taste, feel or smell does not exist. Faith involves going beyond the senses to place our trust in spiritual awareness, even though it is a frequency that vibrates so fast that it transcends the capacities of our five senses. When I started writing I had absolute faith that I would publish. My faith was always intact, even when I heard others tell me about their failed attempts or experts raise their doubts about the chances of a major publisher publishing a new author. As a young university professor, I announced to my classes that my book would be published and even which media outlets I would visit. I did this and much more because of the confidence I had in the unknown, which was a burning desire to transform an idea into a physical reality. This kind of trust in the unknown is like an invisible and invincible magnet that attracts all that you fervently desire and hope for. It is trusting in the unknown. Build confidence despite the absence of physical evidence as your senses perceive it. Whatever the circumstances or obstacles, once you outline the dream, the path clears and the universe responds and works with you to turn that idea into a physical reality. It has always worked for me. As a child he would rehearse how he would speak on television shows. When I was in college, I would listen to bored professors declaiming the same old-fashioned material, and I would envision myself giving lively, fun, entertaining, and informative lectures to large audiences around the world. When I was in foster care, the army, and college, I had nothing but a dream. If you have faith in your dreams and hold on to them, you will put out the fire of doubt with faith in your idea. Rest assured that the unknown can be known and that it is much greater than the known. Or, as a Buddhist proverb says, if you are in the right direction, all you have to do is keep going. Develop a private prayer that puts you in communion with God. The purpose of prayer, as I have said before, is not to influence God to grant you special favors, but to remind yourself that you are always united with God. Søren Kierkegaard, the famous Danish theologian, put it this way: prayer does not change God, but it changes the one who prays. What changes with prayer is doubt, which disappears through faith. I use prayer to remind myself of the presence of the silent inhabitant that I carry within and to commune with that higher and faster frequency that is the origin of my existence. I never ask God for special favors, to grant me my wishes, to solve my problems, to heal my friends. I never try to influence God in any way. The presence of all the problems and disorders of life is due to the fact of accepting the material world as a reality higher than the world of the spirit. When I pray, I make this infinite world of spirit the center of the moment, trust in this presence and let go of the insignificant demands of my ego. Instantly I am in a world of peace and tranquility. I aspire to the advice of Saint Francis: when we pray to God, we should not look for anything, any. Private prayer is a reconnection with spiritual consciousness, with God. Pray in good times and bad times, when you feel the presence of a problem or when you feel at peace. Praying makes you commune with the fastest spiritual vibrations whose essence is love, peace, kindness, and forgiveness. Jalil Gibran puts it this way: you pray in misfortune and in need, do it also in the fullness of your joy and in your days of abundance. This type of communion with God will give you an indestructible faith that you can present with any questions you have in your life. Affirm your faith, not your doubt. Faith is the absolute trust in the power and goodness of the Spirit and that you are always united to this goodness. When you affirm that things may not turn out well, that you will continue to have problems, that your problems are insoluble, that God has not listened to you or that you are defenseless in the face of so many difficulties, you are affirming doubt and not faith. The ability to know faith and affirm it allows it to manifest in your life. When Jesus spoke, through John 14:27, he said, "My peace I give you." This is an affirmation of faith. He was certainly not suggesting that peace is hard to come by and that you must fight to get it. Jesus brought peace to the whole world by affirming it. Also, in his work as a healer, he never acted with an attitude of arrogance. Instead, he declared, "You are healed," affirming faith at the highest spiritual level, where healing took place. You also have to learn to affirm your faith in the face of doubt, thinking that things will turn out well, they will improve. Think, write, and voice statements like these: I'm trying to create prosperity, I will do whatever it takes to eradicate this problem, I know that I am not alone and I have faith that everything is for the best, I don't waste energy on problems because I know that everything is in divine order, I will consult with God and I know that He will guide me to do what is most appropriate. These are all affirmations of faith, which, when you practice them, will eventually give you a spiritual solution to any problem. Refuse to think about the problems in your life. Make an effort not to harbor any problems in your thoughts for more than a few seconds. When you realize that you are thinking about a problem, consider the various alternatives and then go to God in silence and literally surrender to this higher spiritual energy. By giving up, you create an energy field receptive to the appearance of a solution. If you keep coming back to the problem with your thoughts, consider it and then let it go. At that moment the answer will become clear. You will receive your solution along with the certainty that you have the capacity to solve it. You may wonder why you haven't seen it before, when it's so clear now. That new clarity is the result of not overwhelming your mind by thinking about the problem. The clarity is also due to the fact that you are willing to say to yourself, I don't know what to do in this case, but I am willing to let it go with the certainty that its solution rests in the hands of the one power that knows everything. As you read this, you may think that this is easier said than done, because you are convinced that you cannot disconnect from your thoughts and stop thinking about something that really worries you. I believe that this kind of thinking, which in all likelihood is what you have practiced your entire life, is what keeps you anchored in a life riddled with problems. You can actually develop a new kind of self-talk that helps you surrender the problems on your mind to God. One reason this may be difficult for you is because you believe that you and your little ego are the only thing you have to solve problems and that handing them over to God is a way of sneaking out. But remember, you will be what you think, and a mind that is focused exclusively on problems will foster those problems and will only keep them manifesting. By refusing to keep thinking about a problem and leaving it to God, you are allowing the divine awareness of love and peace to flow to you. This spiritual awareness provides the solution to the problems you think about over and over again. As you know, problems are illusions. When you decide that it is useless to try to solve any problem yourself, that you are not big enough, that you do not know enough and cannot understand the enormous forces operating in the universe over which you have no control, then you can cooperate with the universal source to which you are always connected. Use the power of prayer to put faith in a world of doubt for others who are hurting. The following is a story I received in the mail regarding the efforts of a group of people to use collective prayer to heal a woman who had been diagnosed with end-stage ovarian cancer. I reproduce it as I received it. I have only changed the names to protect the privacy of those involved. I was attending my weekly Boy Scout meeting with my son, and while the parents were visiting the compound, Sarah told us that he had been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and that the doctors were giving him less than a year to live. He was already in phase 4, which is very serious. Chemotherapy was suggested just to give him a few more months to live. This was in March 1999. She burst into tears and I tried to comfort her. He didn't know Sarah other than from seeing her at meetings. That night a bond was created between us and I thought I had to do something. After pondering it many times, I decided that a healing with the hands would be a perfect gift. I only knew this technique from hearsay and wasn't sure where to start. I contacted her husband, who gave me a list of his family and relatives along with the names of friends. I organized a meeting with some close friends, family, and 3 pastors from our church who came to help. After several meetings, we agree on a date, a place, a time, we send entries, and so on. In short, we filled the church with friends, relatives, etc., and everyone contributed drinks, prayers, music, fellowship, and so on. The evening was perfect. The power of prayer was evident. After that evening, I went home feeling very good about what we had done, but I didn't have much hope. Sarah's cancer was very advanced. I visited some of the doctors who were treating her. They are friends of our family, and they told me that most of the people who have this type of cancer die and that they were doing everything possible to make her suffer as little as possible during the treatments and the time he had left. After that day I hardly spoke to her. One day I received a postcard from her and it seemed that she was saying goodbye to everyone. In January 2000, her chemotherapy treatments ended and nothing more could be done. They operated on her to determine the status of her ovaries and find out how far the cancer had spread or if they could prevent it from progressing. To their amazement, they discovered that the cancer was gone. There were no signs of cancer anywhere. It was a miracle. I have not yet recovered from the shock. Does prayer have any power? What do you think? You know what I think. Prayer is energy. Spiritual energy. With God, everything is possible. To the extent possible, make prayer a private matter between you and God. The inclination to proclaim your opinions and make others think like you invites the ego to enter an area where only the spirit can triumph. The moment you try to persuade others that your thinking is correct, you interrupt the process of faith and manifestation. Why? Because now you need to explain and defend yourself. You have the need to be right and make others see that they are wrong. You lower the vibration of your energy to the frequencies of conflict, anger, resentment, fear, and the like, all of which surface when you invite the ego into your faith. It is the spirit that gives life. The flesh counts for nothing. Stay in the spirit and leave out the flesh. By communing privately with God and sending love to those who have a different point of view, you remain in the faith. That single energy will keep you at peace and, at the same time, allow you to radiate peace. Keep your faith between you and God, and with this you will contribute more to eliminating doubts than arguing and trying to convert others. Give the credit to God. When people congratulate me on my books and tapes and praise me for what I achieve, I always give courteous thanks, but deep down I know that the credit is not mine. God writes all the books, creates all the tapes, paints all the pictures, designs all the buildings, and builds all the bridges. All things are made by the universal mind that we call God. I am a simple instrument of this greater consciousness to which I am always attached. When I let go of my vanity and mentally refuse to take credit, everything seems to flow. I tune into something I can't see or touch, and my fingers move with the pen in my hand to create symbols on a pad. On stage, my vocal cords move and the words come out, but I don't know where they come from. I often tell my wife that time seems to have no meaning when I am truly inspired, in spirit, and I write or speak. The hours fly as if time did not exist. Everything flows, and I know that it is because I have awakened forces that were asleep before. With God there is no time. Just as an invisible force circulates the blood through my body to make my heart beat and pump, that same force brings words to my pen. This overwhelms me. It fills me with confidence. I know that He will never abandon me. I know I can never part with it. We are eternal, and the credit for my achievements is not my ego. It is from the faith that I put before any doubt that my ego may provoke, and when I do, time stops, and everything is perfect. Breathe God. This may sound strange to you, but your breathing is a very useful tool to put faith in the face of doubt. When in doubt, consciously follow your breathing. Take a deep breath and hold your breath. Then when you breathe out, watch and be aware of this amazing thing we call breath. A few moments of deep, mindful breathing restore my faith in the invisible force that is always there to make life flow. Breathe in, breathe out, like a heartbeat, like the waves of the ocean in front of my house, moving incessantly, inside, outside. Use your breath to connect with God, particularly when you feel disconnected because you experience the illusion of a problem in your mind. It is relaxing, calming, and nourishing to be mindful of your breath. It is a useful way of sowing faith where there is doubt or trouble. Remember that a placebo is a perfect example of how faith works. You take a sugar pill believing it contains the magic elixir to heal your tumor, lower your blood pressure, or stimulate yourself sexually, and it is your faith, not the sugar pill, that makes your body create the harmony you desire. This same kind of faith in God's energy can bring peace and harmony to your life. It depends on you that it be so. William Blake once wrote this phrase, which sums up this chapter in St. Francis' request to sow faith where there is doubt. If the sun and the moon ever doubted, they would immediately disappear. The sun and the moon, like each of God's creations, survive and shine by faith, and faith alone, that we cannot disappear. 11. Where there is desperation, put hope. Compare the serene and simple splendor of a rosebud with the stresses of your life. The rose has a gift that you do not have, it is totally satisfied to be itself. She has not been programmed from birth, like you, to be dissatisfied with herself, so she has no need to be anything other than what she is. That is why it possesses the natural grace and the absence of inner conflict that among humans is only found in young children and mystics. Anthony de Mello, The Way to Love. What is hope but a feeling of optimism, a thought that says that things will get better, that they will not always be sad, that there is a way to overcome the present circumstances. Hope is the awareness that you will not suffer forever and that somehow, somewhere, there is a remedy for despair, and you will find it if you maintain this attitude. When we say this phrase from the prayer of Saint Francis, we ask for strength to give hope to those who are desperate and also to ourselves. For in the presence of a hopeful vision, despair and suffering will not hold our attention. Despair is an attitude that is experienced in the mind. It is a way of looking at a life situation and feeling that there is no hope. There is no despair in the world. You cannot bring home a bucket full of despair, there are only people who have desperate thoughts. It is essential that we understand this. In your life and in the lives of others there may be many deplorable circumstances, however, in themselves they are nothing more than circumstances. Despair itself is a mental process that takes over you and makes you see that a situation is dire. When you recognize that despair is a mental attitude, you begin the process of putting hope in that image of hopelessness that has formed within you and dissolving it. It is impossible for hope and despair to exist simultaneously, one eliminates the other. Despair often overrides hope. In this phrase of the prayer of Saint Francis, we ask for strength to reverse this process and erase despair with a vision of hope. If you think about it, you will see that hope is nothing more than a thought or a vision. Go from pessimism to optimism. It is important that you remember that energy has a frequency. On the despair frequency, energy is low and you feel depressed or upset. Today I'm down. With this phrase you describe the despair you feel when your energy is in these low frequencies. As long as you stay in that reduced frequency, you will continue to attract that type of energy. People who live in a constant state of despair never experience the fastest and highest frequencies that lead to spiritual energy. Instead, they feed their slow, low energy by processing almost all events from a pessimistic point of view. If you identify with life is difficult, this is precisely what you are going to experience. As always, the central law of the universe is, you will be what you think. If you review Chapter 1, you will see that a basic ingredient of spiritual energy is joy, a hopeful and optimistic outlook on life. If you are in this higher energy of optimism, you are likely to say, I am really excited today. The presence of a high vibration nullifies the illusion of pessimism. Again, remember that everything God created is good, and God created everything. Therefore despair or pessimism are creations of your mind due to your belief that you are separate from God. In many respects, our affliction is a departure from God. Put optimism where pessimism resides, which, of course, is only in our heads, providing the energy of God consciousness. The spiritual solution to despair is to 1. Raise your energy by making conscious contact with God and trusting in that contact, thereby dissolving images of negativity and pessimism, and 2. Radiating this higher energy to others who believe and therefore they live in quiet despair. Only by being in the presence of your faster higher energy can you influence others with your spirit of hope and joy. In reality, you become a beacon of hope, showing the way to let go of your attachment to sadness and despair. By raising your energy, you make it impossible for those around you to hold on to the false idea that they are separate from all that is good, that is, from God. Break the links with sadness and desperation. It seems absurd to say that someone wants to be attached to their sadness, and yet it is so. A long process of conditioning to feel that life is unfair, that someone else is responsible for my clubs, that no one really understands me, inevitably leads to continual thoughts of despair. Holding on to these ideas keeps the person anchored in self-pity, which eventually turns into self-hatred. The reason for maintaining this situation is that the individual does not have to take the risk of accepting responsibility for their sadness, or of changing life patterns. It is a safe harbor that allows you to suffer comfortably. It is extremely common for people to build their lives with the wrong idea that without certain things or without certain people they cannot be happy or free. It is almost as if they are programmed to be unhappy. So his attitude is, without my things, without a particular person, without money, without friendship, I am destined to be sad. Thus they are conditioned to believe that scarcity is an excuse for despair. We have all assumed these beliefs to some extent, and consequently we have developed varying degrees of attachment. This is where despair originates, because we justify sadness by what we lack or who we lack. In reality, we experience ecstasy when we reach for an object, anxiety when we are losing it, and despair when we lose it. In order to overcome this cycle of attachment, we must remind ourselves of the difference between our ego and our higher self. The ego's voice is always eager to dominate with thoughts like, I am what I have, what I do, and what others think of me. If you can remain silent long enough, the voice of God will penetrate you with messages such as, none of these things will bring you happiness, they are only illusions, I am your only source of peace. Speak your higher self, this is the spiritual solution to all problems related to attachments. To be truly happy you only have to do one thing, which is to deprogram yourself and permanently get rid of your attachment to different circumstances and low-energy things. Now remember, attachment is not a fact, it is a fantasy in your head that you have come to believe is real. It is possible to live happily without these attachments. Practice not saying or thinking that you must have a certain person or a certain thing to be free from despair. Replace those phrases with the attitude you adopt to a sunset, the flight of a bird, a flowery garden. You like them for what they are, you free them from all demands and you enjoy them without holding on. Do this and the despair that depends on the feelings of not having what you need will disappear. To get rid of your attachment to things, you just have to eliminate it, reminding yourself over and over again that you believe, wrongly, that the cause of your misery is that you are missing something or someone in your life. Misery and despair are ideas. You can keep and love all the objects to which you feel attached without giving them up. You can love in a buried way and feel peaceful and not threatened. This is how God loves you. Unconditionally. Without attachments. In short, the way to eliminate despair is to free yourself from these attachments and relax knowing that yourself, which vibrates faster and higher, does not need anyone or anything to fulfill itself. Entering God's energy field in which there are no attachments provides you with the hope of overcoming despair. This means loving everything, including your suffering. Why love suffering? Because it offers you the opportunity to witness, and not receive, despair. Watch your despair. One of the great teachers in my life, Nisargadatta Maharaj, once said, as long as you can identify with the mind-body, you are vulnerable to affliction and suffering. My conclusion is that we must learn to distance ourselves from our mind-body and all its demands. I take a step back and see that I no longer identify with the material world. Thus I am no longer vulnerable to grief, suffering and despair. I look at my mind-body and silently say something like, "Look at Wayne now, he really thinks his desperation is real. He acts as if he is really experiencing this, when in reality I am observing everything from the outside." If he stopped and met the spirit, he would awaken from his despair immediately. As a witness you are no longer vulnerable, because you see yourself from a different place. It is also possible to use this attitude of the observer to help others who are locked in the torment of their despair. Tell someone to mentally step back and notice what they see. In this way, you help that person turn from despair to observation. It is very helpful for me to persistently remind myself that I am the observer and not the observed object. This allows me to apply the higher and faster energy of spiritual awareness to any scene where despair is present. Can I really love my despair? Think about this. Suffering ends when you stop thinking of it as suffering. In the words of a saint, if you learn to rejoice in suffering, if you believe that God does everything to improve us, if you welcome pain as a messenger of God who reminds you of Him, then the pain will no longer be pain. Suffering will no longer be suffering, Sivananda. When you reflect on these words, be sure to emphasize the conclusion. Pain and suffering do not exist when viewed from God's perspective. That is, when you enter the spiritual energy, the things that you feel despair about dissolve. What you call suffering is actually a wonderful blessing. It teaches you to return to God, or to raise your vibration to the frequency of the Spirit and to introduce that loving Spirit into the landscape of the present moment. I can honestly say that most of the things that once caused me despair and suffering in my life became my moments of greatest growth and my introduction to devotion. I had to learn that the purpose of what I then called suffering was to burn my ego and purify myself. Those low points in my life provided me with energy to propel myself to a higher place. If when we are in full suffering we know that this experience is a necessary prelude to spiritual advancement, we could enjoy that suffering as Sivananda suggests. If you could stand up when you are feeling despair and send love, you would know almost immediately why you have to experience that despair. Even better, you wouldn't consider it despair anymore. By entering the frequency of love to bear the problem, you nullify the illusion of regret. In short, you no longer groan and cry over the miseries of the human condition, but instead transform them through the love, strength, and vitality that are already present in you. This is putting hope where there is despair, putting a spiritual solution to the illusion of despair as a problem. For many this is like a feasible cause of action. However, there are millions of people who insist that this is impossible when one suffers from the ultimate despair, depression. End depression through hope. Relatively speaking, depression is a contemporary phenomenon. Today there is more talk than ever about depression. It is estimated that up to 20% of the population in developed nations suffers from depression. And this phenomenon has degrees. Clinical depression is the most serious, and it is when the person suffering from it cannot carry out their daily activities and has thoughts of suicide. All because of this monster called depression. However, depression itself does not exist. You can't take home a depression box to examine, clean, and eliminate from your life. There is no depression per se, there are only people with depressive thoughts. Certainly, there are people who are convinced that they suffer from depression. There is an entire pharmaceutical industry dedicated to the mass production of drugs to combat it. In many cases, medication reduces symptoms of despair, such as poor appetite, poor sleep, poor self-esteem, and a general feeling of boredom. Some professionals say that depression is psychological, others insist that it is a chemical imbalance. But one thing is for sure, in our industrialized Western world, we believe that depression is a very real problem. In a classic book, From Medication to Meditation, Osho writes, the problem of depression does not exist in underdeveloped countries. In poor countries, people still have hope. It only occurs in developed countries, where you have everything you have always wanted. They have reached the goal, and this reaching the goal is the cause of depression. Now there is no hope, tomorrow is darkness, and the day after tomorrow it will be even darker. If you have been taught to believe that your value lies in everything external, when you start to feel that you have nothing more to gain, that you have satisfied all the challenges of life and you see that you can have all the material things you want, you lose the spark that moves you to live. You may or may not have all the things. The point is that you are in a time and culture that stimulate your desire to compete to have more, even if it does not make sense. In a society that teaches you to search frantically for money, so much so that you start to delay everything, even contemplating the beauty and grandeur of nature, other human beings and the whole of life. You put aside the contemplative spiritual life of communing with God and knowing your higher self to earn money, even if money is not satisfying. When you give more importance to the spiritual energy of love, peace, joy, celebration, and kindness, you do not know the weakness of depression. Putting the spirit aside and chasing after money in the mistaken belief that it can buy everything makes you discover that you cannot buy what you crave most. If you dedicate your whole life to what deep down you know is meaningless, you give life to the mental process that we know as depression. It's an illusion, sure, but nonetheless something you believe in. Little by little, this state of mind will infect everything that is close to you, including your children. They will believe that illusion. Everything will react to the low-energy thoughts of depression, despair, tension, worry and fear, and the health of the body will begin to suffer. In the low energy of depression we identify or diagnose the chemical imbalances that derive from it and we draw the conclusion that we have to make that chemistry recover its natural harmonious level. We put chemicals into our bodies and we see some changes. Less despair, more harmony, less tension, more joy. We conclude that depression has been cured with drugs and chemicals. But in reality we should have started by asking why the body-mind has become unbalanced. Depression, like stress, is generated by our attitude. Could it be that the truly important element in providing a spiritual solution to this huge problem of depression is hope? A few words about hope. At the core of our being, deeply ingrained in our soul, is the knowledge that we are indestructible. We have the hope of immortality, of life after death, which is an incentive for moral perfection. This certainty is hope and is a stepping stone to the awakening of the soul. That quiet but insistent voice within you draws you into faster, higher energy. In a sense, hope is the recovery of the appetite for life itself and all the joy that accompanies the renunciation of the search for meaning and power in the material world. The history of Buddha is known. A prince who had everything and understood that this did not enlighten him. He renounced the material to go in search of a different path, which led him to a place where the spirit reigned over the illusory world of the material. I am not suggesting that you have to give up all your material possessions to be happy, although I am not ruling it out either. I simply ask you to consider the importance of losing your appetite for life in the manifestation of despair and depression in your life. And I encourage you to replace the relentless pursuit of money, which cannot buy happiness, with the intention to create a deeper and richer life experience. If you do, hope will literally replace despair. Depression, clinical or otherwise, will be impossible. The massive emergence of depression in contemporary Western society strikes me as a moral crisis because it represents a misapplied search for the sacred within all of us. I also know that when we stop relying on external success rates and understand that they rob us of our ability to live at a level of spiritual energy, we replace despair with renewed hope, and depression is impossible. Here are some suggestions for putting hope and spiritual awareness into anything that resembles despair, sadness, or depression. Suggestions to turn desperation into hope. It begins by enjoying non-attachment. By raising your own with science, you can love without being attached. An attached love creates despair because the source of your fulfillment and happiness resides in another person. If she refuses to cooperate in the way you think she should, you fall into despair. Instead, have hope for yourself. You can love someone for who they are, without telling yourself that you will be devastated if they disappoint you. Anthony DeMello has 2 extremely powerful affirmations in The Way to Love that will help you experience love without attachment. 1. I'm not attached to you. I am simply deluding myself into believing that without you I will not be happy. 2. I leave you free to be yourself, think what you want, surrender to your tastes, follow your inclinations, behave as you please. When you follow these 2 recommendations, you notice that the person becomes important to you in the same way that a rainbow or a concert are pleasant in themselves. Love intensifies, all despair dissolves, and you have hope instead of the pain that attachment causes. Reinforce hope instead of despair. Don't encourage despair by being sympathetic to those who are depressed. I once swore to myself, as a counselor therapist, that I would always try to get my clients to emphasize their successes and not the things that elicited feelings of despair. For example, I encouraged a client who did not get along with his parents to examine the brief occasions when he felt that he had satisfactory encounters with them. I pushed him to recount the moments of success, how he felt, what he thought, what were the results, how his day was going in moments of success, and so on. By looking for signs of success, she turned the sessions into experiences of hope rather than reinforcing despair. Similarly, clients with addictions and even chronic pain had some moments when they felt they were successfully coping with their problems. 1 week of not overeating, 3 days of not drinking, a whole day without pain. All of these experiences provide an opportunity to remember that the power to substitute hope for despair, even if only for a day or 2, exists. If it can be done in 1 day, 2 will not be so difficult, and that allows you to have hope. I found that reinforcing negative points, talking about causes, reliving painful emotions and feelings often reinforced the despair of the present moment. As a counselor therapist, I wanted to put hope where there was despair and help nullify it forever. This logic can be applied to the despair you feel in your life. Recall past times when you felt hopeful and try to recreate the thoughts and feelings that you experienced. With this, you give yourself a map to get out of your despair. By reinforcing hope, you will act on those new thoughts and feelings. Call on God and literally give Him despair. You can end an experience of despair by deciding to indulge in a moment of silent prayer. I cannot face this situation alone, I know that you are there with me. This simple prayer will immediately ease your feelings of despair. It is a way to get rid of the idea that there is no hope. In essence, what you do with prayer is ask that love guide your life. It is a way of using the power that rotates the planets around the sun, that keeps the sun itself in place and turns a seed into a flower or a child. It's much better than saying, "I'll do it myself." By asking for divine intervention, you can step back and symbolically shake hands with God. This advice is as old as the scriptures. Use it and free yourself from your despair. In short, you can put hope where there is despair and give a spiritual solution to any problem related to that despair. Ask and it will be given to you. Act as if the hope you have in the relief of despair is already there. Instead of your normal reaction of being inactive, talking hopelessly, complaining and finding fault, feeling self-pity and pessimism, create an image of how you would like everything to work out and make a firm commitment to act as if what you want is already there. If you want more abundance, imagine yourself having already received the material benefits. Go sit in your dream car at a dealership, visualize yourself driving it, and then keep that image in your consciousness. The way will be shown to you. As I said in Manifest Your Destiny, your task is not to say how, but to say, yes. My wife and I do this instead of despairing over a particular tendency or behavior of our children. We try to visualize the situation. Then we treat them as if they have already achieved what seems to us to be in their best interests and act accordingly, because this is the mental image we have of them. Our pessimism dissolves and is replaced by positive reinforcement so that the image of success that we already have materializes. Thus, we say, for example, you are studying hard, or tomorrow you will be on time for school, you care a lot more about yourself and I'm glad to see you happy. We reinforce hope by acting as if what we want for them is already there. Despair is nothing more than an image that is in our mind. In reality, we are what we decide to think in any circumstance, and to choose to see the problem dissolved is to substitute hope for despair. When you are hurting, make a conscious effort to see the bright side. This is a powerful tool to eliminate despair. When you feel very upset and things seem to be going from bad to worse, stop for a moment and ask yourself how you are going to grow with that experience. Then listen to your inner voice and be open to the emergence of something good as the drama of despair runs its course. Surrendering to silence gives you energy to overcome despair and, at the same time, grow. When you let go of thoughts of despair, you attract higher energy faster, which eventually displaces the illusion of your despair. When in the midst of a situation of suffering it seems impossible to stop, remember all the moments in the past that seemed traumatic and that now, looking back, you consider valuable growth experiences. The former alcoholic almost blesses his drunkenness. The rich person praises his previous poverty. The patient with a recovered heart values the experience of the disease. The happy couple praises their separation. Each desperate occasion has served to place you in a higher, happier place in your life. Therefore, I encourage you to stop living any life experience in despair. Imagine yourself looking at this particular moment in time and use the hope of growth from that experience to stop feeling sorry for yourself. Let despair turn into gratitude for the opportunity it truly represents. The prayer of Saint Francis concludes with this phrase, "By dying we are born to eternal life." I suggest that in the death of a moment of despair comes a spiritual birth. When you see despair as a blessing, you illuminate the elixir of hope. Don't be a sounding board for the sad stories of others. Some people like to recite stories of despair and disaster. The worse the details, the more they seem to delight in his story. In many ways, it is a way to bring their despair into your life. To me it is very useful to let others know that I did not gloating with despair, or mine, or otherwise. When bombarded with stories, such as death reports, illness reports, accident accounts, bad weather forecasts, crime articles, etc., I politely nod and point out the potential benefit of what I am hearing. Uncle Harry's heart attack will probably make him more aware of what he eats and it will surely have saved his life. When there is a strong storm, everyone does their best to help their neighbors. Now Grandma is in God's hands and she will never experience any suffering again. These types of calculated responses indicate to the person who likes to wallow in the despair and suffering of others that you prefer to talk about what is good about the situation. Practice the art of being an eternal optimist. People often make fun of eternal optimists. For me that's a compliment. Once upon a time, there was a city where everyone was depressed. People were sad, the economy was bad, everyone hated their life and their community. Pessimism reigned. In this panorama appears a girl named Pollyanna. After a few weeks everyone is happy, people are friendly and the economy has picked up, all thanks to Pollyanna's attitude. The Secret Garden is another wonderful story of the triumph of a young girl's optimism during the imaginary illness of a spoiled child. I also recommend watching the movie The Barretts of Wimpole Street, which describes how poet Robert Browning helped transform a pessimistic Elizabeth Barrett into a vibrant person who would later become his wife. These stories give an idea of the importance of optimism. When they criticize me as a downright optimist, I always thank them. What better role than someone whose presence inspires hope where despair once prevailed? Insist on acting as if failure is impossible. I like this quote from Louis Pasteur: "Let me tell you the secret that has led me to my goal. My strength resides solely in my tenacity. I suggest you become a raging dog defending a bone called hope. Hold on to that bone called hope no matter what and whatever obstacles and failures that once caused you despair. When you feel thoughts of despair coming back to you, divert them into the intention of making things work out for the best. When I go through a similar situation, I remember the old maxim, 'This too will pass,' and reaffirm my willingness not to give in. This inner tenacity is contagious." Saint Francis, whose famous prayer forms the basis for much of this book, refused to renounce what he knew to be a call from God. His parents and family tried everything to dissuade him from his obsession with Jesus and his devotion to the Spirit, yet he persisted just like the dog defending his bone. He simply knew that he could not fail because his faith was so great, and obstacles became opportunities for hope instead of contributing to a hopeless attitude. Who knows, maybe one day there will be a city named after you like San Francisco. I am sure you have heard the words of Winston Churchill when he encouraged his compatriots to advocate for the honor of freedom in the face of an immense cloud of despair: "Never give up. Never, ever, ever, ever. In nothing great or small, important or insignificant, you never surrender except to the convictions of honor and good sense. Hold on and persist. The pain will be a benefit to you in the long run." This is the value of persistence in putting hope in the face of the illusion of despair. Whenever you feel desperate, or are with someone who feels that way, remember to move into the faster, higher energy of spirit. Radiate that energy directly to what you think is the source of despair. Surround that origin with light and the unconditional love of God. Eventually, your despair will surely turn to hope, and with it, you have taken another step toward knowing that there is truly a spiritual solution to every problem. 12. Where there is darkness, put light. There is no object so ugly that intense light does not make it beautiful. Ralph Waldo Emerson. In this phrase of his prayer, Saint Francis asks for strength and ability to shine a light on all those who feel ugly or perceive the world as a dark and evil place. As Emerson suggests in the aforementioned quote, the intensity of your light can make anything beautiful. When you live in the dark, you are immersed in a world that does not allow you to see the beauty that surrounds you. One of the highest qualities of realized people is their ability to see beauty everywhere and to draw life from that beauty. Let me give light is another way of saying let me illustrate my presence and my attitude that there is beauty in everything. In many respects, putting light where there is darkness is a way of giving a spiritual solution to a problem. The darkness symbolizes the inability to experience the true nature of our world. As John Keats describes in his famous verses, beauty is true, the truth, beauty. That is the only thing that is known on earth and the only thing you have to know. In the dark one ignores beauty and truth, as they are synonymous. The decision to put light where there is darkness opens up a whole world of appreciation for beauty and sets you free from any misinterpretation of life as a dark experience. Perhaps you remember that I mentioned that everything is energy and that light represents the faster, higher energy of the spirit, which nullifies the experiences of darkness. The ability to make light appear eradicates dark experiences from your life and the lives of those around you. Light is energy. Everything vibrates even if your senses tell you that some things are solid. Light itself is an energy, a very fast frequency that conforms to the spiritual laws that I have cited throughout this book. When you put the faster, higher frequencies against the slower, lower vibrations, the problems dissolve instantly because darkness is nothing more than the absence of light. When you put light in a dark area, the darkness just disappears. If you walk into a dark place with a lamp, the light falls on everyone near you. You don't have to announce, "Here I go with the light." Everyone automatically becomes aware of the presence of light and the darkness disappears. Again, a problem is no longer a problem when we put the faster and higher vibrations of the spirit before illusions, including the illusion of darkness. Think of the sun as a source of light. It always shines. Clouds come to obscure it, and yet the sun continues to shine. The sun seems to go down at night, but it's just an illusion, it's still shining. It seems that the sun is the source of light, but it is actually a reflection of the true light, which is God or Spirit. The highest energy is the Spirit, which gives light to the material world, including the sun. Remember that this true light always shines, just like the sun, even if you don't see it. Therefore, you will always have the option of opening yourself to the divine light when you feel that you are in the dark, with the full assurance that it is always there. It is as simple as remembering that light and dark cannot coexist. The power of light is that it makes the darkness fade in its presence. Put light. I suggest that you see yourself as a being of light, a rapid energy system that possesses the ability to make darkness disappear. You are the bearer of that light. You radiate that light whenever you are able to help yourself and others to triumph over darkness. In addition to thinking of light as a fast-moving vibration of energy, I would like you to consider it an attitude. That is, you can choose to think in the light or think in the dark. When you think of the light, you throw on any problem a clairvoyance that can dissolve difficulties. Perhaps you've heard someone speak of surrounding a friend or loved one with white light at times when potential darkness is perceived. These comments reflect the knowledge that light is pure and protective in nature and that it can protect people from harmful or dangerous energies. Putting white light around a loved one is another way to send loving thoughts with the belief that energetic thoughts help keep them safe. They are thoughts of light. You think of a loving light and visualize that you send it for the spirit to act. We intuitively know that thoughts of light make darkness disappear just as surely as you know that a lit light will illuminate a dark room. This phrase from the prayer of Saint Francis includes for me the 4 components of light that you can apply to any situation where the problem is darkness. These 4 ingredients are: 1. Purity. Light implies purity. When you are able to shine a light on what is impure, you are fulfilling the wish of Saint Francis as well as giving a spiritual solution to the problem. Purity applied to the physical realm means a clean, clear, unadulterated presence like pure water, pure air, pure blood, or pure food. The purification process removes the problems of disease, stale air, or bacteria. The same happens when our thoughts and behaviors are impure. Problems exist when we allow ourselves to have debased thoughts. Our impure thoughts pollute our life and the lives of those around us. Conflicts arise when we enter the lower frequencies of drunkenness, lust, unclean living, violence, substance abuse, ungodliness, and the like. A purified presence is like light, where everything adulterant is eliminated and the purity of light or the absence of darkness remains. By putting this purification in the areas where impurity resides, you have the ability to apply a spiritual solution to the problems of an unclean mind. Recently, I happened to be in a park at night where a large number of young people gathered to celebrate graduation. It was evident that drink and drugs circulated freely among the young. It didn't take long for the obscene words and bravado to appear, and it seemed inevitable that a fight would break out. I thought of this phrase from the prayer of Saint Francis. I saw darkness in the form of impurity roaming freely. I began to walk among the young people, consciously radiating thoughts of light, without saying anything, limiting myself to surrounding them with light. In a matter of minutes the youths began to disperse and the threats died down. It was clear that I could send pure loving light to that low energy and influence young people without them being aware of what I was doing. You can access the purity of your soul by shedding your pure, loving, and unconditional light where there is any impurity, and thereby influence those around you. When you enter the space of those who live, breathe, and practice thinking light thoughts, you can feel the lighter energy in the room. As Patanjali stated, every living being ceases to feel enmity in the presence of those who firmly refrain from having harmful or impure thoughts. That is what putting light in darkness is, and the more you practice it, the more you will be an emissary of light. Impure thought and behavior cannot tolerate the power of your pure light, just as darkness does not tolerate the presence of light. 2. Morality. Light means that we treat ourselves and others from a golden rule perspective. I have to do the right thing, and in doing so I put light in the darkness. When someone feels abused, hurt, lost, or simply alone in misery, it is as if they have a black cloud over their head. These feelings allow the cloud to engulf you. By bringing light to this landscape of darkness, we choose to treat others as we would like to be treated. Light and morality go hand in hand. The moment someone has the feeling that they are being treated fairly, the black cloud disappears. I remember how Mother Teresa illustrated what she did on her mission. Every day I see Jesus Christ in all his disturbing disguises. She saw perfection in the underprivileged on the streets and brought a little moral and light to each person. That alone was enough to lift the veil of darkness that enveloped the homeless person. And the same is true of all of us. When you stop to think how you would like to be treated in the same situation, you are adding morality, an ingredient of light, to eliminate someone's darkness. After you've heard the golden rule your whole life, you know it's good advice. I encourage you to give serious thought to this way of removing darkness from your life and bringing light to those who feel abused. You can also start treating yourself this way, whenever you feel the absence of light in your life. If you feel hurt or betrayed because others do not treat you well and darkness surrounds you, ask yourself how you would prefer to be treated. Then imagine that light and moral treatment descending on you from God. Forgive and forget the person with whom you are angry, because at this moment you are in the moral light of God. This way you always have access to light. Thinking about how you would like to be treated also helps you extend the golden rule to others. Recently my young son and I were queuing at a water park and we heard a woman, who was in the queue next door, order 3 sodas and then discover that she was short of money to pay for them. The fact that she was missing a few coins visibly upset her and the seller was not at all understanding. My immediate response in such situations is to offer the coins, which I did. But first I wondered how I would like to be treated if I found myself in that situation. The old rule of thumb. This also works for me after arguing with my wife or a family member. I get frustrated and start to wonder how I would like to be treated at that time. So I act the way I want to be treated, breaking the silence or apologizing. The problem comes down to the light that the golden rule has thrown in the dark. 3. The truth. James Russell Lowell once said, "Light is the symbol of truth." And I would add that, darkness is the symbol of deception. You can hide the truth in the dark, while in the light there are no mysteries, there are no hidden things, everything is revealed. Thus, the darkness hides while the light reveals. When you put light in the darkness, as St. Francis asks in his prayer, you adopt an attitude of openness that does not allow the truth to be fearful or hidden. In David Hawkins's book Power vs. Force we are offered this wise phrase, "In the process of examining our daily lives we may discover that all of our fears were based on falsehood." The substitution of the false for the true is the essence of the healing of everything visible and invisible. Many years ago I wrote an article titled "Who Do You Trust?" for a tip post. The central theme of the article was that we tend to believe people who are willing to tell us the truth, although we may not like that truth. Those who tell us exactly what we want to hear, while comforting at those times, do not inspire confidence. When you need advice or help from someone, what opinion do you trust? The one who only wants you to feel good, or the one who tells you the truth without thinking about how you will react? As you gain experience in casting the truth into troublesome situations, you will come to understand the biblical phrase that says, "The truth will set you free." In light of the truth, the problems literally disappear. Nothing is hidden, nothing is hidden. On one occasion, I remember going for a walk with a woman who was overweight and was unable to shed those extra pounds even though she tried every diet that existed. He swore to me that he did not overeat and that the origin of his obesity was a metabolism problem. I encouraged her to face the problem honestly and to apply that truth to her daily activities. I told him to write down everything he ate or drank and to keep a journal of his exercise for a week. At the end of that week, he was surprised to see what the truth revealed about his daily regimen. The only criterion I insisted on was that of truth. The woman discovered that, without realizing it, she had been fooling herself. He forgot the many times during the day he put food in his mouth, the few times when he exercised, drank hardly any water, and consumed much more soda and alcohol than he had said. Most of her deceptions took place when she was alone, out of the sight of others, in the dark, so to speak. The truth was what ultimately set her free. When she shed new light on her condition, she saw the problem dissolving. Most addictions are maintained by denial, which is the monster that hides in the dark, afraid of being seen in the light. Eating disorders are almost always practiced in the safety of the dark, behind closed doors. Denial is a way of life that prolongs problems, forming a snowball, until the person finally lets the truth, the light, shine. People who have a strong addiction to drugs and alcohol often have to face what is called an intervention before making the decision to break free. An intervention is a direct confrontation with family and friends in which the addict is forced to listen to the truth. The light shines in the dark, and in the end, the addicted person arrives at a place where deception, hypocrisy, or misrepresentation is not allowed. The light shines brightly. The darkness and the problem dissolve if the person decides to remain in the light. When you seek a spiritual solution to problems, the essence of truth as a vital component of light becomes apparent. Be a person who is willing to honestly look at the lower energies of darkness in your life and commit to shining the light of truth in those places. Then put that light of truth in any darkness you experience. With the presence of your light you will radiate an energy that will help dissolve deception or subtle fraud. 4. Clarity. When you live in the light and shine that light in the dark, you apply unambiguous knowledge to the problem. I call this aspect of light clarity. It is the certainty within you that you are united with God, free from all doubt. This clarity is the exact opposite of what occurs in the dark. In the dark you grope for something to hold on to and you catch the first thing you touch. There is no clarity, and therefore there is no light. Imagine that you apply the brightest light that can exist to a diamond. What you see is a limpid, clear glow. To compare, look at the same diamond in a poorly lit, dimly lit place. There is no clarity. This metaphor illustrates the value of clarity in the face of problems, yours or others. If you are not absolutely clear on your spiritual connection, you will throw this confusion into the problem and it will go on and become an unfathomable enigma. Putting light in the dark is applying your clear vision of your ability to override the problem with your light. No haze, no contaminants, just a bright light devoid of all obstructions. While researching and writing about the many great teachers and their teachings for wisdom of the ages, 60 Days to Enlightenment, I observed that the one thing all of these ancient masters shared was that they had a clear purpose in their life. Michelangelo and Da Vinci had a clear vision and brought that strong, clear light to everything they created. Thoreau knew quite clearly what he had to do, and he marched to the beat of the drum without thinking of the consequences. Elizabeth Barrett Browning had a clear vision of her need to leave behind the darkness of a father's intractable nature and fears and flee to a strange land to fulfill her mission. These and other characters I wrote about had a clear purpose that was not clouded by doubt or darkness. You also have the option of having this clear vision in your life and in that of others. When you trust that clear light will shine on any problem, you raise your energy level and access divine guidance. And make no mistake, divine guidance is clear light, unambiguous and free from contamination. I now offer you some suggestions to put light on the experiences of darkness that you have in your life. Suggestions for putting light in the dark. Appreciate beauty. Observe the beauty around you. During the day, stop to contemplate and feel gratitude for the moments of beauty in your life. You may have to make an effort to do this if you are going through times of darkness, but it will help you develop the habit of leaving it behind. Appreciating beauty is the result of the habit of thinking about light as often as possible. When you have this habit, you will automatically appreciate beauty in all circumstances of life. Harriet Beecher Stowe once observed, "In all aspects of life, the human heart yearns for beauty." Yes, in all aspects of life, which also includes any problem or dark situation. Even if only once a day, stop when you are experiencing a moment of darkness and look for the beauty that is close to you. Start doing it once a day and work your way up little by little. In a short time this will be the usual way to respond to darkness. Don't pretend to be happy when darkness is present. Instead, cultivate the inner feeling of awe of yourself and your place in the world. Think of the magnificence of each breath. Feel awe of the vastness of our universe. Think that behind every dark cloud the sun shines, and behind every appearance of darkness there is an eternal light that you can reach and that will make the darkness disappear. People who are described as accomplished are able to see beauty everywhere. It only takes a moment's pause to illuminate the darkness with a thought appreciating beauty. Get acquainted with the inspirational literature on those who have overcome the darkness in their life. When I read the story of someone who has overcome darkness, like Helen Keller, I have a strong feeling that I can apply that enthusiasm and that light to whatever problem I am faced with. The stories that tell how the penalties have been overcome always cheer me up. Lance Armstrong overcame a terminal cancer diagnosis and survived surgery to remove a cancerous testicle and tumors in his lungs, stomach, and brain. Then he went on to win the strongest physical endurance event, the Tour de France, racing his bike over 4,000 kilometers in midsummer through the mountains. As if to enhance his achievement, he won the same race the following year. His story amazes me and illustrates that we can find light in the dark and apply that light to any obstacle that gets in the way. Contemplating Lance's career, reading his story, it's not about the bike, and listening to his interviews gives me the courage to face new challenges. No, I'm not exactly talking about physical challenges, but about the faster higher frequencies of light and spirit that I can reach and then apply to those who live in the shadows. Send white light and bathe others in it. Remember, everything is energy. The solid, the sound, the light, the thoughts, the spirit are movements, waves that vibrate at a certain frequency. You can be an emissary of light and help others to eradicate the darkness in their life. Think light and practice meditation and visualization of the light white, clear, pure wrapping to whom you want. If you doubt your ability to achieve this, or it seems to you that sending light through your thoughts and meditation is impossible, then this will be your experience. Divert your conscience to the thought that no one knows enough to be pessimistic. Then you will be able to transmit the light in the faster higher vibrations, where anything is possible. I send white light, as does my wife, on a regular basis. If any of our children arrive very late at night, we bathe them with light and send them the energy of the spirit that is love and let that loving and luminous energy bathe them. So we have in our mind an image of light and not of darkness and danger. I have also studied auras, which are energies of light that surround us like an electrical energy field. These auras can be interpreted and altered by the way we practice spirituality. In fact, Kirlian photography shows an aura of light that surrounds living things, generally invisible if special devices are not used. If this light is there, and we can alter it with our thoughts and emotions, why don't we realize that we can use our thoughts to send out that pure light and protect another from darkness? Try it, with the mind open to everything and attached to nothing. Focus your thoughts on the light and what you want and not on the dark and what you don't want. Practice seeing the light within yourself. Put thoughts of light in all circumstances of darkness. The common thing is, precisely, to do the opposite. When you do, you attract more illusions of darkness. For example, if you think about how bad a situation is, how terrible everything seems to be, and the only thing you can visualize is that things are getting worse, you are literally bringing darkness into your life. Similarly, if you approach someone who is experiencing a dark episode with thoughts of fear and anguish, what you do is identify with the darkness. You may find it appropriate to comfort those in the dark by imitating their dark thoughts, but you will help to eliminate that darkness by bringing light to the present moment. Empathy is a wonderful high-energy quality, and I encourage you to offer thoughts of compassion and love to those who are experiencing darkness. However, don't confuse empathy with reinforcement of the dark. Have thoughts of light and love and penetrate the darkness with that energy. Your light energy will illuminate the darkness. You can radiate light when you know that darkness is an illusion, as God's light always shines, and that thoughts of despair and anguish are what create the illusion of darkness. Offer compassion knowing that everything is for the best. As I have said many times in this book, we cannot go where God is not, and where God is, everything is fine. Step into the light when thoughts of darkness overwhelm you. Every time you find yourself thinking unhealthy things, it is imperative that you physically get up and let in light. You will notice that you feel much better. Letting the light in allows you to literally erase those dark thoughts. I also recommend that you re-examine fearful thoughts in sunlight. Thoughts that seem scary at night in bed don't seem so scary in daylight. I remember when I was a child living in a foster home, I thought how much I missed my mother and was afraid that something would happen to her and I would never see her again. All kinds of dark events came to my mind and my anxiety increased until at the end I was truly scared. The next morning, in the light of day, all those fears disappeared and I wondered how I could have been so scared. Somehow, the light not only diminishes the darkness of a room, but also makes questions and feelings of fear disappear. Light is a faster energy and its presence is symbolic of the fact that God is the way, the truth, and the light. Invite the light next time you have gloomy thoughts and see the difference. Practice purification in all areas of your life. The light is pure. The darkness is polluted. Try to eliminate from your life the pollutants that obscure the incandescence of your spiritual light. It starts with your body. Drink more pure water and fewer cloudy liquids like soda, alcohol, and coffee. 8 to 10 glasses of pure water a day eliminate toxins that reduce your energy levels and unbalance the energy harmony of your body. You will feel lighter, think easier, and experience more spiritual energy by purifying your system with large amounts of pure water each day. I started my purification process 14 years ago, when my wife encouraged me to stop drinking diet soda as the only drink. He used to drink 8 to 10 cans a day, or even 12. Little by little I replaced them with still water. Now I have not had any kind of soda for almost 15 years and I drink at least 3.5 liters of water every day. Let the purification process extend to food as well. You know what is pure and what is toxic to your body. Eat at least 3 pieces of fruit a day and eat fresh organic vegetables at least twice a day. Eliminate toxins from your diet and see how you feel. To complete the purification process, try to keep your thoughts pure. Learn not to judge and not to get angry. Realize when you have impure or critical thoughts. Use the mental image of shining a bright light on your contaminated thoughts and see how the light removes those dark thoughts. When you feel frustrated and helpless in the face of a problem, think in that light for a moment and you will see your feelings change. Remember that there is really no problem other than believing that we are separated from God. The problem lies in our mind. By purifying your body, your thoughts, your language, you are purifying all your behavior and, ultimately, providing one of the central ingredients of light to shine in any darkness that you have been able to create in your life. Repeat one of the most important phrases to put light in the darkness: the truth will set you free. Stay in the truth. You will see the freedom of the light when you stay in the truth and apply that truth to all your encounters. When you practice deception of any kind, you invite a contaminant into your system. You blur the light and move into the dark. Others may complain that you don't tell them what they want to hear, however, be firm when it comes to what you contribute to someone else's darkness. Others will come to you when they know that you don't sugarcoat your answers in times of difficulty. In the last 26 years I have appeared on many television programs and have seen firsthand that the great personalities of the show travel with an entourage whose main responsibility seems to be to tell the star what he wants to hear. The paid staff tell them how brilliant their performance has been even if it was boring. I am sure that in difficult moments the stars will turn to someone they know will give them an honest answer. At various times in my life, it has been people like my wife who have clearly told me that I was drinking the wrong thing, eating the wrong thing, gaining weight, overly aggressive or indulgent with myself, overly focused on money, or I was losing sight of my goal. These people who were telling me the truth put light in my life. The truth is the light. Practice this truth when helping others and always be absolutely honest with yourself. You may not immediately eliminate all the darkness in your life, such as immoral or toxic behavior. But if you are absolutely honest with yourself and admit your fragility, little by little and surely you will shift towards the faster higher spiritual energy in which those shadows cannot survive. No one has put it better than William Shakespeare, be true to yourself. The request of Saint Francis to put light in the darkness is a powerful way to find a spiritual solution to every problem. The light is pure, moral, clear, and without deception. Go down this path and you will see the darkness disappear. No choice. Darkness cannot survive for a second where there is light. 13. Where there is sadness, put joy. It's easy to be nice, when life flows like a song. But the valuable man is the one who smiles when everything goes from bad to worse. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. The sure sign that you have entered the slower lower frequencies and left spirit behind is that you experience less joy. If you are not radiant with happiness, if you pout, if it is difficult for you to smile and be in a good mood, it is a burden, and you are not overflowing with love for every creature and every being, one thing is certain, you do not know God. In this request of Saint Francis to sow joy where there is sadness, he asks to lead God to where there is sadness, and, in doing so, he will eliminate the illusion of distress that is a thought created by a mind that does not know God. Why we avoid joy? Sadness is an attitude that is formed by concentrating on what is wrong and what is missing in life. I like what Anthony de Mello writes, in particular this observation: there is only one reason why you are not experiencing joy right now, and that is because you are thinking, or concentrating, on what you do not have. Sadness is the habit of living looking at the world from the perspective of lack, constantly thinking that you do not have enough of what you want, such as money, health, love, friends, or even free time. These thoughts create the feeling of sadness. Joy, on the other hand, is a way of looking at the world from the perspective of what you have and what is good. Cheerful people enjoy their talents and powers and don't compare themselves to anyone. They are not intimidated by anyone's possessions and powers. Joy comes from enjoying who you are, what you have, what you can be, and knowing that you are divine, a piece of God. Sadness stems from a scant awareness that can dissolve if you approach the abundance that is there for you. As I have quoted before from the scriptures, "My son said the Father, you are always with me and everything I have is yours," Luke 15:31. The antidote to sadness is to face the abundance of this world, appreciating all that you have and all that you can have, with the mistaken belief that you are missing something. Do it and the illusion will disappear. Grow a cheerful attitude. I once heard Leo Buscaglia tell a story about the ancient Egyptians, who believed that in death their answers to two questions would determine whether they continued their journey in life after death. The first question was, "Have you found joy?" The second was, "Have you brought joy?" Finding joy means viewing life in a way that focuses on gratitude for what you have. You can cultivate this attitude by refusing to think in terms of scarcity. Being happy means having happy thoughts even when you are tempted to do something else. The habit of thinking sadly is a consequence of your training. You learn that joy is only possible when life goes the way you think it should. As a result, you developed the habit of failing to appreciate joy in favor of sadness when life is not how you think it should be, and were encouraged to believe that your grief was natural. But it is not natural. It is an error of thought, an illusion like all the other illusions I have talked about in this book. The mistake of thinking about sadness is corrected when you put joy on it. Remember, the world does not contain sadness, only people with sad thoughts. God saw everything he had made and everything was very good, Genesis 1:31. For me, very well means joyful, or as the Peace Pilgrim once asked rhetorically, how can you know God and not be joyful? Cultivating an attitude of joy is, in a very real sense, putting God's spirit or energy into everything you encounter by changing your mind. This is what Albert Einstein probably meant when he suggested that you cannot solve a problem with the same mind that created it. Sadness is experienced in your mind as you process and evaluate your life from the perspective of not having. It changes by rising to a higher energy faster. Joy as spiritual energy. Think about how time passes when you are happy, as opposed to when you are sad or grieving. When you are inspired and happily involved in a project, time flies. This happens to me when I lecture or am engrossed in my writing. Hours pass and it amazes me that time has passed so quickly. This appearance that time is fast or slow happens because time is actually an illusion. We have invented time to sculpt unity, which is indivisible. Time cannot exist when everything is now. When you pass into joy, the experience of time merges into the unity of the spirit and time disappears. Consequently, living with this purpose and feeling the joy of this purpose places you in the faster energy pattern of spirit. It is the highest and fastest energy you can have. Now think about the reverse experience. Think about how time seems to pass when you are sad. The deeper you penetrate the energy patterns of grief, melancholy, grief, and sadness, the slower time seems to go. The moments of grief are endless. You look at the clock and it seems impossible to believe that only 15 minutes have passed. Albert Einstein wittily described the passage of time when explaining relativity: when a man is sitting with a pretty girl for an hour, it feels like a minute. But make him sit on a hot stove for a minute and it will seem longer than an hour. This is relativity. Joy accelerates the illusion of time while sadness seems to slow it down. The fastest energy is spirit. Joy is spirit, and this quick spiritual energy is what will override the slower energy of sadness. Most of us tend to be attracted to those who have a positive and cheerful aspect. You acquire that attitude by being aware of the many blessings that life has given you. Be a person with a joyful attitude and you will become someone who radiates this positive joyful energy faster that dispels sadness wherever you are. Before you can send joy where there is sadness, you must work on your own personal energy patterns. Decide to live with yourself in the fastest energy of joy. Have this intention in everything you do. Have a purpose. Having a purpose in life is like bathing yourself in joy. It is an easy way to elevate yourself to the faster frequencies of the spirit. Abraham Maslow described the ladder of self-realization as the ascent from basic needs for food, drink, and shelter to a sense of belonging and appreciation of beauty. At the top of the pyramid of self-realization is a deep sense of the purpose and meaning of your life. That is where spiritual joy is experienced. Time disappears and you are in communion with the highest aspect of yourself, or what I call God consciousness. Here, at the top of the pyramid, joy is your constant companion. This state of bliss depends exclusively on the quality of your thoughts. It means stopping worrying about how those around you perceive you. It means distancing yourself from the results you produce, and instead giving yourself fully to the activities of your life. It means refusing to pursue happiness and instead putting happiness in everything you do. In short, you find the perfect joy when you are not looking for it, by understanding that it is within you. Having a purpose has nothing to do with what you do or getting your ideal vacation. It is not something that depends on anything or anyone external to you. Purpose is found when you are willing to stop thinking about your ego, knowing that you are eternally connected to God and moving from the small mind to the big mind. The true joy of living is allowing the higher energies of spirit to guide your life. In this state of consciousness, you never have to ask what your purpose is or how to find it. You feel there is purpose in everything you do and you bring that joy to everything you find. It will not matter if you are pulling weeds from the garden, reading a novel, shoveling snow, creating a symphony, driving your car, or meditating in the silence of your room. You will be the one who brings joy because you will be in harmony, and not in conflict, with God. And the irony is that you will find that the surest way to get to that purposeful state of inner joy is by giving it all the time. Find joy by giving it. Perhaps the surest way to find happiness and joy for yourself is to dedicate your energies to making someone else happy. If you make the effort to seek joy for yourself, you will discover that it is elusive, largely because you will be devoted to the search. You will spend your life making efforts, and your life experience could be expressed with the sarcastic saying of, "Life is what happens while you are making plans." However, if you try to make someone else happy, joy will come to you. You come into this life with nothing and you will leave with nothing. The only thing you can do with your life is give it up. This is the true essence of having a purpose. It is the way to have joy in the face of sadness. You experience joy when you try to give it to others. This is what Saint Francis understood to be the goal of life. The entire second part of the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi is the declaration of the truth that we find joy when we give it. And, to give it, we must possess it. Grant me not to seek, to be consoled but to console, to be understood but to understand, to be loved but to love. And concludes, for by giving we receive, by forgiving we are forgiven, by dying we are born to eternal life. I have found that most of the times when I am mired in sadness because of a problem, it is because of something that someone has said or done or has not done. This is the problem. I am sad about the actions or inactions of others. Now of course this is an illusion, something that I have created in my thinking. It is my mind that is experiencing the problem. So what is the spiritual solution? It is always so simple that I often pat myself on the head for not having realized it sooner. The spiritual solution is to try to bring some joy to another, and my sadness disappears instantly. And then it reappears in my thoughts when I mentally torture myself for someone else's behavior, and I again provide joy to another, and the cycle repeats itself until, at last, I find the answer: send a little joy to the people you think are the origin of your sadness. But this seems difficult. After all, my ego repeats to me, they are wrong and I am right, and my ego would rather be happy. But I tame my ego and change the thought that someone has hurt me to thoughts of joy towards that person. Instantly, and permanently, my sadness dissolves as if by magic. By sending loving and joyful thoughts to others, particularly those that I believe are the source of my sadness, I put an end to the problem, which only existed in my mind. As you learn to find joy by giving it to others, you will discover that another change takes place. At first you worked only with your thoughts, which is where you experience sadness. As you transform those sad thoughts into joy, your emotions will change as well. You will experience a change in your sense of physical well-being and you will begin to feel better. You will feel lighter, more comfortable, and healthier. Your feelings of despair, anger, and depression will begin to dissolve and your behavior will change to follow the path of joy. You will reach out to those who have misbehaved you, forgive them, and help those you once considered your enemies. By moving from thoughts to feelings to behaviors, your entire life is turned away from problems when you have the purpose of bringing joy to others. You may be wondering at this point if I am suggesting that you never feel sad, which would be a form of denial. Of course, you will experience sadness, and I do not advise you to pretend to be happy and be cheerful when you are not. So how to solve this paradox? How to deal with your sadness and that of others? In A Course in Miracles there is a quote on the subject of sadness or negative emotions such as despair, darkness, hatred, hurt and doubt, which has been the subject of this book. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein resides the peace of God. Yes, you will feel sad at various times in your life. No, you shouldn't deny those feelings and pretend you're happy. Yes, it is healthy to express these feelings, honor them, and not feel guilty when you experience them. But go back to the idea that I have been repeating since the beginning of this book. If it is not of God, it is not real, and everything is of God and everything that is of God is good. We all agree that sadness, despair, illness, and hatred are not good. It cannot exist if it is not real, however you feel the existence of sadness. But this is just a thought created by a mind that feels separate from God, therefore it is an illusion. When you understand the nature of your sadness, you can acknowledge it, accept it, honor it, and do whatever you want, even honor it and build a sanctuary for it. But when you want to dissolve it, introduce the faster higher energy of joy and you can kiss it goodbye when you see it walk away from your life. Sadness cannot survive at the same time as the energy of joy. Why? Because it is unreal and therefore cannot exist except in the mind. God's love is real. Joy is the love of God. And joy can never be threatened. When you understand this fundamental truth about sadness, which is unreal and an illusory product of our mind, you will no longer feel the strong need to defend your right to be sad. You will understand that when you advocate for the right to be sad and depressed, the only thing you get with your efforts is to feel more sad. Start by opting for the higher spiritual energy of joy. In the long run, this energy will be your natural state. When you study the lives of sages and saints, you discover that they were joyful, free, and had a deep love for all living things. Sadness is not part of his characteristics. Nisargadatta Maharaj gave this astonishing answer when asked why he did not feel sad in the circumstances that drive most people to despair, such as war, poverty, and the like. In my world, nothing ever goes wrong. He said he lived in the spirit world, the rest is illusion. Get out of your body and all its cares and possessions and view everything as an observer. From this perspective, sadness is impossible. Those we call realized beings most often are in a state of joy and bliss. You may not see yourself as a realized being yet, but I suppose you aspire to if you read books like this. If so, it aspires to send joy to sadness, it is magnificent. Here are some suggestions to do so. Suggestions to send joy to sadness. Acknowledge your sadness, understand that it is unreal, and then let it go. Don't try to pretend happiness when you are sad. Instead, be aware of that sadness and ask yourself if you want to stay in that emotional state. If the answer is no, recognize that this sad feeling is a consequence of what you decide to think, and that way you will begin to understand sadness. This is totally situated in your mind, it does not exist in the world. Once you recognize your absolute right to be sad, decide how long you want to stay in that state, understand that it is a consequence of your lower energy, and then let it go. This is done by putting happy thoughts in your present moment and watching the sadness recede. This little technique of being able to recognize, understand, and disperse can take a few seconds or, if you want, entire weeks. The point is that by being aware of sadness while you feel it, you give yourself the option of replacing it with joy, which is the spiritual solution to the error of sadness. Radiate the energy of joy to those who seem to be experiencing sadness. Listen to the painful and sad stories of others with empathy and with a commitment to live in joy. Then you are bringing a higher energy to the situation. Sadness cannot survive in the faster energy of the spirit. This is similar to trying to fight someone who doesn't want to. In the end, the antagonist will either disappear or abandon his quarrelsome attitude. It is the same with those who are determined to remain sad. They perceive that you are refusing to join them in their lower energy patterns and will seek a more predisposed soul, or else your presence and your unwavering commitment to bring joy will dissolve the sadness. My responses to those who insist on being sad usually go something like this: things will get better if you decide to be happy despite all these events, or now you feel sad, but I'm sure you will get over it and one day look back with a smile on the lips. I try to fulfill my commitment to put happiness where there are obstacles when I come across people who are struggling with difficulties in their life. In this way I can radiate that energy and help you eradicate the energy of sadness. Aristotle put it this way: happiness is the meaning and purpose of life, the goal and end of human existence. It is a good tip to remember when you are faced with thoughts of sadness, yours or others. Seek the benefit that those who give you sadness provide you. Yes, encountering some energy less than the energy of the spirit provides you with a benefit. These people are your best teachers. They remind you that you are not yet in control and give you the opportunity to choose joy and peace. With its expression of sadness you learn to overcome that energy and use it as a guide. There is a story by G.I. Gurdjieff, who ran a spiritual community in France, which illustrates the value of having low-energy people around. John Marks Templeton tells the story in his book Worldwide Laws of Life. There lived an old man who was the personification of difficulties, irritable, confused, fought with everyone and was never willing to clean or help. Nobody got along with him. Finally, after many frustrating months of trying to stay in the group, the old man left for Paris. Gurdjieff followed him and tried to convince him to come back, but it had been too harsh and the man said no. Finally, Gurdjieff offered the man a very high monthly stipend if he returned to the community. How could the man refuse? When the old man returned, everyone was astonished to hear that he was charging, while they were paying a nice sum to be there, and the community took up arms. Gurdjieff summoned them all to a meeting and, after hearing their complaints, laughed and explained, "This old man is like leaven for bread. Without him here you would never have really learned anything about anger, irritability, patience, and compassion. That's why you pay me and I hired him." Every experience of sadness provides valuable lessons to learn and doors of higher spiritual consciousness to open. Therefore, be thankful when such opportunities appear. Go to your purpose and know the joy that comes from being there. If you've ever said, "I don't know what my purpose is," I suggest you remember that the only thing you can do with your life is give it up. When you leave your own self-indulgence and try to serve the others, have one purpose. Whenever you feel sad or confused, stand up and ask yourself, "How can I serve others?" Then perform any little service and you will see that you feel you have a purpose. This is joy. This is putting joy in sadness. It all comes down to climbing those highest rungs on the ladder of self-realization. Feeling that you have a purpose is one of the highest rungs. The simple act of comforting another person is an act of purpose. Helping someone cross the street or stepping back to open the door for a stranger are acts of purpose. Even a polite greeting or sending a card are acts of purpose that bring you joy and erode the sadness that might exist in others or in you. Settle disputes with me and share your truth. Make a list of the people you would call if you knew you only have one day to live. Imagine what you would say to them. Then ask yourself, what are you waiting for? The fact is that tomorrow is not a promise to anyone. Tell the people you love how you feel about them and why. Apologize to anyone you have offended in any way. If there are things in your life that insistently hurt you, make an effort to replace that feeling with joy. Send flowers, make a phone call, write a letter. In a style that brings you joy, communicate that you want to erase sadness. When you do, you live in a faster, higher frequency and give a spiritual solution to sadness, allowing it to disintegrate into the powerful spiritual force of joy. Remember that joy is in silence. I often mention the phrase from the Old Testament, "Be silent and you will know that I am in God." The two key words are silence and you will know. To know, as I have written in previous chapters, is to have conscious contact, to have direct experience. Silence refers to the silence of meditation that you know cannot be divided, any more than God can be divided. And the New Testament tells us, joy is the fruit of the Spirit. By being silent you know God, and joy is the fruit of God. I recommend the practice of staying quiet, particularly when you seem to be surrounded by sadness. Recently, my wife passed a severe test with one of our 4 children. He hardly slept and had a lot of difficulties to overcome. When I told him, "Honey, you must be sad and exhausted, with everything you've been through," he replied without hesitation, "No, meditation keeps me centered and happy even though everything around is a whirlwind." Your antidote to sadness is meditation. Study the lives of saints and sages. It is always a great way to bring the higher spiritual energies to the lower energies of the senses and the material world. Those we admire are not depressed. They are purposeful, filled with determination and passion, fired with a burning desire to live out their strong sense of purpose, and filled with joy. I have found that I have the feeling that I never have enough time to do everything I want, and consequently I have no time to waste being melancholic or feeling self-pity. There is no doubt that sometimes I feel hurt and sad. However, my sense of awe of everything around me, coupled with my burning desire to fulfill my destiny, leaves me little time to be sad. As Rumi reminded us, sell your skill and buy perplexity. Do your best to imitate all the great spiritual teachers who you admire and who are familiar to you. They live jubilant, laugh and find joy in the seemingly most insignificant things. A grasshopper, a shell, the shape and silhouette of a tree silhouetted against a dark sky, even a candy can make them overflow with joy. Read about these divine souls. Go to their places of worship, talk to their devotees, immerse yourself in their energy and you will discover that they are people who always know how to put joy in sadness because they themselves are joy personified. Feel supremely happy, This is what John Templeton suggests in his wonderful book Worldwide Laws of Life. There are 3 simple words that almost seem to have magical properties for developing a positive attitude in life. Feel supremely happy. When you allow yourself to feel supremely happy regardless of external appearances, your whole body changes. Your thoughts, your facial expressions, your health, your attitudes, in reality, everything in you changes for the better. I have tried this technique many times since I read John Templeton's book. I say to myself, at this moment, regardless of everything that happens around me, I am going to feel supremely happy. And, almost by magic, I feel transported to the most mystical divine energy of joy. I use this phrase and also the metaphor of unplugging myself from the physical world and plugging myself into God. When I have that thought and that image in my head, I say to myself, I feel supremely happy. Try it. It will satisfy you to see how quickly you can go from sadness to joy. This ends the 7 requests that Saint Francis of Assisi made in his prayer. They symbolize the spiritual solution to every problem. If you learn to sow, 1. Peace, 2. Love, 3. Forgiveness, 4. Faith, 5. Hope, 6. Light and 7. Joy, you will eradicate practically every problem you encounter. These 7 elements of the spiritual solution to problems will erase the illusion of 1. Agitation, 2. Hatred, 3. Hurt, 4. Doubt, 5. Despair, 6. Darkness and 7. Sadness. When you begin to search your mind for limits and material substance, you will eventually discover the truth. There is no place called your mind. Then the illusion is permanently dissolved for the good that is God, who knows no iniquity. I am going to end this book with a paragraph from a quote taken from the holy book known as the Bhagavad Gita. In this ancient classic tale, the warrior Arjuna talks to Krishna, God, and asks who the enlightened man is. I offer you my comments on God's answers and I encourage you to savor the ideas that Arjuna receives. It is a beautiful summary of the messages in this book. Arjuna, tell me about those who always live in wisdom, always aware of the I. Oh, Krishna, how do they speak, how do they sit, how do they move? Sri Krishna, they live in wisdom who see themselves in everything and see everything in them, whose love for the Lord of love has consumed all selfish desire and the cravings of the senses that torment the heart. The enlightened person understands the unique power and knows that he is always connected to that spiritual essence. It is never questioned whether it is separate from God. The love of the Spirit is so strong that it has become a knowledge. You can apply that knowledge to put an end to the problems that Krishna says are the cravings of the senses of a tormented heart. Love for the Lord of love is a wonderful description of spiritual energy. Sri Krishna, they live free from lust, fear, and anger, not agitated by grief or sighing for pleasure. The enlightened person does not identify happiness or success with the events of the material world that are called good and bad. She is not attached to these things and her detachment is what gives her a life free of problems. Sri Krishna, just as a tortoise picks up its legs, the sage can pick up his senses at will. The enlightened person lives with the higher spiritual faculties of love, creativity, intuition, kindness, forgiveness, surrender, and joy and is not a slave to his senses. You can ignore the cravings of your senses and thus avoid the problems that accompany those sensory demands. Sri Krishna, although aspirants abstain from sense pleasures, they will still crave them. These cravings will disappear when they see the Lord of love. The enlightened person comes to know that all problems are due to feeling separated from God and disappear when he has conscious contact with God. Therefore, know the truth that there is a spiritual solution to every problem. Sri Krishna, even those who are on the path of the stormy senses can have their minds taken away. But they live in the wisdom that dominates them and they keep their minds always absorbed in me. By taming the ego and moving into the higher energy of spirit, the storms created by our attachments and identifications from the material world dissolve. Sri Krishna, when you don't stop thinking about sense objects, attachment occurs. Attachment fuels desire, the lust for possession that, when cooled, turns to anger. Anger clouds the judgment, you can no longer learn from past mistakes. You lose the power to choose between the sensible and the foolish, and your life is a complete waste. But when you move between the world of the senses freed from attachment and aversion, peace comes in which all afflictions end and you live in the wisdom of the self. An attachment is something that leads to a world of problems. If we let go of attachments, we can put peace and love to bear all that we were attached to. This ends the possibility of anger, despair, doubt, darkness, and hatred. This higher energy allows us to always be free to live in the wisdom and peace of the Lord of Love, that is, God. Sri Krishna, the disunited mind is far from wisdom. How can you meditate? When you don't know peace, how can you know joy? By reconnecting with God, we move to a faster, higher spiritual vibration. This is done by going to the indivisible place of silence. In silent meditation, we also go to the place of unity, the one that is indivisible. This is where peace and joy are experienced. Here is the solution to all the problems that arise from a disunited mind. Sri Krishna, use all your power to release the senses of attachment and aversion and live in the full wisdom of the self. This sage awakens to the light in the night of all creatures. What the world calls day is the night of ignorance for the wise. The darkness disappears when you know the light that always shines. The light of the sun and the light of God never go out, despite what your senses and attachments tell you. Sri Krishna, just as rivers flow into the ocean but do not overflow it, so the magical currents of the world of the senses flow into the sea of peace that is the sage. God's abundance is limitless. You can drink from the inexhaustible fountain of love, light, joy, and harmony at will, and when you do, you will know perfect peace. Sri Krishna, those who escape from the cage of the ego of me, and mine, to unite with the Lord of Love are forever free. This is the supreme state. If you achieve this, you will pass from death to immortality. This says it all. When you enter God's energy field, you will never doubt that there is truly a spiritual solution to every problem. And the force of the Spirit. There is a spiritual solution to every problem. Wayne Dyer. Google Traductor de Google. Texto.